shall rest and be a blessing to our communities and honor your glorious name. We declare, O God, that let the outcome of this conference bring solutions, Almighty God, that would turn our lives around. But above all, we pray that the honor and the sanctity of life shall be preserved. And now, O God, we ask in the name of Jesus, grant us grace, grant us wisdom, grant us understanding, give us might. As technology advances, keep our hearts humble. As machines learn to think, we pray that we will never forget to love, to pray, and to seek your will. We ask, therefore, in the name of Jesus, that even now, let every decision and solution align with your divine blueprint for humanity. Grant that in the name of Jesus, everything that we do here, technology shall align with compassion, that innovation shall align with integrity, that progress shall align with purpose. Let your will be magnified as we commit these brilliant minds into your hand. Spirit of the Lord, guide our hearts and direct our paths. We declare good success for this conference in Jesus' name, and everyone shall say amen. Thank you.
Many thanks for the powerful prayer, Bishop Dick Esando from the Action Chapel International here in Accra. We are streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. Look for African Business Communications. We're grateful to our sponsors and partners, Margins ID Group, Intelligent Card Production Systems, Onesta, Glyco, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Fidelity Bank, GCB, Your Bank for Life, Bank of Ghana, and our founding supporters, Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Africa Summit. Our associate partners include Communications and African Salesforce. Our communications and fundraising consultant is the African Business Communication. And this conference is proudly organized by the Africa Education Trust Fund. We will now hear from the founder of the Africa Private Sector Summit. Let's welcome Mr. Judson Wendell Addy. Here comes Mr. Addy. Thank you.
Good morning to all. We're here to make history, and I'd like to welcome everyone. I must apologize. I was not paying attention, honestly. And I think I'm supposed to be doing the welcome remarks. But with your permission, I will do two things: the welcome remarks as well as the genesis of AETF, the Africa Education Trust Fund. It is an honor to be here with you all and to welcome you to this, I believe, a historical occasion. It may not appear as such today, but in time, history would reveal that it is a historical occasion. Not in the context alone of AI, but in the context of the revolution of the Africa education system. Africa is poised to be great. And I will ask you, in courtesy to those who stood and fought for AFTA, to please stand to acknowledge the war they fought to create the Africa Continental Trade Organization. Please stand to honor them, the leaders, the presidents of the various countries that fought. And let us just salute and honor them this moment. Achieving the commitment to sign off on the Continental Trade Agreement for the continent was not an easy task. To get 22 presidents at the initial stage of things to sign off was critical, and we salute the likes of Banjo and others who made it possible. Here we are. We have created something for the continent, something to facilitate trade for the continent, something to advance Africa, something to make Africa great again. Let me qualify it, great again. Africa remains the continent that is still, though quite exploited, is still a virgin. It has all of the mineral resources, the arable land, to be the breadbasket of this continent. But something is inherently wrong with us. Our inability to serve the people and the continent well. So, in structuring and setting up the AFTA, we notice in the formation of setting up the AFTA, there were two weakest links that appeared to have been an afterthought. I know this for a fact because Dr. Spio-Garber and myself were at that meeting when the AU convened a meeting for the private sector to take ownership of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. The second aspect happens to be education. In the absence of having a strong educational system, how do we transform our natural resources to facilitate and enable the AFTA that we're talking about for inter-Africa trade? In context, if we were to sit back and reflect on what we have in terms of our natural resources, how do we then transform that into goods that is tradable across the continent? Some people argue that, yes, we have it. We have Ghanaians here, we have Nigerians there, educated and so forth. They're not in your country. They have been hired abroad. And we have the occasional visit, some of them who think about Africa, to come back and associate with some of our institutions. So, how do we come about this? We reviewed what was happening. We reviewed what we thought was important for Africa in the context of ensuring that we have an effective system to transform our natural resources, to produce the durable goods, to produce the food we need on the continent, and don't continue to depend on other sources for our survival. The incident of COVID taught us a real lesson. I think you all will agree with me. I call it the day the world shut down. We have to be practical. We have to be intentional when it comes to our education system. We have to be intentional in terms of empowering the private sector. Without such commitment, we will remain beggars. Without such commitment, we will remain beggars. So a few of us got to get decided that if we want AFTA to succeed, then we must help to put in place some kind of direction, emphasizing the importance of education, emphasizing the importance of empower private sector. And I must state, it's May Wendell expressing my views, it's personal. I'm disappointed the private sector isn't here in numbers. In context of this, AI, should we then fear AI? If the private sector doesn't realize that it needs to coexist with AI in terms of production, in terms of transforming our natural resources. Yeah. I think we should all begin to think about it. So I'll speak directly to the private sector. I'll speak directly now to the educational community and say to them that two things. One, this conference is not about any individual. It is about Mother Africa. This conference is not about a single company. It's about the private sector in totality. And when we neglect to play our part collectively, not individually, we'll be failing the community. So on behalf of the AETF, Dr. Spio Gabra, the board, and everyone else that have made this conference possible, we welcome you and we thank you for your presence. Thank you.
We'll keep trying till we get the sound from Mr. Kibo Gena. He's the Executive Director for the Pan-Africa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We'll get his sound at the right time. But for now, thanks very much, Mr. Judson Wendell Addy, founder of the Africa Private Sector Summit, for your remarks. We'll now hear from the person to do the opening remarks and introduce the conference chair. Let's welcome His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Eko Spio Gabra, who is our chairman for the Africa Education Trust Fund. Ambassador Spio Gabra.
Good morning, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished traditional rulers, pastors, bishops, reverend ministers, military and law enforcement, national security officials, our youth, students in our respective institutions, the business community, civil society, the general public, and many listening to us around the world through various social media, such as YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, now X, etc. It's a great pleasure for me to be here on behalf of the Africa Education Trust Fund, where I serve as chairperson, and which is the organization that is putting this event together, bringing stakeholders from different parts of the world, but especially here in Ghana, to discuss and to reflect on the challenges that the whole world faces, the opportunities as well that we are set to enjoy by virtue of what we all now know is artificial intelligence. Ghana is honored to be the host of this conference, and I have a special
privilege, partly because, as I said, I speak here on this occasion now as chairperson of the Africa Education Trust Fund. But it's important for us to appreciate that the Africa Education Trust Fund was specifically engineered as a private sector-led organization. You are all aware of many government-led organizations, such as the African Union Commission is owned by governments. The ECOWAS Commission is owned by governments. And many regional economic community organizations, African Development Bank, owned principally by governments, and even the African Export-Import Bank has public sector shareholding as well as private sector shareholding. But the Africa Education Trust Fund was believed to be a means, a mechanism by which the private sector could also demonstrate its capacity and its interest in the educational agenda. Because for many years, since colonial times, it was the public sector that led in providing education to most of the African continent. That's formal education. Our traditional rulers will agree that for many centuries, we've had informal education methods which are more or less father to daughter, mother to son, without what the Western world would call literacy. In other words, there was no reading and writing. It was what we call the oral tradition. So if your community had a lot of knowledge from the older population, then they passed it on to the younger population simply informally. This is how we farm in this community. This is how we dance in this community. This is what we believe in this community. It was not in writing. But what the colonial investors did was to provide formal education and to teach us all how to read and write. So I'm only speaking in English because Europeans, in this case, Englishmen and women, some were Scottish or Irish, and of course we also had non-European teachers in the school that I went to, taught us how to read and write. And that's what has become the formal education, at least in Ghana today. And our neighbors, such as the Francophones, do that in French. Our other neighbors do some in Portuguese. In countries like Cape Verde, or Angola, or Mozambique. And at least one country, which we used to know as Equatorial Guinea, has mostly Spanish as their formal language. Then we have the North African region, which also may have English or mostly French, but also has Arabic as their main medium of instruction and communication. So with this kind of complex scenario, 55 countries in Africa, more than 600 ethnic groups, and thousands of languages, how do you or we as a community take advantage of that, not as a weakness, but as an asset to build on and to utilize to create a knowledge-based economic development system that will benefit our continent? So since we are here talking about AI, and there'll be many proposals, many theories, many suppositions that I hope many of my colleagues who are delegates, who are going to be speakers here, will propound. But one that I hope we can leave here with is that we can use that artificial intelligence to create one African language. We tried it before. Some of you may be too young to remember when there was an attempt to create an African language before even the Swahili language came up. Esperanza was a language that some people tried in the 1940s and 50s, or even 60s. And it probably didn't get enough attention. But now that we have translators that are on our mobile phones that can translate any language for you, for any of us, and there are so many other methods of learning languages. And Ghana has a school of languages. That's vernacular languages and also a school of European languages. I believe that language, which is a unifier of all things, being able to speak to somebody and letting them understand you, and you also hear them and you understand them, is one of the most critical ingredients for African unification, which our illustrious leaders spoke about from the days of Kwame Nkrumah, where he spoke about Africa must unite. And Africa has been trying to unite for at least 70 years. So you have the African Union Commission and the other institutions I talked to you about. But the unity is difficult because we have colonial languages that form barriers for us. People traveling to Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, have to speak a different language. And just not being able to master that language then interferes with your commercial capacity to transact business, to buy and sell. So if we don't conquer that linguistic barrier, it will be difficult for us. And I'm saying AI, if of all the things that AI can do, is to help us to create a Pan-African language. So I'm proposing at this conference for your consideration, among many other ideas that people will come up with, that we do our best to create AI, using AI, very simply, a language that we obviously have to learn. Recently, the Ministry of Education in Ghana reminded our teachers to teach our children in the original mother language of the area from which they come. So if you are living in the Volta region, the Ministry of Education is suggesting that Ewe or some other local language where the children understand naturally should be the language that you are taught. If you are in Greater Accra, maybe Ga is the language that you are taught. And similarly for the other regions of Ghana. There's a whole policy on that, which I'm not a specialist or a master in. But for those who are listening to me from other countries, and even for those who may be new to Ghana, a diplomatic corps, it may be of interest to them to remember that I used to be a minister of education how many centuries ago? I think it was at least 30 years ago. So I speak as someone that has had some experience in the business of educating others. But I actually have to confess that my grandfather and my father were all teachers. So I come from an education-oriented family. So that's one of the points that I would like to make here. There are many others that I'll come back to speak about. I must apologize for the absence of the Gamanche, who was to be the chairperson for this occasion, but who had to go out of town for very urgent reasons. But he has nominated a very able lieutenant in the person of Honorable Ben Nunu Mensah, who is here today in his stead. And with your permission, I will ask him to accept the proposal for him to chair the conference so that the conference can proceed with the authority of our traditional rulers, providing the proper protocols, spiritual guidance, traditional guidance, and seniority of office. On that note, I thank you very much, and I invite our proposed chairman, Ni Nunumensa, to kindly approach the podium.
So our representative of the Gamanche is Ni Kuju Ashifi Papanyera I. He's the Ga State Noya Manche, and he was privately known as Ben Nunu Mensah, former president of the Ghana Olympic Committee. So Ni Kuju Ashifi Papanyera I, Ga State Noya Manche. Ofaine Obake.
Ago chemekanyame ni mekaname akago. Thank you so much, my big brother, Mr. Honorable Eko Spielgara. First, let me apologize on behalf of His Royal Majesty King Takite Kochu that he's not here with you. He may not be here physically, but the king wants me to assure you that he's here with you in spirit. Unfortunately, he had to go out of Accra, and it's been a very long journey, and he's on his way back. He would have loved to be here, and I'm sure sometime along the conference, His Royal Majesty will be with you. However, His Royal Majesty gave me a message for you, and I am going to read or accept to chair and then read his message on his behalf. Mr. Chairman, honorable ministers, your excellencies, distinguished ladies, eminent scholars, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep humility and great honor that I accept the role of conference chairman for this year's Africa Education Trust Fund AI Conference, being held here at Accra International Conference Center now. We stand together at this intersection of two very powerful realities. First, the rapid rise of artificial intelligence across the world. And the second is Africa's urgent quest for inclusive, quality education and sustainable growth. Our challenge, and indeed our opportunity, is to ensure that these two forces move together for the interest of Africa. Technology has to serve humanity. Progress must be shared, and that is Africa's future must be shared or shaped by Africans. Africa, as we all know, is the youngest continent in the world. Over 60% of our people are under the age of 25. That is not a statistics. That is a huge source of power for Africa. The future of AI in Africa is not about machines. It is about our people, the people of Africa. Artificial intelligence can transform how we learn, how we farm, how we heal, and how we govern. But only if it is built with our values and realities and our people at its center. AI must work for Africa and not merely on Africa. We must not just consume foreign technology. We must create, design, and own the tools that shape our destiny. The choice of education as the heart of this conference is no coincidence. Education remains the greatest equalizer and the most powerful tool for transformation. As Ghana Chair, I have long believed that education must bridge tradition and technology. Through the Ghana Chair Foundation, we have championed the following: early childhood learning, girl-child education, technical and vocational training, and of course, a digital literacy for our youth. And at this point, let me make it clear that Honorable Pugh Gabra is chair for the Ghana Chair Educational Fund. And he's done such a wonderful job for the Ghana State and the people of Ghana. We're grateful to you, Honorable Pugh Gabra. Recently, we also led efforts to ensure that the Ga and Dangme languages are taught compulsorily in schools within our communities. This is not only about our culture, it is about building confidence, comprehension, and connection. In this era, our languages too must find their place in the digital world. Imagine an AI platform that teaches a child in Ghana or Dangbe, adjusts to their pace and links lessons to their daily life. That is what true educational transformation looks like. Your Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is not only about machines and algorithms. It is about innovation and possibilities. But the most exciting opportunity lies in our youth, our innovators, our creators, and our dreamers. That is why through the Ghana Chair Foundation, we're working to establish the Ghana Dangbe Digital and AI Skills Hub. This center will train young people, especially women, in coding, AI literacy, data science, and entrepreneurship. We're also exploring a pilot project to develop an AI-powered language learning app that uses speech recognition and gamified content to teach Ga Adangwe interactively. This is our vision: to merge technology with culture, innovation with inclusion, and progress with purpose. As we welcome the age of AI, we must also exercise wisdom. Technology without ethics is dangerous. Therefore, I call for an African framework for ethical AI, one that ensures fairness, transparency, and cultural respect. Let our systems reflect our values, our community, our dignity, and our human connection. We must also strengthen collaboration among governments, academia, and industry. Earlier this year, at the 75th anniversary of Accra Technical University, I emphasized the same principle in technical education. Today, I extend that call to AI. Let us connect research with practice, policy with innovation, and education with employment. Only then can Africa achieve true digital sovereignty. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let this conference not be just another meeting. Let it be a movement, a call to action. Let us integrate AI education at all levels, from primary to tertiary. Let us support local innovators building African AI solutions. Create inclusive and protective policies for our digital future. Empower girls and women to lead in STEM and AI. Promote African cooperation to share data, ideas, and infrastructure. Together, we can unlock the boundless potential of our continent. Together, we can make Africa not a follower, but a leader in the age of artificial intelligence. The future is built from the past, as the Ghana saying goes. As we embrace AI, let us remember our roots. Let us remember that technology must remain our servant and not our master. Education must remain our bridge, not just to opportunity, but to understanding. I ask you to imagine an Africa where a child in Jamestown learns coding in Ghana. A farmer in Tamale uses AI to predict the rainfall. A teacher in Accra reaches every learner through smart tools. That is the Africa I dream of. That is the Africa we can build together. I thank the African Education Trust Fund, our partners, and all of you here for your dedication to this noble cause. May this conference light the path from Accra to Addis, From Lagos to Nairobi, from Cape Town to Cairo, uniting Africa through knowledge, innovation, and hope. God bless you all. God bless our motherland, Ghana. And God bless our beloved continent of Africa. Twa Neo Manyaba. Thank you.
Ni O Iradon, the representative of His Royal Majesty Ni Takite Kochuru II, Kamanche, and he spoke to the future while not forgetting the past. Thank you so much for your address. Nikojo Ashifi, Papanyira I, Gas State, Noya, Manche. We'll now take a couple of goodwill messages on our video. We have prayed, and so this time, when the visuals come, they'll be accompanied with sound messages.
Good morning, colleagues, partners, and friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observers. When Percy had the honor of helping to found the African Education Trust Fund, we did so with a clear vision to build a bridge between the vast potential of our people and the tangible needs of our economy. Today, AI presents us with our most critical test and our greatest opportunity to make that bridge a reality. It is not just another piece of software, that is AI. It is a new factor of production, and our mission must be to ensure Africa is a producer and not merely a consumer of this transformative technology. The core challenge we face is a structural one. Our higher learning institutions and our digital industry are operating in separate worlds. We have brilliant minds researching in isolation and dynamic, struggling companies to find the talent they need to grow. This is more than a skills gap. It is a broken link in our ecosystem that holds back our entire continent's progress. We believe the private sector must move from being passive beneficiaries to active ecosystem builders. In this regard, business can assist in 3 concrete ways. First, work directly with universities to design courses and projects based on real-world problems, like using AI streamline AFCFTA logistics or to support our smallholder farmers. This turns academic work into research and development for African industry. Second, we want business to partner with universities to create dedicated innovation hubs on campus for key sectors like fintech, agri-tech, or even health tech. This gives you a pipeline on innovation and gives students crucial hands on experience. Third, anonymized industrial data is a fuel for AI. By providing this data securely to universities, business empowers the creation of AI solutions that are actually built for African realities. As a founding partner, Percy's vision for AETF is clear: to be the catalytic engine that powers the entire ecosystem. But as a new foundation, AETF cannot do this alone. Its mission is to build our continent's sovereign AI capability, and for that, it needs your commitment. Let me give you our vision for IETF. First, to move beyond generic labs to establish specialized centers dedicated to AI for African languages and AI for the informal economy. This requires your investment. Second, to provide grants for SMEs to hire university talent to solve business challenges. This, of course, requires you co-funding to scale. And third, to build open source AI models trained on African data. This again requires you data partnership and advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a request for charity. It is an invitation to invest in the foundational infrastructure of Africa's digital future. An investment in AETF is an investment in your own talent pipeline, your innovation ecosystem, and your long-term market growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the bridge we started building with AETF is now ready. But a bridge needs strong pillars. You, the leaders of African industry, are those pillars. Let's come together to ensure that our digital economy is not just imported, but homegrown, sustainable, and prosperous for all. Let's build this future together. I thank you.
Hello, I am Professor Phoebe Kunduri, a mathematical economist specializing in pioneering transformational systems for the sustainable interaction between nature, the economy, and society. I serve as a professor at the School of Economics at the Athens University of Economics and Business and at the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Cambridge. I am also chair of the UN Global Sustainable Development Report for 20. Hello, I am Professor Phoebe Kunduri, a mathematical economist specializing in pioneering transformational systems for the sustainable interaction between nature, the economy, and society. I serve as a professor at the School of Economics at the Athens University of Economics and Business and at the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Cambridge. I am also chair of the UN Global Sustainable Development Report for 2027 and also chairing the UN SDSN Global Climate Hub. Finally, I founded and direct IFORIA, the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on Sustainability, a large research team working on transformational pathways for the transition to sustainability. It is a great pleasure to express my support for the Africa Education Trust Fund AI Conference. Artificial intelligence holds tremendous potential to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals by enabling data-driven decision-making, optimizing resource use, and designing innovative solutions for the integrated systems transformation, for sustainable finance, for education, and capacity building, all essential for accelerating and scaling up the implementation of the SDGs. In my field, AI supports the development of integrated assessment models, decision support tools, and digital twins, which help governments and business transition towards ecosystems resilience and social well-being. However, the key is to ensure responsible and inclusive AI, guided by ethical principles, human values, and equitable access. I commend the African Education Trust Fund for creating this important space for dialogue and collaboration, and I look forward to the transformative impact that AI can bring when aligned with sustainability and human development. Thank you.
Hello, AETF African AI Conference attendees. My name is Arai Beckman, and I am one of the founding partners of the Peace Through Trade Proof of Work Layer 1 Sustainable Blockchain. And we are one of the world's first fully AI integrated blockchains. And AI has helped us tremendously with the following. At PTT, artificial intelligence operates at the core of our blockchain to detect anomalies and secure every transaction in real time. Using graph neural networks and large language models, our AI monitors the ecosystem for suspicious activity, ensuring compliance, safety, and trust across every wallet and government partner. Our AI runs inside a closed, air-gapped NVIDIA DGX Spark system, completely offline and sovereign. It self-upgrades through secure fine-tuning, adapting to new threats and regulatory changes without ever connecting to the open internet. This ensures data sovereignty and unmatched security for governments and institutions. Finally, AI-powered governance and education. Beyond technology, we use AI to support regulatory.
I'm Sunday Ojo, a professor of computer science based at the Durban University of Technology in South Africa. I've worked in universities across Africa for over 40 years now in the field of computing. I was a member of the research team that developed the artificial intelligence for socio-economic development in Africa for AU Development Agency, NEPAD. And this has provided foundation for the AU continental strategy for AI. They presently I'm part of a team of researchers from the consortium of European and African universities who are working on sovereign contextualized generative artificial intelligence for Africa. This is towards African indigenization of the artificial intelligence technology. I do register my support for the AETF.Ai Conference 2025, which seeks to unlock opportunities for education, innovation, and sustainable development. I look forward to the outcome of the conference in contribution to the collective effort to reshape Africa's trajectory through the transformative power of artificial intelligence.
Honorable Dr. Ekwa Spiogabra, distinguished guests, and fellow champions of African innovation, warm greetings from New York, and congratulations on this exciting AI for Africa conference. The theme is not just timely, it is visionary. As we all know, Silicon Valley today is gripped by an AI and AGI blitz. Trillions are flowing into capital, nightly breakthroughs, and breathless headlines. Yet, in this global race, Africa is not a bystander. You are the disruptors. With the world's youngest population, most dynamic groups, rapidly expanding digital infrastructure, and a hunger for homegrown solutions, Africa has the power to change the dynamics by leapfrogging these outdated models, and actually can rewrite the rules of global AI. From AI-powered precision farming that feeds nations, to AI-driven health solutions, diagnostics that can reach remote clinics, to personalized learning that equips every child with 21st century skills. These are not distant dreams. These are Africa's next reality. And Africa is not waiting for the future. You're building it, one algorithm, one classroom, one community at a time. And the 9 focus areas, from fintech inclusion to smart cities, offer a blueprint that can inspire many other nations. Honorable Dr. Spear Gabra, though I cannot be with you in person, I'm sorry, I would have loved to be in Accra. Please accept this message as my wholehearted endorsement of your work. The Global Partnerships Forum stands ready to support the AETF outcomes. We wish you a landmark conference and a legacy that will shape generations. Thank you.
From the Minister for Sports and Recreation, also MP for Boem. Let's welcome Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you, MC, for the opportunity. Ni Chairman, colleague ministers and MPs gathered here, Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Nime Name, our heads of security services and all who are here, fellow youth. It gives me joy to at least share some few words with you. And where from that joy, the joy that the African Education Trust Fund, which is private-led, private-initiated, has chosen for us to gather here today to have a conversation around a subject that is driving the world. And Africa cannot choose to stay behind for others to determine how this world will be run. There have been a number of comments and a number of statements that the future is Africa. And if truly the future will be Africa, the decisions will have to be made today. The investment will have to start today. The learning will have to start today, if not yesterday. So it's good that we have gathered here today to have a conversation around this subject. And the array of persons who are in this room, for me, gives me a lot of what? Joy. I've listened to other earlier speakers, and especially one who said, let our digital economy not be controlled by people outside of Africa. We have to take advantage of our population. If over 60% of us are youthful, then we have a lot of room. Technology has come far from the time, especially in Ghana here, where you needed to travel all the way to Accra to make a reservation in order to go through a phone call, just a voice call. You needed to travel from your village to come to Accra, book, and you will go back and pray that the day you are given, when you come, you will be able to make that call. We came to a point where we had the GSMs where you could move Mijina Bontina Mikase to it. I'm standing on the street and talking. Meant that we had moved from landline to having a phone that you could walk out of your home and still put a call through. Still, we couldn't send an SMS. Then the technology to send SMS came. And today,
We can do so many things with our smartphones. AI is where we have reached now, and we can do without. But if we have to benefit from it, we must develop AI that attaches our values, that attaches ethics to it, so that the fear of many will not happen. I'm the minister responsible for sports and recreation. Africa has produced some of the best football talents. But where has it ended? It has ended only by us exporting it to other parts of the world. And we earn very little. Today, data on athletes is becoming a major economic issue. The value of a player, the data on a player is now becoming an issue of economic value. But not many of us are looking into that area. Data of fans is becoming a huge business. Is Africa ready? With the kind of sporting talents that we have, are we going to sit by and allow some others to come and take advantage of these talents and be the ones to develop data on them, develop tools that will be able to measure their performance matrix? No. Those of us here as innovators can take advantage of what it is that we have and be the ones to develop the tools to take maximum advantage of what we have. And so I believe it is in that principle and it is in that belief that the African Education Trust Fund have chosen to organize this AI Conference 2025. So that by the time we enter 2026, we will be having a lot of innovators that will come out with many tools, not just in area of agriculture, so we can even predict the weather and know even how much water to be released into the soil. That's what a lot of areas are doing now. You don't just wet the soils. You measure the amount of water that must be introduced, the water that the crop needs. And these are all possible. So we don't waste the water. You come to the sports, which is my area, as I've said earlier. We must trace the talents right from its young point and even predict an injury using AI. So you know the type of training an athlete should be subjected to. So that athlete can grow and reach his or her peak and to give value to himself, the community, and the country where they come from. So, my brothers and sisters gathered here, yes, people have genuine fears of AI. Some think it may take away jobs. It will take away the jobs if we don't take advantage of it and have our people developing, being the innovators. If you allow others to do it, that is where the jobs will be taken away. But if you lead the process ourselves, what it means is that we will be performing the jobs that would have arisen out of that process. So I wish to thank the African Education Trust Fund, the partners who have sponsored and made this possible, and all of us who have made time to be here, that we will not leave here the same. We will leave here being better, being stronger, and being ready to move that Africa to the height that it deserves. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Kofi Adams, Minister for Sports and Recreation. Our sponsors, we're grateful to all of them, Fidelity Bank, Glucose, Glycolife, Margins ID, Onesta, Intelligent Cloud Production System, Bank of Ghana, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Enterprise Insurance, and Logos Rima. We'll now take remarks from the UNESCO representative to Ghana. Let's welcome Mr. Edmund Mukala.
Good morning. Standing on the existing protocols, I would like to read this message on behalf of the resident coordinator of the United Nations and UNESCO. So it's a joint message. So Your Excellencies, distinguished guests present here, development partners, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense optimism and profound conviction that the UN and UNESCO extend really its warmest regard and unwavering support to your invaluable initiative. Today we stand at the precipice of a new era, one where artificial intelligence holds the potential to redefine human progress, particularly across the vibrant and dynamic continent of Africa. This moment is not just about technology, it is about leveraging ingenuity to unlock the human potential, foster equity, and build a more sustainable future for all. As my predecessor really underlined, education and AI offer revolutionary, powerful ways to strengthen and expand learning opportunities across Africa. Imagine personalized learning experiences tailored to each student's pace and style, intelligent tutoring systems providing immediate feedback, and AI-powered tools assisting teachers in resource-scarce environments. AI can help overcome geographical barriers, making quality education accessible from urban centers to the most remote villages, empowering millions of learners who have historically been undeserved. Furthermore, AI can facilitate the development of future-ready skills by analyzing labor market trends and predicting future skills demands. AI can help shape curricula that equip African youth with the competencies necessary to thrive in the evolving digital economy. This is not merely about adapting to change, it is about empowering Africa to lead it. And I think the Honorable Minister of Sport just clearly underlined it. From smart agriculture solutions that optimize crop yields and water usage to AI-driven healthcare diagnostic that improve access to medical care. Their applications are limitless. AI can fuel local innovation ecosystems, enabling African researchers, developers, and startups to create context-specific solutions that address the continent's unique challenges and capitalize on its abundant opportunities. So this surge in innovation can lead to job creation, economic diversification, and the emergence of a new industry. Critically, the African Education Trust Funds focus on leveraging AI in digital marketing present, and I really want to commend again the organizer, a unique and powerful avenue for impact. By strategically employing AI-powered digital marketing, your initiative can reach wider audiences, engage stakeholders more effectively, and mobilize essential resources for educational programs. As we embrace the promise of AI, we from UNESCO also underscore a paramount importance of ethical consideration, inclusivity, and human-centered design. In Ghana, for example, and across our member state, UNESCO is at the forefront of ensuring that AI becomes a tool for empowerment, not exclusion. Our work is anchored in 3 key pillars. The first one, we are building right now the foundational capacity of our teachers and learners. Last year, we launched the UNESCO AI Competency Framework for teachers and students. This framework is a global first, providing a clear roadmap for skilled and knowledge educators and learners need to navigate an AI-driven world. Second, we are grounding our action in robust data and diagnostics. One cannot manage what we cannot measure. That is why UNESCO has developed its AI readiness assessment methodology called RAM. This comprehensive tool helps countries like Ghana evaluate their preparedness across key sectors, including education. I'm proud to share that the RAM process is currently being deployed here in Ghana, engaging multiple stakeholders to map our strength, identify gaps, and craft a truly evidence-based national AI strategy. This is critical steps in ensuring our investments are strategic and our policies are effective. Third, and most fundamentally, we are unwavering in our education for the ethical use of AI, as the representative of government just clearly underlined. So UNESCO made history last year with the adoption of the first ever global standard on AI ethics. The recommendation of the ethics of artificial intelligence. This landmark agreement, endorsed by all our member states, almost 192, provides a universal framework to ensure that AI developments are rooted in human rights, transparency, fairness, and accountability. As we harness AI for education and innovation, this ethical compass is non-negotiable. We must ensure this powerful technology serves humanity and protect the most vulnerable among us. Distinguished guests, the path forward is one of collaboration. The Africa Education Trust Fund represents the kind of innovation partnership that is essential for our continent's success. UNESCO stands ready as committed partner to share our frameworks, our methodologies, and our global convening power. Let us work together to ensure that the AI era in Africa is defined not by technology catch-up, but by visionary leapfrogging, not by widening divides, but by fostering inclusive growth, and not by passive consumption, but by active African-led innovation. So let us really unlock this opportunity together for our education, for our innovation, and for our sustainable development. I really believe that this conference and the platform and the caliber of speakers that we're going to have will really unlock really the path, the roadmap, and also the inspiration that is needed to really build an Africa that is inclusive, that will really ensure that it's empowering and bring us out of poverty and fostering the development that we want for all. And may God bless the conveners. May God bless Ghana. I thank you, Madase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmund Mukala, presenting the UN here in Ghana. Thank you so much. We are very pleased to have with us some members of the Council of State, and I would like to just acknowledge them here. Excellency Molly Nimado, Excellency Cynthia Komile Ajelie, Excellency Chiana Pio Ditundini Ayagitam, and then Excellency Yao Usu Obimpe. And last but not least, a member of the Council of State, Hakeem Adai. Let's appreciate them, please. One of our main sponsors has the podium right now to speak. Let's welcome the CEO of Margins IT Group, Mr. Moses Kwesi Baden, sponsor. There he is. Mr. Baden, to take the podium. to address us as we gather here for the AETF Conference 2025.
Hello, good morning. The representative of His Royal Majesty, Nitaki Teko True, the second chairman for this education, the convener and founder of the African Education Trust Fund, my big brother, Dr. Ekospio Gabra, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me congratulate the African Education Trust Fund for organizing what is a very relevant conference to discuss AI, its impacts on our society, especially Africa, on education, and the relationship between the public and the private government and private sector in supporting AI as a tool for social, economic, political, and economic advancement. The convergence of the computer revolution into the digital revolution meant that the way that we work, the way we create information, the way we share information, the way we have access to information, and the way that we make decisions has changed forever, disrupting all the known forces of production and all the forces that drive our society. The emergence of AI then gave large language models the ability to read tons of data and make sense of them in seconds. Therefore, relevant data built into relevant data sets in large language models using the right algorithms can make accurate decisions with human help faster than 1,000 professors in any subject matter expertise in seconds. What does this mean for us? It means that work that could take thousands of years can be done by machines in seconds. But these machines, even though they are trained on data and the initial setup of these platforms is by human beings, can now think for themselves. Many have said that this poses a danger to human beings because one day the machines will take over. But I dare say that that's quite some time off, because these machines are tools and platforms that human beings can use to do the heavy lifting in order to arrive at decisions that are data-based and therefore are less error-ridden, more accurate, and can give us decisions that are more efficient and effective so that there's less guesswork. But we also know that AI hallucinates. And I use hallucination as a technical term because machines can think for themselves. So when they read the data, they can now start imagining things that sometimes are not true. So those professionals who use AI, you know what I mean. For those of you who know me in the private sector as the chairman and founder of the Margins Group, ID Group, some of you may also know that I am the president of the which are paying from funds from school, the most reputable second cycle school, the oldest in Ghana. That'll be 150 years next year. And hopefully the winner of the NSMQ. I use this to illustrate the hallucination of AI. One day I said to myself, what school did the Asantehene go to? So I asked my AI assistant, what school did the Asantehene go to? He said, oh, he went from Fansum School. And I knew for a fact that that wasn't true. So I said, you are lying. Why are you lying? So I'm sorry, my information is inaccurate. So AI is not perfect. And AI is only relevant when this is used in the hands of subject matter experts. So building the technical system is one thing, and then using it is another. So I find it very significant that the African Education Trust Fund has come to the realization that educating our youth with the relevant education, which is now AI related, is the most important step that Africa can make. Because in all the revolutions that have come and gone, in which we've been slaves and carriers of, hewers of wood and carriers of water, we have not participated because we haven't had the mindset, the resources, the strategy, and the tactics to go up in the value chain. But today, with 70% of our population under 30, we have the opportunity, using education and the resources of private sector and public sector, if we realize this time in history that we stand on, to change the fortunes of Africa, not just by giving speeches, but by understanding how we can embed the elements of this digital age into our education, into our public policy, into our government regulations, and above all, into our private sector practice, so that we can leapfrog into the future. This wish will not be achieved, in my view, in the way that we are currently governing ourselves. Because you can see that there's a big gap between theory and practice, between policy and vision, between commitment and funding, between the combining of resources to give access and build an embryonic framework with a far-reaching vision that is real and can impact really the way that we progress. And this forum gives us the opportunity to be thinking together as to how to fix that vision, how to prioritize those steps, and how to fund it. Funding is not in the volumes of money that are available, but in the soundness of our strategy within the environment within which we're going to implement that. At Margins ID Group, our business is focused on identity. We conceptualize, we design, we build, we finance, we operate an identity ecosystem that connects people to product solutions and services. On 13 December, we'll be 35 years old. I'm sure most of you have had our products in your pockets for over 35 years without realizing it. But if you have a bank card, if you have a national ID card, if you have a national health insurance card, if you go onto the internet and open an account with a bank, do your verification, put mobile money, you're actually working with us without knowing. Now, the crux of our business is that being the private partner, basically the technical and commercial partner of the government in one of our flagship projects, the National Identity System. We have sat with the government, we have taken the requirements of the government, we have looked at the industry, and we've conceptualized, designed, built, financed, and are cooperating. Arguably the best national ID system in Africa with the government. Now, this public-private partnership creates a digital identity that allows people to interact with government seamlessly, digitally, and to get services without a human factor. This means that the cost of service, the efficiency of the service will be better. It also allows private sector to offer services to citizens
and resident foreigners seamlessly on digital platforms without ever seeing the customer. Artificial intelligence feeds on data sets that these interactions bring. So, for instance, the National ID Authority knows that there are 3.7 million farmers in Ghana because they're registered as such. It has the structure of the fields of data that all public sector and private sector people need to have as a core identity infrastructure about farmers. He knows exactly where their mobile numbers are. He knows exactly where the farmers live. So recently, a lot of money was saved using that database to distribute subsidies to farmers without any impersonation, so that you were sure that the money was getting to the farmer, and when he received that, he would use it for the purpose that it was supposed to be used for. This is just one example. It's also possible combining the subsidies that were given to farmers to the data that the farmers on one platform, and letting AI study in that interaction how to make our farming more efficient. Now, and if you add layers of other information like logistics, distance to market, distances of roads, quality of roads, you've built an entire ecosystem of how to make agriculture efficient. And AI can use that data with subject matter experts, from logistics people to policy people to agricultural experts, to make decisions for us that will actually save us from the dependency of imports. Recently, they've been talking about Ghana rice and all that. All this data in the right AI framework, with the right policies, with the right vision, with the right subject matter experts who understand what they're doing, and with the right investments, can solve our problems in days rather than years. The rest then is the political will. To get AI embedded in every facet of our lives, we need the political will and the vision to understand that it's important. But in all this, there are enemies to data systems, to transparency, to a meritocracy, to a data-driven, rational, logical, progressive decision-making. These enemies are the saboteurs of economics, the fraudsters, the people that profit from having ghosts. So you have a national service where you have 2.2 billion CDs or so of ghost workers. I wonder how that is possible when you have a national ID system that has people only once in it. When you have a biometric verification system that can tell you that this person is alive and does exist. When it's geolocation and you cannot even check that people have attended. But there's a system, but the human beings will self-invent it. We're not going anywhere if we do not, as a nation and as citizens, as policymakers, be honest to ourselves and desire a clean, meritocratic society that removes the human element and makes decisions on data, and AI has given us the ability to do that. We need a rethink, we need a rebirth, we need a reorientation, and we need a new commitment to advance African agenda of sovereignty, data decision, using education and the various ecosystems that I mentioned. On the basis of that, I thank Dr. X.P. Ogaba, the African Education Trust Fund, for such a wonderful conference. I pray that it's productive, it's practical, and its impact will be felt by us as a whole. I thank you for your attention.
I was going to ask them to continue because we were enjoying the music. I don't know why they even stopped. Ghana Dance Ensemble from National Theatre. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'd like to acknowledge all our sponsors and partners. Margins ID Group, the CEO just spoke not too long ago. Intelligent Card Production Systems, Onesta, Glyco, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Fidelity Bank, College of Sustainable Transformation and Development, GCB, and Bank of Ghana. Our founding supporters are the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Africa Private Sector Summit. Our associate partner is African Salesforce, our communications and fundraising consultants, the African Business Communication, and this event has been organized, or it's been organized by the Africa Education Trust Fund. Give you an idea of what to expect later on today. After the coffee break, which is not too far away from us, there will be a session on academia-industry linkage, AI and how to achieve the Pan-African vision outlined in Agenda 2063. We will be looking at issues such as Africa, the original birthplace of AI, AI in education, AI revolution and pedagogy shift, Africa's AI in today's tomorrow, contextualizing Africa's workforce, work environment, and AI issues and challenges in the human AI work environment. And there'll be an open forum that will give you an opportunity to speak to the issues. And then the second session will deal with the theme of education and AI governance regulation. And we have a very high-powered and very heavy panel that will be dealing with the issues in the best possible way. The third session after lunch will be on the theme of business, finance, and AI. And session 4 will deal with science, technology, ethics, and AI. Session 5 will look at reshaping the global mining and natural resources development map. And session 6, AI for smart urbanization, the rise of new African cities. Session 7 will look at discovering and promoting Africa's young innovators. And of course, everything will be summarized nicely at the end of today's event. So at this point, I would like to bring onto the stage. But before that, there's an announcement here on a vehicle. I wish they'd given me the color and the make, because most people don't know their car number. But I'll give it to you. GN 6692, G for Gambaga, N for Nandom. GN 6692. This vehicle is blocking someone and needs to move right now. At this point, it gives me great pleasure to bring back onto the stage a gentleman who spoke earlier and welcomed us to this particular conference. And he is here to deliver the keynote address on behalf of Mr. Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff, Office of the President. The keynote address is AI's potential to transform Africa. Let's welcome His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Eko Spio Gabra, Chairman of the AETF. And while he's up here, I would like to acknowledge Accra Girls Senior High School. Accra Girls, give us a wave and a shout. That's more like it. And then we have St. Thomas Aquinas also here. Gentlemen, give us a wave. Give us a shout. All right. We're done.
Distinguished colleagues, I stand on existing protocols to prepare to read a speech that was to have been delivered by the Chief of Staff, Office of the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Julius Deborah, who has been instructed by the President to go and deliver another speech to another organization, which is the Ghana Revenue Authority, which also has a conference at the same time today. And I think you'll appreciate that when you have people who collect revenue for you, and those of us who just don't even pay our taxes, in many cases, you make sure that the speech that is being delivered to those who pay taxes will be given higher priority. So the Chief of Staff is not here, but I've given you the reason why he's not here. The program also had the Minister of Education to speak before the Minister of Communication was to speak. Again, regrettably, but again in the national interest, the Minister of Education had to go to Kumasi to be in the company of the President of the Federal Republic of Germany, who was visiting Ghana on a 3-day visit. And so that has also taken him out of the geographic area of Accra. Minister of Communication, who was also supposed to be here earlier, also had another event, but has agreed to come here after our coffee break. So he'll come and speak here in the same first segment of our conference. But I must also acknowledge that in the program that you'd have seen the photographs of our Vice President, First Lady Vice President of Ghana, who had also agreed initially to be with us, and that's why her photograph is being used. But she also had another assignment, first in Italy and now in London. So the good news for those of you who aspire to public service, especially to higher levels of public service, is that when you contract to be an employee of the Republic of Ghana, by being a public servant, in whatever capacity, you lose your control of your own time. That this time that we have been given by the God Almighty, 24 hours a day is all anybody gets. That's the one thing that God has given to us in equal measure. We all get 24 hours a day. How we use that time, obviously, is up to us. But I'm saying to you that if you choose to become a public servant, the first thing that you lose is control of your time. Because the people of Ghana have a right to ask you to come here, to go there, and to do that. And the president of Ghana, who is the highest public servant, is the one who is almost always being asked to do many things. Because he would have loved to be here himself. But he's also going towards the northern part of Ghana. The vice president, who should have been here, is going to the European territories. And others, as I've described, have other things to do. Now, before I read the speech of the Chief of Staff, who is in Accra but can't be at this conference, I would announce a development which, because we are talking about AI and education, I have found rather strange and have difficulty in understanding. And I'm making it a public statement because maybe the reasons why I don't understand it will become clearer when the persons who wrote to me to tell me that this AI conference is not in alignment with the priorities of the University of Ghana. I was a student, proud student of the University of Ghana, proud alumnus of that university, have complete trust, confidence, and love for that organization, for that university. And those of you who are Ghanaians will know when you are a student in Commonwealth Hall and you are supposed to be a vandal, not the dictionary vandal, but a vandal, you know what it means. The kind of pride you have in your university and in your country. So when the University of Ghana wrote to me and said that the whole University of Ghana, not just the Vice Chancellor or faculty members, don't think that this discussion has any relevance to what they are doing on the university campus. And so they cannot be here. There's not one single official of the University of Ghana here. UNESCO is here. Ministers are here. I'm going to speak now, not as a chairman of African Education Trust Fund, but as an officer of the presidency of the Republic of Ghana. Because among my many titles at this time is I'm here as the Presidential Special Envoy on Reparations. So if I write to University of Ghana, please come to attend the conference. Nobody charge you anything. If they can't find one person, not even a student, not even a lecturer, or a faculty member to represent the University of Ghana on a subject that is about education, and it's about the most important development in human knowledge and human intelligence, the era of artificial intelligence. And the word artificial is to distinguish between what we consider our normal human intelligence. Everyone has some intelligence. And the intelligence that is coming from machines. That intelligence is already in your mobile phone. That's the beginning of the artificial intelligence, is the mobile phones that we're all using. That's why a certain nation could send weaponized information through mobile phones to kill their opponents in another country. Using mobile phones, I'm sure some of you are aware, in the Middle East. It's the same artificial intelligence knowledge, weaponized, that can allow Ukraine, in this case, and in some cases Russia, to send ammunition, a robot, but you call it a drone because it flies. A drone is a flying robot to kill people 1,000 kilometers away and come back safely if it is not shot to the ground. And that is the part of artificial intelligence that some of us are seriously concerned about. So there will be a section in this conference about ethics and artificial intelligence. That's where I believe some of our friends who are men and women of the cloth, or who were callers, religious people, bishops, pastors, I hope some of them will take interest in that part of that discussion, if not in the rest of the discussion, and help us to discuss what the dangers of artificial intelligence are. Because the dangers, my friend Moses Baden talked about other nuances, some things that can happen by error. But all of us who have watched movies, especially James Bond movies, every James Bond movie over the last 50 years have been about a peaceful world and one human being who, by the script of the movie, is wealthy and powerful and chooses to use that knowledge and that wealth to do something evil, which almost always involves trying to control the whole world. Almost all James Bond movies are like that. So if you have not watched a James Bond movie, or you watched one 30 years ago, try and go using AI to find a recent or an old James Bond movie and see what it implies. And that is the main danger, that no matter what we think you are going to do, there will be people who, because of their wealth and their power and their greed, would like to weaponize robots flying or walking as drones to commit all kinds of offenses. Today we have driverless cars. We don't have them in Ghana, but they are in Europe and other countries where there's no driver in the car, it's moving. It obeys traffic signals. The question is, when you have an accident with that car, not the driverless car, but if a car being driven by somebody has an accident with a driverless car, who is responsible? Who will the police talk to know what went wrong? And what are the legal implications for insurance and all that? The insurance companies here, in this conference, then they're supposed to think about these matters ahead of them happening in Ghana. Robots, I'm sorry to say, will at some point in time, there's even a video of somebody's robot who gets angry with the owner and begins to beat him up or threaten him or her. Robots will do that. As our last speaker, Mr. Baden, who works in that field, has already indicated, and as indicated by the film James Bond movies, where somebody always goes off beat after they become wealthy and they want to control the world. That is the division between the earth that the good Lord made, and according to those of us who are Christians and believe in the Bible and Adam and Eve, and said, go into the world and multiply, that world and the new world where machines will try to control the world, they will try to control it. Not because the machines themselves are controlling, but the human beings that made the machine. Some of them will try to control the world. I recognize at this time my good, and I hope he will admit, even though I look as young as he is, but my younger friend, the Minister of Communication, who has just arrived, I'm reading the speech of the Chief of Staff, who was to deliver the keynote address. And so we've agreed in your absence, without your permission, that we'll have a coffee break and then you come and deliver your speech to the same plenary session after coffee break. Thank you very much. Speech by Honorable Mr. Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff, Office of the President, on this occasion read by myself, Dr. Gabra. The subject matter is AI for Africa, unlocking opportunities for education, innovation, and sustainable development. The Chief of Staff obviously will stand on existing protocols, and his statement reads, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at this pivotal moment in Africa's journey toward digital transformation. As such, our theme, AI for Africa, unlocking opportunities for education, innovation, and sustainable development, is not only timely, but imperative. Countries that harness AI are already seeing gains in learning outcomes, health system efficiency, agricultural productivity, and climate resilience. The African Union's continental AI strategy, endorsed here in Accra in 2024, captures this very moment. That continental strategy frames AI as a strategic asset to deliver Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations ethically and inclusively and at scale. Artificial intelligence has caught everyone's attention because of its speed of enablement and disruption, embedding itself in our daily lives. It is shaping our classrooms, our farms, our hospitals, and our economies. Across the continent, we are witnessing the emergence of AI-powered solutions that are uniquely African, designed to solve African problems within the African context. In education, AI is helping us overcome the challenge of overcrowded classrooms and limited teaching resources. In Mali, for example, AI tools are translating books into local languages, making learning more inclusive. In Kenya, AI is bridging the gap for deaf students through sign language translation technologies. These are not just innovative solutions, but essential lifelines for providing equitable access to knowledge. In the realm of innovation, African youth are leading the charge. Over 200,000 African students enrolled in AI-related online courses in 2024 alone, with a strong focus on machine learning and data science. Enrolled in AI-related online courses in 2024 alone, with a strong focus on machine learning and data science. AI startups across Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya raised over 1.2 billion United States dollars last year, proving that Africa is not just consuming technology, but also creating it. And in sustainable development, AI is revolutionizing agriculture and healthcare. From smart crop management systems that predict yields and optimize water usage, to diagnostic tools that bring preventive care to remote communities, AI is helping us build resilience and self-reliance. However, the reality is that the full potential of AI will not be realized with passive efforts. It requires deliberate and strategic action. In this light, the government has developed a national AI strategy in line with this ambition to make Ghana the AI hub of Africa. Initiatives like the 1 Million Coders program, championed by my learned good friend, the Minister of Communication, to empower young Ghanaians with practical skills in coding, in artificial intelligence, and other emerging digital fields, will make this a reality. We must address the challenges head-on. Infrastructure gaps persist. Many regions in Ghana lack the necessary digital and reliable internet access, which limits the scalability of AI solutions. The skills gap is real. as there is a mismatch between the available talent in many parts of Ghana and the specialized skills required to develop and deploy AI technologies. And with a region as diverse and as vast as Africa, language continues to be a barrier, and most existing AI models do not support African dialects, reducing their accessibility and effectiveness for local communities. Additionally, the absence of structured, localized data sets hinders the development of contextually relevant AI models. To overcome these barriers, we must act strategically and decisively. First, we need inclusive national AI strategies around Africa, grounded in ethics, equity, and local relevance. 16 African countries, including Ghana, have already taken this step. Let us build on that momentum. In addition, we must invest in education reform. AI literacy should begin even before secondary schools and continue through tertiary institutions. Let us prepare our youth not just to use AI, but to lead in its development. Also, we must foster public-private partnerships. The journey cannot be complete without the private sector organizations. Collaboration is a key requirement for training resources and for bridging infrastructure gaps. Fourth, we must support grassroots innovation. Labs like the RAIL at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana are developing context-specific AI solutions. Let us empower local innovators to solve more of our local problems. Finally, we must ensure that our data ecosystems are robust, secure, and inclusive. AI thrives on data, but it must be data that reflects our realities, our languages, and our values. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nime and Name, the future of AI in Africa is not a question of possibility, but a question of purpose. Let us choose to harness this technology for progress and for growth, and not for the few, but for the larger community. Let us unlock the full potential of AI for every child in Africa, as well as in Ghana, in every classroom, for every farmer in every field, for every patient in every clinic or hospital. Together, let us build an Africa where innovation is inclusive, development is sustainable, education is empowered by intelligence, both artificial and human alike. Thank you very much. So that was a speech delivered by myself, but on behalf of the Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana in the Office of the President, Honorable Julius Debra, and I have informed the gathering of the next activities, but I'll have my colleague Kafi Day pronounce on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ecospio Gabra. So, just before we take the group photos, I will just give a brief word to the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, also MP for Nigo Prampram, to give us a few words to open this conference. Let's welcome Honorable Sam George.
To
members of the Council of State, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Queen Mothers, chiefs, members of our security services, all distinguished guests here. I'll stand on existing protocols. If I omitted anyone, it's inadvertent. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address you today at this landmark Africa Education Trust Fund conference. And let me express my apologies for coming in a bit late. There are a number of activities I'm supposed to be part of today. There's another one I need to run to very soon. But on behalf of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, I extend our warmest appreciation to all participants and organizers for convening this vital dialogue on artificial intelligence and Africa's future, especially my senior and one of the trailblazers at the ministry where I sit today, Ambassador Eko Spirogaba. Please can we have a round of applause for the work that he did. We gather at a time when intelligent technologies are reshaping every aspect of our lives, from how we work to how we govern and how we learn to how we grow. Ghana is proud to be at the forefront of this transformation. Earlier this year, under the leadership of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, we hosted the first ever AI Bootcamp for Cabinet Ministers, a pioneering initiative in partnership with the UNDP, aimed at deepening executive understanding of artificial intelligence potentials and implication for national development. This initiative laid the groundwork for a bold and visionary directive from His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, mandating that all ministries, departments, and agencies adopt the use of artificial intelligence by end of year 2026. This directive is not just aspirational, it is actionable. It reflects our commitment as a country to embedding artificial intelligence across the public sector to enhance service delivery, policy formulation, and citizen engagement. To support this transformation, Ghana has developed a national artificial intelligence strategy which outlines a strategic framework for the ethical, inclusive, and innovative deployment of AI. The strategy focuses on 4 areas. 1, building robust digital infrastructure and data governance systems. 2, supporting AI research, startups, and public-private partnerships. 3, promoting digital literacy and workforce readiness. And 4, ensuring ethical standards and safeguarding national interest. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you that the Ministry has developed an Emerging Technologies Bill, which is currently undergoing stakeholder review. Once this has completed the necessary consultations, refinement, and cabinet approval, it will be laid before Parliament, hopefully next year. This bill will provide a legal and regulatory foundation for responsible innovation covering AI, blockchain, quantum computing, and other frontier technologies. We view these efforts not only as steps towards digital transformation, but also as part of a broader reparations agenda. And don't forget that His Excellency President Mahama is the African champion on reparations. We believe that this is a commitment to restoring Africa's technological sovereignty and empowering our people through innovation. This is why the AETF conference is extremely important. And this meeting in Accra would lay the foundation and be the bedrock of the work that we do going forward. It's bringing together governments, academia, industry, and development partners to co-create solutions that are African-led and globally relevant. It is a platform that will build trust, share knowledge, and forge partnerships that will shape the future of our continent. And I'm happy to see my friend from UNESCO, Eddie Mukala, here, because we're working extensively with them, and we're grateful for the support that our multilateral partners give to us at the ministry in shaping our AI policy. As Minister for Communication, I reaffirm the ministry's commitment to working with all our stakeholders to ensure that artificial intelligence serves our people, reflects our values, and accelerates our development goals. We welcome collaboration, investment, and innovation, but we also insist on equity, inclusion, and respect for our digital sovereignty. And I must say that I'm excited to see the number of chiefs who are present here. In fact, I see my paramount chief from Ningo and my paramount chief from Pram Pram, both seated here, and literally the entire Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. It's important, and here I segue from my speech, it's important that as we develop standards for artificial intelligence, we carry our traditional authorities along. Because in building our LLMs and the large language models that will put AI solutions in the hands of farmers, those solutions cannot be built in Bologna in Italy or in New York. They must be built from KNUST's responsible AI lab, Real Lab, and I see Professor Jerry Ponyo here, who's worked extensively on our AI strategy. Looks like a gathering of all the galaxy of stars here. But we must deal with traditional authority. Because like I said to the UN in Rome, at a meeting in Rome, I said to them that you cannot sit in your university in Bologna and say that you are building a large language model in Tree. Because there are words in Tree that if you do not deal with the traditional authorities, you do not understand the etymology of the word and what it really means. And so if you put that into an AI model, it will not be able to represent that. The words in Nzima or in Dangme have a deeper meaning than just the surface words. And so it's important that our traditional authorities help us as we develop AI responsibly for agriculture, for healthcare, and education. And so, naname, wamakpanyepe, wampanyefai, ninye wawo. Ni wonye ni wo fe AI ni wa wo denche wo bi ni aka ba keje mase na ba chonwo boni wo ba wie wo denche wo wie mo. It's extremely important that the traditional authority help us to build our own local AI in a way that reflects our nuances, lest we have digital colonization again. And that's why we must be very, very, very sensitive to the solutions that we build as an African people. In conclusion, and maybe since there are security officers here, I would also speak about the security services. The new terrain or sphere of warfare, the fifth platform, if you will call it that. It's moved from air, land, sea. Now we're talking cyber. That's the new sphere of influence. And it's important that our defense intelligence and intelligence agencies do not go wholesale to buy solutions from external countries. We must begin to invest resources working with academia to build our own defense solutions. Because we stand at risk as a country if our entire defense architecture and cyber competence is built on externally sourced software and applications. You have no national sovereignty, and we must be careful. I don't intend to mention any particular company, but when I see government agencies, and I've been very particular about it, that most government agencies must be careful even what their ISP service provider is. Because there's the love for using all kinds of ISP service providers that are external. We are told that they are very cheap, they are very fast. But look into Ukraine and see how those ISPs are being used in a military manner. And ask yourself, if satellite technology is being used to aid an army in Ukraine from a different jurisdiction, if your services are now relying on that ISP, how safe and secure are your intelligence platforms? So work closely with academia and let's begin to develop our own technologies. We have the competence in-house. Coffee is getting cold. And so let me just say that let's move forward with courage and clarity. Let's build an African AI ecosystem that is smart, that is sovereign, and that is sustainable. Thank you. And may this conference inspire action, unity, and transformation across Ghana. Nyechumka, Maune Jonye.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. wait, and I respectfully call on Ambassador Spiogabra, representative of the government chair, senior security officers, and our distinguished guests, all speakers at today's conference, to kindly make a way up to the stage for a memorable group photo. Please come with your smiles. These photos will appear in the next year's brochure. So all speakers, if you're speaking, if you've spoken today and you're speaking at some point in time in today's event, please join the minister, join the ambassador, representatives of our senior representatives of our security agencies. Kindly line up. My photographers, please do arrangement. They should move this way, right? Please come towards the middle. We have members of the Council of State also join. This is quite a big photo. Yeah. And then please establish the midpoint so that they can, yeah. The podium. Yeah. Yes. I hope we have our sponsor here as well. Sponsors, all our distinguished guests. And when this photo is done, the minister ambassador will stay with the Gas State Noya Manche and the rest of the other chiefs, Nimek and Name, to join them when they've left, to join ambassador, the minister, and Nikojo Ashifi Wapanira the First. We'll have our chiefs and our queen mothers and chiefs join them. Thank you. So, Mr. Minister, please stay on the stage kindly. Ambassador Ekosiro Piogaba, please stay on the stage. Gas State Noya Manche, please. And then we have our other chiefs also come to join. Thank you. Chiefs and queen mothers, please join the ambassador, the minister, and Noya Manche for this memorable photo. Yes, ambassador and the minister and the chiefs and Noya Manche, please join. Thank you. And right after this, we're going to take our coffee break. When you step outside, first of all, we'll take a tour of the exhibition and then take our break. The break is outside to the right, upstairs, and that's where you have your break. We are acknowledging Osu Prisek as well. Osu Prisek, where are you? Give us a wave. Osu Prisek. Make some noise, Osu Prisek. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. We're happy you're all here. It's a big royal photo here. Thank you. There's a lot of space here. Please spread out. Yeah. Please watch our steps, so not too many people on the steps. We beg you.
Financial by me, you change your feel come from an agbanid motion. You're at home.
That kind of good. It's a big photo, man. So right after this, our dignitaries will open the exhibition
Abbas.
and showcase the innovations. We'll have a coffee break. We'll be back in 30 minutes. All right, Chiefs, thank you very much. Nimek and you are still doing it?
You don't finish it.
Council of State members, you are the last set of photographs. When the Nimek and Name descend, please join quickly so that we can join the minister and the ambassador. Council of State, please stand by. Thank you. And just an announcement that the office of the government chair is requesting their permission they are announcing to us that they are leaving us. We thank them for their presence, and we are grateful to Ga State Noya Manche Niko Jua Shifi Papanyera the First, representing His Royal Majesty the government chair at today's event, Ni Takite Kuchuru the Second. Council of State, please, it's your time now. Thank you. Last photo. Council of State with the minister and the ambassador. Okay, that's our final photo. So our dignitaries will go step outside, open the exhibition, and tour the innovations that are on display. We'll take our break. When you step outside, immediate right, that's where the promised land for your break is. And we'll meet in 30 minutes time to continue with our conference. Thank you for the photos. Thank you for your time. So we're opening the exhibition and we're taking our break. We're back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
We are starting with academia-industry linkage, AI, and how to achieve the Pan-African vision outlined in Agenda 2060. Conversation on reshaping the global mining and natural resources development map. In light of what is happening in Ghana with Galamsey, that promises to be a very interesting and worthwhile conversation. That's coming up. That's session 5, but please be thinking about that. Okay, so for now, we're going to have 3 10-minute presentations on various aspects under the theme academia, industry linkage, AI, and how to achieve the Pan-African vision outlined in Agenda 2063. Our first presenter is going to be talking about Africa, the original birthplace of AI. He's the AETF Advisory Director at COSTRA. Let's welcome Dr. Abu Baku.
Thank you very much. I would like to stand on existing protocols to go ahead, especially when you have a very important topic, which is as important as others, but the fact that it's actually looking so different that some people ask, you like trouble. How do you go and take a topic like, Africa, the original birthplace of AI? And then now you're to do it in 10 minutes. Well, we'll see how God helps us within this short time. When you talk about AI, what are you really talking about? It's important, and I hope the presentation is going to start rolling. We all agree that Africa is the cradle of humanity, and most people, who go into anthropology and all that say that 200,000 years ago, they realized that man, the cradle of humanity, happened to have been in Africa. And the fact that, it was from the aspect of people wanting to express their thoughts on the walls of caves that there was writing initiated. And, from the patterns on the walls to, hieroglyphics that we all know about concerning the writing from Egypt. Most people say if you want to hide something from an African, put it in a book. That's a lie, because we are the ones who started the writing in the first place. So the expression of thinking is so important. And then we need to understand that it was for the purpose of transforming chaos into symbol and order in creative focus that people now started trying to depict that. Now, when you have externalization of thought coming, like we have in writing and all that, that is the beginning of not only humanity, but authentic intelligence. Let me give you 4 different AIs. The first AI is Almighty's intelligence. The second AI is the authentic intelligence. And then you have the third AI, which is African ingenuity and integrity. And then the final one happens to be artificial intelligence that is coming from the authentic intelligence. You can't have artificial intelligence if you don't have authentic one. So it's important for us to understand that. Having said that, let me quickly move to the fact that Africa is the cradle of cognitive evolution. I see that you don't, okay, you have it here. So next slide. It is the origin of human and therefore authentic intelligence and creativity. Now, it is where we have the foundation for cognitive reasoning, modern technologies, including abstraction, symbolic reasoning, and data representation. Now, many people say, well, if you're going to talk about data, you can't be talking about Africa currently because of engineering. And I want you to get that very clearly. There has been a lot of engineering, identity engineering for individuals, for families, for communities, for cities, nations, and the continent of Africa, to the point that they have edited our original identity and will come to accept the wrong identity. So as a result, 98% of our data is being processed outside. It's changing. because we're going back to the original. So if I quickly take us to the aspect of the caves. Why were you talking about caves? Because if you were to go to Bombos, cave, which is in South Africa, about 300 kilometers east of Cape Town currently, they happen to have had, people that had something. How many of you have used hashtag? Come on, wave your hands at me. Hashtag. Did you know that that first occurred 100,000 years ago? Is there in the cave. But do you know what they did? They have made it a private nature reserve, not open to the public. So you don't know what's going on there. Now, not only that, you have Apollo 11 in Namibia. I don't have the time to go into all of that. So the conceptual roots of artificial intelligence trace back not to machines, but to the African mind. That's what I've said so far. Let me also say that it's important for us as people to have a clear understanding. Let me quickly move that if you're talking of algorithms, algorithmic Africa of antiquity is what you need to look at if you're talking algorithm. By the way, did you know algorithm is supposed to be from the name of Al-Khwarizmi, who started algebra from algebra. And, most people say he's Asiatic because he happened to have been in Baghdad, in present-day Iraq. And, somehow others say, no, he happened to have been a Berber who is from Africa, especially from Niger, upper part of Nigeria, all the way to Algeria, Tunisia. Now, whether you'd say he's Asiatic or not, the people that developed the algebra to the point that it was so sophisticated that people came to Egypt, came to Timbuktu, and other places to learn the algebra happened to have been Africans. And that's where it was exported to Europe. So stop saying Africa needs to play catch up. Africa needs to recover grounds that have been lost. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. And if I were to go to the Yoruba code of the Ifa priests, where they had the fractals, from which you have 2 to the power 8 binary, for those of you that are very familiar with that, where you have 256, which is 2 to the power 8, is from there you had the 0101, which is currently being used for all the computers. So Africa is the basis for computer language. No, I don't think you heard that. We are the ones. And if it came to Egyptian machines of mind, they were the ones that were able to use hydraulic machines, use others for the building of the pyramids. And by the way, it wasn't only for present-day Egypt. It went all the way through the Nile. For those of you that are from South Africa, Mapungubwe, then you have, the Zimbabwe ruins. Apart from that, the highest number of pyramids happen to be in one place, that is Sudan currently. So more pyramids in Sudan than you even have in Egypt. It means it's the whole of Africa that had the ability to calculate to the minutest details, the right angles to handle whatever needs to be handled, and be able to build pyramids that will stand for thousands of years and they're still standing today. Isn't that something that we are supposed to thank God for? Not only that, if it came to fractal geometry of African design, even hair stylists know how to do fractals. Do you see that right on your screen? That is because at the end of the day, when it comes to designing cities, if you were to use drones and begin to look at the way cities are designed, did you know that for Kumasi, for example, the Garden City, it had running water upstairs long before London even had one? And I have documentary proof. But let me move on. So apart from that, it's important for us, we've been talking about, there is a need for relational AI and all that. Okay, we're already there. So intelligence as a relationship, philosophy of Ubuntu. If you have missed anything I said, don't miss this one. Because it's important for us to understand that AI, with the right kind of mindset, the right kind of values will come from our understanding of humanity. The Most High God that I personally believe in through Christ happens to have made man with all the networks. And currently, what you call artificial intelligence is just trying to mimic the neural networks. And is the entire network of every system in your body. Even the DNA alone, the double helix, if you were to unfold it, it will go to the sun and back 600 times. That's how complex your networks are. And that's why for Africa that is connected to God, because if you are looking for people, even today, somebody was asking me, who was that person with the chiefs who was going barefooted? Because we are very spiritual people, we are connected to God, and we know that the connectivity is important to the point that you have this complex network of systems that we now call Ubuntu. I am because we are. And now let me quickly go to the aspect of African integrity that I talked about. I said that was the other AI. African integrity. Why am I talking of integrity? Because we're talking ethics, right? Now, integrity, if you go to the root of integrity, the first word will be integer, right? And that's talking about a whole number. Wholeness comes when there is integrity. I'm going to the next level. Then you have integration, which is also the foundation for that. And Africans believe in integration, so much so that they say it takes, a couple to have a child, but it takes a whole village to raise the child. Now, apart from integration, which is in calculus, you have integrated science, integrated this, integrated that. So we live integrated lives. And that's why it is important for us as people to understand that if you're talking concerning Africa being the birthplace of AI, and I'm saying that we're talking of integrity, AI, African integrity, African ingenuity, then you're talking of the aspect of having an integrated society. And in the integrated society, in the philosophy of Ubuntu, and I would have quoted it in the African language, but let me just save on time. You are talking of everybody is an integral part of the society. So I am an integral part and parcel. I am not complete without you. You're not complete without me. So that's the integral aspect. So African ingenuity is an expression of the almighty intelligence, the creator in each one of us. Because I know is the omnipotence of God in you, the omniscience, all-knowingness of God, and the omnipresence of God through your creativity that I need to try and promote. That's why we see ourselves as intertwined. I would just say that it's important for us to know that it's a network. Many of you must be asking, why were you talking about Blombos, for example, as, the cave? Because I said the sign hashtag, remember, happened to have been first found there 100,000 years ago. Do you know why the hashtag networking? Because it's network, net. And that's how we'll be able to catch all the fish of all that the world ought to catch through Africa. Let me try and quickly finish so that we can end. In terms of the contemporary Renaissance, which is, I could have gone into the Nigerian situation where you have robots that are currently being made that are speaking in local languages like Yoruba, Hausa, all of that. Did you know in Egypt, when I talked about the aspect of, having pyramids, they actually had those that they were saying, were like toys, but they were not toys, they were robots. And they would speak, and people thought it was mysticism, because these, beings that look like toys will move at their command. It was since about 4,000 years ago, recorded in history. Is it just in 1950 something that somebody comes and he says he is introducing AI? He is many, many years late, at least 102,000 years late. So anytime anybody tells you that it's Europe that is now teaching Africa about AI, let them know that the original place where AI was developed was Africa. So it's important that we also talk about South Africa's AI Ethics Council, which is integrating Ubuntu into national frameworks for responsible AI. I would have gone into all that the African scholars have said. Let me try and save on time, but just saying that, you could read on some of those scholars I've talked about, like Sabelo Mlambi, Shakir Mohammed, who argue that AI must be decolonized, and everybody agrees with that. With Africans reclaiming the narrative authority over definitions of intelligence and its applications, who says that it's only when it's from the West that it's intelligent? And I know that a lot of changes have come, because very soon we will have, apart from the cassava technologies by Strive Masiwa, that is starting 5 AI factories. One is already started construction in South Africa. I'm not talking about Altreon, because I know about the various things that just have to do with the aspect of industry, but I'm talking about the actual factory for AI. He started, and then he is going to the other 4 locations. So it's a Pan-African situation. You also have the ANIAN project in Uganda. And please, it's important, as much as I am hurrying to finish, that you understand you cannot have AI without energy. So for the ANIAN in, Karamu, in Uganda, they actually have on hydro power station, and it's going to use about 100 megawatts of power. And they are starting with the first portion before the middle, hopefully, of next year, 2026. And then from there, you'll have all the other places. Let me not go into too many other details. You can do the rest on your own. Africa is not just participating in AI, it is redefining AI soul. If you forget anything else, don't forget the fact that we are redefining the soul of AI. In conclusion, from the Ishango bone that was used by women from at least about 20,000 years ago to mark calendars, including also farmers knowing how to predict weather patterns, believe it or not, then 20,000 years ago. So if you think today you know climatology, you know about weather patterns, you are at least 20,000 years late. It's time for us to go back and reclaim the grounds we have lost. And then you have, from the Nile Valley to Timbuktu, Africa's cognitive heritage provides the earliest and most continuous record of humanity's attempts to model and automate thought. That's why the automata of the Egyptian became the first one that was releasing things like robots. The same recursive and algorithmic principles that animate contemporary AI systems were explored in African context long before they were so-called formalized in modern computing. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing Africa as the original birthplace of artificial intelligence is not a rhetorical gesture, but a historically grounded reorientation of intellectual history. If I may add, let's have intellectual honesty and stop being dishonest by saying Africa is not the one that came up with everything. Thank you for your attention.
Have a seat over there. Right at the very end, yes. Thank you so much. That was mind-blowing for a lot of us. And you will get your opportunity to ask the professor, Dr. Abu Baku, enough questions after the second presentation. So the second presentation is on AI in education, AI revolution and pedagogy shift. Our speaker is Vice Chancellor, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, represented by Professor Jerry John Ponyo, Professor Rita Dixon, represented by Professor Ponyo. Please put your hands together. He's also got 10 minutes to do his thing. Oh, you could have taken a shortcut, but no problem. Yeah, that's it. It's not just for the chiefs, you know. All right, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking on the AI revolution and the pedagogy shift. Let me stand on the existing protocol that has been well laid by previous speakers. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon, the Vice Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, who would have loved to be here, but for very good reason is not able to make it and has sent me, the Director of the Office of Grants and Research and the Scientific Director for the Responsible Artificial Intelligence Lab, to stand in her gigantic shoes. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be addressing this august gathering. We stand at a defining moment in global education. Across continents, classrooms are struggling to meet growing demands. The World Bank and UNICEF report that 7 out of every 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries cannot read and understand a simple story. UNESCO knows that by 2030, the world will face a shortage of 44 million teachers, with 15 million of those in sub-Saharan Africa. A recent assessment by OECD on performance of international students tested 15-year-olds in more than 80 countries. The results show that the average mathematics scores fell by about 15 points and reading scores by about 10 points, compared with results as measured in 2018. This is the steepest decline. This is the steepest decline in 20 years, and roughly equivalent to losing 3/4 of a school year's progress. Ladies and gentlemen, there is also the issue of the digital divide. The International Telecommunications Union, ITU, reports that 2.6 billion people are still offline. Most of them live in regions where schools already lack essential resources. These numbers describe overcrowded classrooms, exhausted teachers, and young learners whose curiosity is constrained by these circumstances. Yet, behind the challenge lies a powerful opportunity. The World Economic Forum estimates that artificial intelligence could contribute nearly 20 trillion to the global economy by 2030. The minister previously talked about work on the national AI strategy, and the research that we have done demonstrates that AI alone has the capacity of adding at least $20 billion to Ghana's GDP. The question before us is, how do we harness this technology to serve education rather than distort it? Let us begin with the story of a hypothetical student I call Fatia. Yes, Fatia lives in Tamale. Her family owns only one smartphone. Each night, she opens a chat with an AI study assistant that issues to her reasoning and offers small hints. It does not give her answers. By morning, her teacher can see the areas where Fatia is struggling as far as her classes are concerned. The next lecture or the next lesson is tailored towards her areas of weakness. This makes education not just fun, but transformational. This small cycle of reflection, feedback, and support captures the future of learning that AI makes possible. And that future is already being shaped not only in the global north, but also right here in Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present a few examples of how AI is transforming the educational landscape globally. At Unidistance SUS, a Swiss open distance university, psychology students in a neuroscience course utilized a personal AI tutor developed using GPT-3. The system automatically generates practice questions from the course material and tracks each student's understanding. After one semester, students who actively use the AI tutor achieved up to 15 percentile points higher grades than those who did not. In Singapore, teachers now work with what they call learning feedback assistants. These AI tools help them to design lessons, create varied reading materials, and identify common mistakes. Early findings from the Ministry of Education show that the teachers have saved hours of marking time, which they now spend engaging directly with their students. In Uruguay, the national education platform called Plan Cyber has integrated AI to support schools in remote areas. The platform guides students through adaptive lessons and helps teachers track participation and performance, even in low connectivity environments. In China, Squirrel AI Learning uses advanced knowledge graphs to map every skill a learner acquires. By dividing each subject into thousands of micro concepts, it creates individualized learning paths for every student. Studies show that learners using Squirrel AI improve their reasoning accuracy by more than 16% and their application skills by about 11%. Across Africa, similar innovations are emerging. In South Africa, the Bono Discovery Center in Gauteng has experimented with AI tools for personalized learning, automated assessment, and career skills development in K through to 12 classrooms. In West Africa, our own background, a homegrown platform called Kwame for Science, developed by two Ghanaians, Jojo Boateng and then Victor Kumbo, who is a KNUST alumnus, has shown remarkable promise. The AI assistant answered more than 1,500 science questions with an accuracy rate of 87%, giving learners quick and reliable feedback through their simple interface. Colleagues, these are examples from Switzerland to Singapore, from Uruguay to South Africa. These examples prove that AI in education is not a distant dream. It is happening now in our classrooms, and in classrooms that resemble the ones that we are coming from. However, the most significant transformation is not about machines or algorithms. It is about pedagogy. For generations, education has been defined by one-way instruction, with teachers transmitting information to students. AI is changing that model. It moves the classroom from a space of delivery to one of dialogue. Learning becomes interactive, reflective, and deeply personal. Imagine a 35-minute classroom session. It begins with a short quiz, automatically created to match each learner's level. As students respond, the system offers hints such as check your units or rethink the second step. The feedback is immediate and constructive. While the AI guide practice, the teacher walks among the students, offering encouragement where it matters most. At the end of the lesson, one student explains how a simple hint changed her approach. The class applauds and the teacher smiles. Learning continues, not because technology has replaced the teacher. It has empowered her to do what only humans can do in the lives of students, and that is to inspire curiosity. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, this transformation must come with trust and responsibility. And remember, I am coming from the Responsible AI Lab. And so responsibility and ethics is very, very important. Parents and teachers deserve clarity on how AI is used in the classroom, what data is collected, and who has control over it. Teachers must remain at the center of decision making. AI can suggest and support, but only humans should decide what is right for their students. Students too must learn to reflect on how AI assists them and demonstrate their own reasoning and creativity. Our policies must protect equity and inclusion. Tools should be designed for local realities, which are mobile friendly, low data, and accessible in multiple languages. And a lot has been said about that in this morning's session. Teacher training must focus not only on how to use AI, but also on how to teach it with responsibility and effectiveness. For policymakers, the task is clear. We must ensure that AI strengthens teachers rather than sideline them. We must invest in professional development that helps educators master both the tools and the ethics of AI. And we must measure success by the quality of engagement and understanding, not simply by the number of devices that we have thrown at schools. If we do this, the results will be extraordinary. Teachers will regain their time for mentorship and creativity. Students in remote areas will have access to learning opportunities once reserved for the few, and policymakers will have data to help them make interventions that are very meaningful. Before I conclude, let me go back once more to Fatia, my girl in Tamale. This girl with only one smartphone in the family with a very big dream. Her story reminds us that the promise of AI in education is not that machines will teach better than humans. It is that humans, if empowered by intelligent tools, will teach and learning will become better than it was before. If we anchor this revolution in empathy, inclusion, and human connection, AI will not diminish education. It will renew it. It will give teachers back their time, learners back their confidence, and societies back their hope. That is pedagogy shift. That is revolution. And this revolution is already taking shape. I thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to keep this nice and sweet. So your minds have been teased. Africa, the original birthplace of AI, Dr. Abubaku, expertly done. AI in education, AI revolution, and pedagogy shift. And Professor Jerry John Konyo on behalf of Professor Dixon. So we're just going to give you the chance. I'll bring the microphone around and you can ask all the questions that you want for the next 10 minutes about whatever you've heard from both speakers. Is that a good idea? Do you have questions to ask? I'm sure. So I'm going to come down with the microphone. Who's going to be the first person? Simple drill, your name, your organization. Keep it short so we can get as lot of questions into this segment as possible.
Hello?
Okay. All right, who's gone first?
Yes, I'm here.
I can't even see you. Where are you?
I'm over here.
Okay, all right.
My name is Dr. Ebenezer Komla Gavua from Kufredia Technical University, Computer Science Department. I have a question for Professor Jerry John Ponyo on his awesome delivery. You know, one fear that we all have, and it's all over the place, is one day machines will take over the work of human beings. So more often than not, anytime we talk about artificial intelligence, Africans by nature shy away because they are afraid that one day their jobs will be taken away. I want him to elaborate on that, which is my first question. Secondly, coming from the classroom, academia, most teachers by nature will tell their students, don't go close to artificial intelligence. Anytime they see any text, they will quickly say, this is coming from a generative AI, and they'll throw them out. And whether we like it or not, AI has come to stay. It's not going.
Okay.
How then do we help the students and the teachers, secondly, an ordinary person, go through this pedagogy shift? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How do we help?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Violet Makuku, the Director for the Global Quality Assurance Association, based here in Ghana. So for me, I think he has covered part of the question that I have. But generally, I also want to just make a call to say that this issue of preventing students from actually using AI is just a disservice to ourselves because industry is automated. Actually, it seems industry is now moving much faster than us. The resistance, the lack of agility is something that will work against us. When they graduate 2-3 years to come, what will be said? They are not fit for purpose. And academic institutions will start to complain again. But let us allow the students to use AI. And let us also change the assessment criteria, because he said the shift in pedagogy is not that it has to be there. I don't want to take much time, but I think this is the right platform to make this serious call that across we are supposed to even give degree programs in AI, maybe courses for all institutions to take AI. Actually, these lecturers are using AI, and so they fear students will see that, but students are already seeing and knowing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, students. Hello. Yes, I'm here. I'll come to you. We'll take 3 and then, okay. Let's take the third question.
So I'm Dr. David Boyce from AI Africa. One question for my prof. We talk about AI, responsible AI. I ask the question, who define the responsibility? It's very, very important. If you are using Western algorithms and they are saying responsible AI, they mean something else. So who defined that?
Okay.
And in a situation where people are using AI for nuclear weapon and all that, and you are prevented from doing that, they are using that to protect themselves. And then for Doc, I want to find out, I'm very excited about what you have started doing. And I have also shared that same view that intelligence started with Africans. I have a concept I call intelligence orchestration. We are not doing artificial intelligence, we're orchestrating it. I have a chamber called Indigenous and Ancestral Intelligence. And I believe that you have a view of that, if you can share more on that for us.
Okay, thank you. So that's the first round, 3 questions. We'll come back for another round of 3. Back to my people, Professor Ponyo and then Dr. Baku.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. I will start with the last one. Who defines responsible AI? And so, in many jurisdictions, responsible AI has been defined as such. And this is what I subscribe to. Responsible AI is human-centered AI. Is the use of AI that adds value to the human person. And so responsible AI does not take agency from the human person. Responsible AI adds value to the human person. And so any AI deployment that puts a human being in harm's way or diminishes the value of the human person or his integrity is not something that we need to push. And so one thing that we have done in the Responsible AI Lab is to develop a framework that serves as a lens that guides us in our development of AI solutions, which we call the FACES framework. And so any responsible AI must be fair, must be accountable, must be confidential, must be ethical, must be transparent, and must be safe. And so once we look at it within that lens, we are able to quantitatively measure whether we are being responsible in the application of AI or not. And so that is with reference to your question on who defines responsibility. Find out whether your AI solution is adding value to the human person and respecting the dignity of the human person. The second question that I want to deal with has to do with what my friend from the Kufuor Technical University asked. And it basically borders on the fear that one day AI or super intelligent agents are going to take over and that will pose an existential threat to the human person. I subscribe to the view that if we are looking at AI within the context of machines trying to mimic human intelligence, then we need to appreciate the fact that machines are limited to what they have been exposed to. Garbage in, garbage out. The data with which you train your machine is what will determine how intelligent it is. Now, as we are seated here as humans, I believe in the concept that we are not even using 10% of what we are capable of. We are created in the image of God, and to the extent that we recognize that intelligence is way, way beyond what we are demonstrating, then if you say that there will be super intelligent agents who will be more intelligent than humans, what is your standard? What is your standard for which you are saying the machines are more intelligent than the human person? Because all I'm saying is that human intelligence, we have not pushed ourselves to the limit when it comes to how intelligent the human person can be. And so I do not believe that a time will come when we will have agents that are more intelligent than humans, because the human being himself has not pushed his intelligence beyond even 10% of what he's capable of. The human brain is very powerful. There are so many things that you can do by even drawing power from your brain. Then I come to the question of, do we allow students to use AI or not? It is like buying the latest Mercedes-Benz, which is very, very fast, but choosing to walk.
The students are clapping very loudly.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality is this, that AI has the capacity to enhance our productivity by at least 40%. And so what it means is that by using AI, we become better at what we do. And so to prevent our students from using AI, we are causing harm to them. What we need to focus on rather, is to teach them how to use AI responsibly. You know, we make the assumption that everybody knows how to learn. That is false. If there is a tool, people need to be taught how to use that tool responsibly. And so we need to come to the point where academic institutions will mount courses where we teach our students how to responsibly use such tools. With the permission of my Vice Chancellor, I can put out here that Academic Board has approved that KNUST, any student who passes through now, you have an opportunity to do a 2-credit-hour course on AI. So that anybody who passes out learns to be able to responsibly use such a powerful tool to enhance our productivity. And so, my dear sister, I agree with you. Rather than tell the students that AI is a demon that you need to run away from, let us maximize its use to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Baku?
Thank you very much. Well,
I can see a lot of students applying to go to tech.
Just a quick one before the aspect of ancestral, intelligence. If it came to AI, AI is to enhance speed. And speed is easy, but depth is rare. Meaning it is man that needs to now actually tell the artificial intelligence tool what you want. You harness the speed, but you now make sure that we teach our students, our children, critical thinking, strategic thinking, diagnostic thinking. If you don't do that, we are actually not helping anybody in the process. I'll tell you a quick one. When I put in, and you can try now, if you say, Africa, the birthplace of AI, the original, it will tell you it's not true. It will tell you about Alan Turing in 1956. Then I said, how about, the Lebombo bone? Oh, that's an important point you made. Let me do a quick search and get back to you. And then the next thing is, it comes and tells me, well, yes, that is something you could consider. I say, how about the Ishango bone? Then it now goes on to now search. And then I say, okay, how about the aspect of the trans-African thing that had to do with al-Khwarizmi? So, what I would say is, make sure you train the students on critical thinking. Make sure it's experts in the area, in the subject matter, that are actually helping them to use so that they know the right questions to ask the AI tool. So even for manufacturing, you actually need to know what you want the AI to give you to assist you, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Having said that, so that I can quickly move, ancestral, we seem to have demonized anything ancestral. Ancestry has to do with roots. Who is the ancestor of all ancestors? God. So he cannot be a demon. Exactly. All it takes is for us to now say, okay, what were the original, indigenous knowledge bases that we had? How do we access them? For example, when it came to Julius Nyerere, what he did was to say, all the professors from the university should go to the villages, to the elders, and learn whatever the elders have as their knowledge base, and come back and develop curricula, which is the plural for curriculum, for the various areas. And I would like to recommend that for all of Africa, so that if we do that, we'll always have something that is indigenous. Nobody else can reproduce it anywhere else in the world. So there is nothing wrong with ancestral intelligence. After all, when we talked about the Ifapris with the binary, and the whole thing about fractal, calculations and all of that under calculus, we were saying that they were connecting to their gods. If they can connect to their gods and they come up with something that is still being used today by computers, including your center, how much more those who connect with the Most High God? And every one of us has a name for the Most High God in our ancestral lineage. Olodumare for the, people in Yoruba land, Onyankupong, all of those. So it's time for us to go back to the original Sankofa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. Abubakar. Professor Ponyo, please rise for a photo. I'm going to be your biggest enemy because I know you want questions, but catch them during lunchtime and ask them all the questions you want. Ambassador, can you please join them for a nice photo? Just a photo. Yes, please step forward. Like beauty contestants. Please step forward. Yes. We'll put the ambassador in the middle and we'll take a nice photo like that. Thank you very, very much. All righty. That was awesome. New knowledge gained every day. We're going to have 3 more armchairs to be filled, to be put on the stage because we have the next session coming up. Just to acknowledge our sponsors. Sponsors and partners of the AETF.Ai Conference 2025. Margins. Yeah, let's appreciate our speakers, please. Margins ID Group, ICPS, Intelligent Card Production Systems, Onesta, Glyco, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Fidelity Bank, College of Sustainable Transformation and Development, GCB Bank, Bank of Ghana, and our funding supporters include Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Africa Private Sector Summit. Our associate partner is African Salesforce. Our communications and fundraising consultant is African Business Communication, and this conference has been organized by Africa Education Trust Fund. Okay, and we can't forget our beverage sponsor, Belacqua. If you're thirsty, you know what to reach for. Belacqua will definitely slake your thirst. We'll take a couple of sponsor videos. We'll add 3 more armchairs to the stage, and then we have the next conversation. So my speakers, go ahead.
A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are. Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging system. Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana, by Ghanaians, for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry.
The panelists include Ms. Deborah Asma, CEO Mpuntu Technologies Limited. We also have Mr. Richie Bonney, CEO ADEC Digital Limited. And we also have Mr. Douglas Tete Ayite, CEO of the Makers Place. Mr. Ronald Tego is MD for M Notify Company. And last but not the least, we have Dr. David King Boyson, CEO for AI Africa Project. Can we have them up on the stage while we acknowledge them? And these are the people between you and lunch. So you know they will do a good job. They'll do a good job. So Prof will sit here as the moderator and the rest will distribute themselves beautifully. Prof. Alec, please. So we've got Professor Stephen Moore, we've got Deborah Asma, Mr. Richie Bonney, Douglas Tete, Ronald Tego, and Dr. David Boyson. So there's a sixth person, but we can go ahead. Please, Prof, get closer to them. And when the person comes, you can always jump back. It looks better. Okay, so we have about half an hour. We're half an hour. Yes, thank you.
Hello. All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. We just finished one of the sessions. I'm sure we did hear from Professor Ponyo and Dr. Baku on a lot of insightful things. This session, we're going to talk about education and AI governance. I'm pretty sure we heard already, for instance, Prof did mention of KNUST introducing AI curriculum for students. And I really want to find out from you in aspects of how our governments can explore certain things in this regard. So, for instance, how do we develop AI governance frameworks and regulatory instruments that promote innovation in terms of education with AI, for instance? So, I don't know whether, Ken, you would like to start? Sorry for putting you on the spot.
All right, so I think I was applauding Prof when he said that I think it has become, you've added KNUST some 2 credits to students. I think that is very commendable. The idea of university professors being afraid of AI, with the greatest of respect, we know they are professors, but most times it's ignorance. And just like Prof said, why would you buy a Mercedes-Benz and would want to walk? It doesn't really make sense. But I think that we all, Dr. Spio told us, and I think I share, he's the only one I've heard saying this. AI has been with us for more than a century now. It didn't emerge yesterday. So he made mention of James Bond 007. If you are watching those movies, then you knew that Internet of Things, AI was being used, flying cars and all that. The reason why today we are all afraid that AI is going to take our jobs is the fact that this is the first time in the life of humanity that this model has been handed to the consumer. That is why everyone is afraid. Otherwise, we are driving vehicles that use our AI enabled. Our microwaves are AI. Okay, so I embrace what KNUST is doing, and I can assure you, as I train, our organization have the ambitious target of training 11 million Africans on AI technologies, and we have done so far 2.3 million. And we are trying to partner with the universities, and more importantly, to make them aware, like Prof said, the responsible use of what? AI. The question is, why are we afraid? Afraid of what? If you look at China, and China is using AI to drive development, especially when it comes to infrastructure. And then when we sit here, and what we are afraid of is that the same tool that people are using to develop their economies, we are afraid that students will what? Copy. I ask the question. China learns by what? Replication. They copy. They pick something and they enhance it. So why copying is a bad thing? I think we should look at how we even set questions. You see a question, they say discuss. With who? What is that? In this age, whilst in China, at kindergarten, they are learning how to cook. They are learning how to lay bricks. So the problem is to change the whole architecture of our educational system. That is what we should be doing now. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to hear your views as well, Deborah from Ubuntu. So I know Ubuntu is also one of the technology development companies in Ghana. What will you say on how governments, in the same sphere as what Ken just did this answer again, what will you say in government's involvement in helping shape AI development and framework across our country or society? And what is the perspective of Ubuntu, for instance?
Thank you. We're laughing at how the students are so excited.
Yeah, they're always excited whenever they hear.
It's like they have a spokesperson speaking on their behalf. But I mean, I'll move to what government can do. If you look across the globe, there is an intentional effort of national governments to participate and lead in the AI conversation beyond just what private sector can do. And that intentional effort comes from a policy point. And beyond the policy, it also comes from an actual realization of partnership between the public sector and the private sector. I think that putting the rhetoric aside, one of the things that might help or we need to start looking at is specific and dedicated, probably a policy framework on AI in education. That is not just, so the conversation is not just left to the discretion of what one tertiary school would do over the other, or what private sector is also doing. But if there is a deliberate and specific policy around AI in education, it guides the conversation and moves us from just the discussion to an actualization of the things in there. I mean, there's a lot that's already being done. We have the Data Protection Act. We have the other policies that exist that's supposed to shape the narrative around data privacy and conversations in that aspect. But beyond that, what are the frameworks that are in place that if you are in academia, you can just pick and say that these are government's intentional bricks that are being laid to develop the ecosystem? Then you'd want to look at continuous learning as well. There has to be interministerial communication and engagement that is going on, and various ministries must be seen to start adaptation in this regard. So how are we even building continuous learning in the current people that have been hired in the various ministries? So we see that training is taking place, because education is not just in the high school nor in the tertiary institution. It's in the ministries, it's in the government sectors that are going to be making the decision for us to shape the narrative going forward. How is education being done to factor in their growth and capacity building in this discussion as well?
Yeah, awesome. So I'll give, I think this is very important because most of the things that we really do need these AI technologies to help us. For instance, if you've been watching your TVs over the past weeks on public account committees and all, and you hear of the wastage and stuff, I'm sure you, being a data person, you begin to feel what a waste, or you begin to think what's coconut heads are these going on. Can you share maybe 2 minutes also the same in terms of governance, in terms of use of AI, or in terms of how we can integrate AI into our society towards solving problems and towards development as well?
Well, so insightful conversation so far, but I would want to take it from the perspective of infrastructure and data. So when we talk of responsible AI, one thing that also is important is inclusive AI. So how do we make sure that beyond our nice students in Accra and all of that, those in the rural areas, somewhere in the northern region, how do we make sure that these AI solutions are accessible to them? That is one area that government has to really pay critical attention to, the fact that we need to build our infrastructure very well to make sure that we are AI ready. The other thing as well has to do with data. For some reason, I'm very excited when I hear data, because I mean AI functions well because of the data that we feed it with. I'm sure you also very familiar with that. So how are we telling our own stories? How are we building our own data? Recently, I was telling people about how I use AI, and I was telling someone that as a business owner, anytime I want to start my thought process, I use ChatGPT to help me do that. How would Elon Musk have solved the problem? But then I was asking myself, why wouldn't I say, how would Kempon have solved the problem? How would a local Ghanaian entrepreneur who is celebrate have solved the problem? Now, the only reason why that won't work is because we don't have a lot of data sets about them. So instead of us maybe probably looking at the fancy chat GPTs and the likes, how can we, build our own data sets around different documents, books, and all that our local heroes have written over the time, that a lot of curated content that has been created around some of this. I believe once you do that, AI tools will be very meaningful to us as Ghanaians and as Africans. So even when we put out, when we query LLMs on things that concern us, we wouldn't get foreign information. So if I want to start a business in Ghana, for example, there's a tool called the Entrepreneurship Policy Chatbot. It would give you very contextualized information on how to start a business. Go to Registrar General, call this number, do one step, do this second step. If you use ChatGPT, for example, for that, you don't get the right information. It just gives you generic information. So, as government, one thing that we need to do is look at infrastructure, but beyond that as well, how we are gathering data to tell our own stories. Once you're able to do this too, I believe AI will be more meaningful and impactful for us as Ghanaians.
Thank you very much. So, just as Dr. Bako said earlier, that he tried to ask, Dr. Spiogaba said earlier, try to ask where does Asantehene come from, and it gives you this kind of information. So there is a bit of someone would say hallucination. So I will go on to you as well. How do we integrate, because it all comes back to, again, digital skills and integration of AI into our local economy itself. So how will you want some suggestions of this integration ideas in our local economy, Ghana, for instance?
Yeah, thank you. As my senior doc said and my colleagues here said, I think it all boils down to the data set. What information are you dealing with? So if we sit here and we wait for an external entity or a foreigner to put together data for us to work with, then you'll be misled. I was part of the team that queried DeepSeek when it came out, and whatever we saw, we put it out there. All the noise that was made, we saw what we saw, and realized that it was just marketing gimmicks that they were making out there. What I'm saying is Africa needs to identify. I always use the word needs. What are our needs? We identify our needs, gather data on this, and now work with that data. Because anytime you query any tool out there that you don't have the data set, you don't own the data set, it will give you what they want you to see. And I'm very happy sitting on this platform with Dr. Boyson today because I'm part of his student, the AI prompt engineering, and he has got language models in the local language that we deploy into schools that we're working with. I was humbled recently. Actually, my firm, IDEC Digital, we do both training from the institutional side. We are partners with Academicity and other schools. We also work for the industries as well. And we try to integrate AI into our functionalities in the office and what we deploy to clients. And recently, I found myself in Dubai at the GITES program, and I was humbled. We are really joking. We need to sit up. So when I saw the title, the governance, before we go to governance, we need to lay the foundation. You can't start building without a foundation. Now, who are we training in terms of when it comes to AI? University? I would say no. Let's go down, start from primary. I have kids in Switzerland who are using AI. When their parents say something, they go to AI and check, is this correct? And they'll come, mommy, daddy, this is not correct. AI is just coming to release certain time that we spend in terms of wasting time on certain things. I was at Big Data. Actually, it wasn't there. I sent my guy there. I was in Dubai then. And I told them that it's like pounding fufu. Those days that we used to spend time, you come from work, you have to pound fufu, cook banku. Now you have the microwave. You have the rice cooking machine. What does it do? It's releasing us and giving us more time to now think of other things. So when I come home and I can even put the food in the microwave, now I can sit and probably reading something or watching the news to pick some information. AI is giving us this time. Now, going back to your question, I don't want to go far from where the topic. Going back to your question, we need to sit up. As the minister said, every government agency needs to gather data, and that is where decision-making can come from. If Ministry of Finance can easily pull information from a localized data set, not now going through Excel sheets or some old records, but we have 50 years record documented and saved, not in Google Cloud, but having our own data centers in country, managed by locals, being it Africa-centric, or what's the name? Managed by our main AU bodies and other stuff. We have the bodies there to manage it. We need that data set to work with. Otherwise, we'll continue getting, I don't want to use the word, the illusions, or as you describe it, the illusions or fancy stuff that we are getting currently. We need to work with what we have locally. But how do we do this? Identify the needs for it, then build that data set. And I believe Dr. Boyson has pushed a lot of those stuff into the public domain, and we will get somewhere with it.
All right, thank you very much. So before Deborah will come on to that, I would like Dr. Boyson to also have a say on how we can integrate AI literacy and digital skills from a government perspective in developing the whole country's education-wise.
Okay, so I think that the regulatory bodies, especially GTEC and the other, they themselves need a mindset change. That's the first thing we have to do. When we talk about AI, just as my other colleague, doctor from, I think mentioned one of the universities said, in fact, some of the professors and doctors, they really hate AI. So, I mean, when you talk about AI, they say students do not learn and all that. But I think we need to have a deliberate, policy, in terms of our education, to try and see how we can integrate AI, just as China has done from the kindergarten level to, and then currently US also did the same thing. I tell people, once you see these developed countries doing set things, they are only changing the whole game, looking into the future. Because we cannot assess students the way we assess the way we assess students during our time, we cannot assess students now because we are in the digital age where speed, somebody on their phone can blast 10 million messages just as a click of a button. So if you're saying that the person should not use these technologies, then, you are just killing, them. So I think that we, first of all, GTech needs, and then the Ghana Education Service, they need some form of training on how these things, Kenya, Rwanda has done similar things, but more importantly, when we are implementing these things, that's why I mentioned the indigenous and ancestral intelligence. When you are doing these things, you need to ensure that your culture, your belief system, your spirituality, your norms becomes part of what we are doing. When we were at school, those times we studied life skills, if you remember that course, life skills. When we are going to write exams, there are things about puberty rights, and these things were taught. And then when we go to, school, we go to cook. We do cooking, something. These things were practical aspect of it. I think that we are losing these things, out of the system. So let's have a strategy. And we have a framework, AI Africa have a framework for the entire Africa, the visionary prompt framework. And when we talk about governance, I tell you, once you're implementing a policy and it's in the soil of Africa, it will block any foreign models that will not help us achieve our objective. And it's going to make sure that it uses African data sets to do that. And let me quickly say this. The issue about data. I've done quite an extensive work on what you said. So we have taken data about everything. There's natural intelligence, everything. But the other part is that these data we are talking about, they are available, but with the Western world. So how about building an algorithm that sits on their system to get our data? And that's what we have done with the visionary prompt framework. Okay. And I think it's working well. That's what he's talking about.
All right. Thank you very much. So then finally, I will let Deborah say something about the digital skills and AI literacy as well before we go to the final discussion points.
So last year, we did a World Bank sponsored project to build an educational tool for the educational sector. That's in partnership with Ministry of Communication and Ministry of Education. And the objective of that project was to integrate AI tools in a digital learning platform. The idea behind that was from the what's the name? Not rural sector, the opposite of rural sector. No. Come again? Yeah, urban. Thank you. Moving from the urban to the rural sector, there were gaps. There are gaps that we all know exist, and the gaps are not just from the classroom. You even look at the quality of teachers that exist in the urban sector as against the rural sector. And so the objective was, after the tool has been built, and the tool is a three-way multifunctional tool, it was supposed to help the teacher who, like KNUST, the colleague from KNUST mentioned, using the analogy of Ama, or if I don't remember the name. The teacher was supposed to be able to build their course curriculum, etc., from the platform, and then put it out there for the students to use. The students were supposed to have paced and personalized learning using the AI. So if I come on it and I'm doing math, I always had a challenge with story problem in math when I was schooling. I could get it to the end, and when I have to determine which formula to use, I'll struggle. But you see, there is something we've all experienced in the classroom, and probably our students here would attest to that. When you are teaching and you ask, do you understand? And someone says no, and you explain one, and you ask, do you understand? The probability that the student in class will say no again is very low. because you don't want to be the one who is daft in class or drawing everyone behind. And so you move on. There is also the limitation of how much carry along a teacher can do in class, whether it's in the primary, high school, or in the university. After university, you're on your own. But there's only so much that a tutor can do if you have a class of 30, 50, 100. So the point here is, after the tutor had done all they could do, the students will come on the platform and engage with the chatbot that had been trained with the approved content from GAS across the various levels and take their time and learn. And it had text questions, or you can upload practice questions and learn from an examination mode or learning mode. It will tell you what you have done wrong, how you should improve on your studies, and you're doing it in the convenience of your home. The other bit was that urban teachers that were skilled in certain course areas could upload videos of themselves teaching in those course areas for the rural schools to also have, because the government's objective was also to carry internet across these various sectors. So even the teachers cannot even go there. And you have government centers in the school, or ICT centers in the school, that have data. It can be they don't have data in the house, but when they come to school, they have that center in it. They could then learn from these teachers we are calling really great. That is AI literacy. If we are allowing our students to use these kind of tools, you are building literacy right from the schools to after school. Because what China is doing isn't anything extraordinary. It is not like we are now going to learn from them, because China started this process just about last 2 years ago to integrate it in their basic education. We have the platforms there. We have the infrastructure. We are continuing to advance the infrastructure. The question is, how do we use it? How do we move from the talk, from the discussions, from the various engagements? Because the tool has been paid for, it's there. How do we now get the various schools to come on it, to actually use it, have our students learn how to prompt AI to give them correct responses and answers right from the start? So when they come out, it is not in my office that I'm going to teach them to use AI. The government has already shaped their mindsets from there.
All right, thank you very much. I keep hearing about the professors and university. I'm a professor in the university, you know. So if you start attacking us, I'll let you go out. But I think that just on the other side, I say that it's a new tool. Everybody needs to train and learn how to use it as well to be able to appreciate it. I do not encourage people not to use it at all. I think students need to use it. There must be thresholds. There must be a whole governance framework. I mean, we use it for, we do the same for thesis writing, where students can quote and reference articles to a certain threshold. And I think maybe if we think of a certain governance framework for universities to allow students and everyone to use it, we can set thresholds at which your work should not go beyond when you use these things. All right, so finally, I want to come to the part of, because we keep talking about these things and we are all on this stage from the universities, from institutes, from companies. I want briefly 1 or 2 sentences from each of you. How do we strengthen collaboration between your universities, between technologies, between people who are doing training on the side? How do we strengthen these collaborations with the universities and all of us together as well? So maybe I'll start from David first.
Well, I mean, it starts from data sets, right? I believe universities run a lot of research work and all of that. So it's up to us in the private sector to also collaborate more with them. So I would say more of research collaborations would help. Yeah.
So yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so to add to that, I think that's one of the things I've been advocating for. And we spoke with some professors in other schools, GIMPA and other places, so that they come together with Dr. Boyson. And we already work with what we are building now. Not everyone trying to do something in their corner. When we come together, we'll be able to put our heads together, deliberate on issues, and build something that will be greater than when we all sit in our small corners and trying to push. One thing we do at IDEC is that we have an executive training facility as well as part of our facility, and we bring these institutions together, the professors. So when we're talking about professors, we hitting at professors, he's a witness to that. We have to really talk to one professor a whole day before he got convinced that AI is the way forward. And just to add to that, we must be deliberate about it. This shouldn't be a talk show. I was telling someone the other day that I've been in some talk shows in the past, and our kids will come and do the same thing. But we must be deliberate about it. As someone said, government must pick it up and push it. Okay. Private sector will do their part, but we need government's intervention as well.
All right, Dr.
So that's a quick one. What we have done is we've produced this book, which we call the AI Bible. It looks like a Bible, isn't it? Professor Kudo, I'll have your copy sent to you. What we want to do, we are doing 54 of this. Each country has its own Bible. So once you're talking about the data set you're talking about, now this you can create anything. Cassava have 1,000 uses across the supply chain. And these are very advanced prompts that you copy and paste, and it comes with a chatbot. That's what we are doing. We are doing 54 of this. So it means that each country can do that. If you want to know where our mineral resources are and everything is in this book. For the collaboration, we recently went to Imo State. That's where we trained 2 million people at their digital city. We'll be going to Ethiopia. We have done quite a number in Ghana. Currently, we are having collaboration with Ministry of Communication, the Digital Technology Directorate. We recently trained 70. They have selected 200 people to train them not as prompt engineers, but a new concept we have developed which syncs with what the doctor who sat here talks about: intelligence orchestration.
Okay.
We are in the intelligence economy now. So don't look at AI as the only intelligence we have. AI simulates human intelligence. So you have human intelligence, you have artificial intelligence, you have cosmic and planetary intelligence, you have synthetic and hybrid intelligence, and then you have also ancestral and indigenous intelligence. And the last intelligence is the unknown unknowables.
Okay.
So you have all this thing that you can run on any AI model and default it to what? Africa. We've done for Africa, we've done for all the other continents as well.
Okay.
And we'll be pleased, you with the NLP, will be pleased to, share this thing with Professor Podo and his people. And already the Ministry of Defense, some of their staff have started using, and it's really helping them.
All right.
Thank you so
finally,
much.
I'll let Deborah have the final say.
Private sector and academia partnership is something we cannot do without. In Punto, we've signed partnership with Accra Technical University, University of Cape Coast, other tertiary institutions as well. And we do training for students on their long back. We've done as much as 250 at a time. As I speak to you, there are students in the office now who are training on AI and other tech area initiatives that we have in the company. And so it's something that I would always encourage. We're always happy to do, and we can only innovate when these collaborations happen. I think we cannot do without it.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Moore from the University of Cape Coast, and also a co-founder for Ghana NLP. We would like to take some questions, one or two, to any of the members on the panelists. You can ask your question, and then we are out of here. We are almost for lunch ready. Yes, please.
Just before you dive in, I just want to, can we have a music break, and then I'll come back to you briefly. Quick music break.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you have a microphone? Do you have a microphone, or will you want to come a bit closer for us? Yeah, please give him the microphone.
question time. Where are your hands? Hands up. Hands. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. How do I divide myself? Should I use AI?
Thank you, senior professors, for highlighting us on AI. I'm a writer, and AI is a big bush matter we are looking at. But for today, I'll reserve that. I'll rather talk on as a contribution on education. Education, according to Professor Kofi Esiedu Sapon, is teaching to train and training to teach. This is the fundamental definition for education according to Professor Sapon. If you say education, you don't exclude anything, it's all inclusive. So what you contain as in classroom or school is a subset of the total environment. What is outside is the college. So you combine the two, or better so the three, because the university becomes the central part between the school and the college. That completes the cycle for education.
All right.
Many a time we talk about these three in isolation, which is misleading us.
All right. Thank you very much for your contribution.
I'll go here and take one more person, and I'm going to create all kinds of enemies. Let me go to the man and the down there. I beg you. I'm your enemy now. I'm your enemy. I'm your enemy.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name's Kevin Fry. I'm the CEO of a company called Just Keep Going Incorporated. I'm also a board member on the International Board of Ethics in AI out of Toronto. But here I'm actually on business through a partnership we have with Ghana's National Sports Authority to bring artificial intelligence and emerging technologies into their workflow. For me, sports, what it means to me is the ability to impact a child. And I'm sitting here listening to you talk about how to educate children. And, I started thinking about something where we can even build AI twins of sports stars. And then you could load it up with an education model to get children to pay more attention in ways to educate them and engage them, in ways traditional teachers just can't. But I'm sitting here, I'm looking at a room full of very influential people, people who are discussing the best ways to get these things moving forward. And I can't help but think that sports offers a platform, a messaging platform that children listen to, and everyone listens to because we love sports. So you're talking about collaboration. How would you suggest moving forward in a way using the National Sports Authority's platform of sports to maybe create the most impactful AI education outreach platform to get every child in the country listening to how to educate themselves through artificial intelligence?
All right.
Yeah, so my name is Sowa Emmanuel. I'm from Kufuria Technical University. So the first panel discussion, I beg to differ a bit with the doctor who spoke about Africa as the real origination of AI. We can say technology because when you had to mention AI, the likes of John McCarthy and the likes of Kerry, no African name comes in. So me that I've had a course in the university that had to do with AI, there was nothing about African. If it's true, let's add it to our curriculum so that it will improve. Now, again, the panelists that sat there also mentioned that we don't even have a data set that feeds on. When you talk about the transformer, that we had to now depend on it to make decisions using the AI, we don't even have. Now the doctor here is saying that now we have to create an algorithm to put on the Western data, now to have our own data. It means that that is the reason why I beg to differ when we say African is the region. And then again, the question to our doctor here, how do we add whatever you are doing, like the Bible, to the university so that we can all be partakers of it? Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm taking it back to the good professor. Let's wrap this up.
All right. So quickly, I think your question went to Dr. David, and then there were other ones from that we can all, anyone can just make an attempt.
So briefly, the answer to this, we are partnering with like I said, Ministry of Communication, the Data Directorate, and then CSIR. The model that we've built one for what we call this Nkukong concept. The trial that we did, we're able to reduce mortality from 25% to 2.7, which is very significant. And the model actually, at the 7th week, it asks us to stop and then give us the contact of those who need, the output. So the guy called about 2 companies and everything is already gone. As we speak, unfortunately, he had a scholarship in China. As we speak, it's in China now, still using the VPF. But the model is there, which we're going to work with CSIR. And we've done something also fish farming, right? We've also reduced feeding costs by 40%, which is very significant. And we are able to, achieve 1 kilo in 5 months, which ordinarily you will have to put in more effort. So these are things that we do. So for our AI, we don't do just AI. We do applied AI. We don't like talking too much. We want to act. And that's why I'm showing you the things that we have done. We really want to. So we've created a lot of labs where you have these guys who are actually doing applied AI. We have Ginger as Gold Project, which Wenchi Agricultural University, which we are starting. And we think that Ginger can replace gold. And we can stop mining. Because when we look at the figures and what we can do with our soil, treating the soil with these metals and everything, we should be able to do that.
All right. So, would you want to address some of the examples that he gave in sports? Maybe higher data, you want to, something about sports, how AI can be used in sports development as well. If you want to say something about that.
Let me say something. First of all, I think we do ourselves a disservice when we say we don't have data sets.
Exactly.
I don't subscribe to that statement at all. The data sets exist. If I go to Ghana Statistical Service, there's so much data that is there. If I go to Ministry of Education, there's so much data that is there. Even if I go to my own office, there's a lot of data that is there. What we are speaking about is the intentional initiative to consistently apply the technology on this data set to derive proper meaning and to make strategic decision, not just in the private sector, but in the public sector and basically in the nation. So I think when we go into the direction of data sets don't exist in Ghana and we are now going to look for data sets and all that, I don't know the conversation we are having.
All right.
And so I think it's a mindset shift. The other bit for me I think what he's talking about is gamification in AI and in education, and those things exist. If you go to the educational platform I mentioned, there's gamification in it, where you can even do inter-schools tournaments and see which school is leading and have fun. Most of us have used Duolingo in one way or the other. And if you have kids, they are using Duolingo. What gamification does is just enable students to learn from a fun point. And so if you talk at it from a sports point, you can decide which gamification you want to use, whether it's AI tournaments or badminton or whatever it is. The infrastructure and the capability and the capacity is there. It just boils down to our willingness and our intentionality to integrate and use it. Right? So that's just to respond to his question.
One last sentence.
Okay, so to add to, I think it's debatable when she says that we have the full data set there. We don't.
No, I didn't say full.
Okay.
His point was the data set does not exist.
Okay.
That is too much of a broad assumption and conclusion to make on any platform.
That would be wrong. We have some data.
Exactly. We can always improve on it.
We need deliberate effort to put this together. Dubai didn't take an AI minister just for the sake of it. They didn't build an AI university just for the sake of it. They know what they are about. The first thing I did was I met a Ghanaian student there who said he was an investor. I said, take my number, we'll talk. I want to know what you are doing in that university. So there should be a deliberate attempt from government and other state institutions to put this data together. I'll give an example. We have an ERP that we use in the office for client schools. What we are currently doing is that we are integrating AI to it, whereby the teacher can be there and pull information on the student. How is the student performing? where are the weaknesses? A parent can be home and pull a whole information on the student and say, okay, when you go to which school, which courses will be good for you at the university based on your performance.
Okay.
So practical application, as Doctor said, is what we are looking at, but we also need a data set to be able to get tangible information from the system.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Briefly, I think we've all come to a good understanding regulatory policies and how we can guide us in development, especially in training of the future children, allowing them to use AI in schools. And this means proper regulation about that. Integrating AI and digital skills training is not just for students, it's also for those in the ministries, those in the universities, those in parliament, those sitting in the office of the president. They all need that training as well. And then for collaboration, we need to have that synergy and understanding of collaboration for us. So with that, we'll bring the session to an end. I'm Stephen Moore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like you guys to take a photo. So that was session 2. We want a group photo. Yes. So that wraps up the first part of today's event. We're going for lunch now. We are fighting for the time, so we're going to be back here by 3 o'clock for the remaining sessions on business, on science, on mining, on urbanization, and on promoting and discovering Africa's young innovators. So back in 35 for the remainder of the session of this year's AETF.Ai Conference 2025. AI for Africa, unlocking opportunities for education, innovation, and sustainable development. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be right back at 3 o'clock to continue. Thank you so much. God bless. Upstairs. Same place, upstairs. Climb up and up the stairs, and that's where lunch is. On the right. Right up for lunch.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation. Proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation. Proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years. and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts, We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation. Proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, droughts, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation. Proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana, by Ghanaians, for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation. Proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Transaction banking is at the core of Fidelity's service to the modern business. From secure online platforms to specialized cash management tools, our transaction banking desk makes financial operations smoother, faster, and more reliable.
Our mission is to be a strategic partner, enhancing our clients' operational efficiency and supporting their capital raising initiatives. From on-lending facilities to tailored cash management services, we strive to be a catalyst for financial inclusion and growth in Ghana.
The mission of the transaction banking team is to empower businesses with seamless, secure, and innovative financial solutions that drive efficiency, enable growth, and foster long-term partnerships. We strive to deliver exceptional transaction banking services by leveraging technology, operational efficiency, and customer-centric approaches to ensure value creation in every transaction. As part of activities by the bank to revamp transactional banking, the bank has been able to align the functions of TB to best practice to position Fidelity as a leader in transaction banking in Ghana. At the heart of our transaction banking solution is a commitment to empowering your business with seamless, secure, and efficient financial tools tailored to your needs. Together, we can enable your business to thrive in today's dynamic market. Let us help to unlock your full potential.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
Tropical storms, flooding, wildfires, drought, shrinking fish catch. In a world of ever-increasing uncertainty, nothing is predictable. The smallest stumble or fumble easily ends in a mighty tumble, with your world crashing down around you. Don't crumble. Glyco always has your back. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are. Where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions. Our aim
Presentation that is online. So can my people just make sure that our presenter is online? I'll just give you a sense of what we'll be doing. We're doing business and finance and AI, gamification, AI, and the future of marketing. The science, technology, ethics, and AI, reshaping the global mining and natural resources development map, AI for smart urbanization, the rise of new African cities, discovering and promoting Africa's young innovators. These are the sessions that we have. And who is online? What's his name? John Bosco. That's what I just said. Has it come? Yes. Right. So we're starting with a presentation, online presentation, the business model for sustainable academia, industry linkage on AI. Professor John Bosco Biringiro, Siemens Mechatronics Lab, DKUT, is online with us right now. Let's confirm that Professor John Bosco is available to connect with us right now for a brief presentation. So while he, yes, I think he's almost on. Hello, we can hear you. This is Accra. Can you hear? We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear. Yes.
Thank you. Where are you reaching us from, Prof?
I am reaching you from Paris.
From Paris. Okay, great. Oh, bonjour.
Yeah, bonjour. Comment ça va?
Très bien. Et vous?
Yeah, je suis bien. Je vais bien.
All right. We're hearing some interesting sounds. Are they coming from Paris or Accra is responsible?
I think it's Accra is responsible because I am hearing this sound, but I don't know where it is coming from.
It sounds like you're whistling.
Or somebody is calling,
or somebody's phone is ringing, I guess.
Yes, somebody phone is ringing.
Maybe
Do you want to log off and log back on and see?
Okay, let me log out.
Yes. It's off. No, it's still there. It's still there. It's from Accra. It's from Accra. Don't worry. We're trying to fix it.
Oh, it's from Accra.
Well. Yeah, it's softer now. But then we can't hear you.
Oh, you cannot hear me?
No, your volume has come down.
Oh my God. Okay. What about now?
Well, the sound is still there. Your voice is low.
Yeah, there is a sound. I don't know where it is coming from. Okay.
My tech people, can you just give us a solution? Is it from us? It's from us. All right, then we go. Let's go. If it's from us, it's not his fault.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
It sounds like a what?
Yeah.
All right.
The sound is a bit annoying. Maybe I can log out and I come back to see.
Okay, it's gone now. Prof, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, let me share my screen. But my sound is okay. You hear me properly? Are you hearing me properly?
We can see your screen. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, but do you hear me? Okay, perfect. Yes, I wanted to present on the business model for sustainable academia, industrial linkages on artificial intelligence. I wanted to show you what are possible options. Maybe I can use, let me use this PowerPoint presentation instead of PDF. I think it's much easier. I use just let me use the PowerPoint to make it easy for you. Okay, the PowerPoint I think is much easier for you to follow. I don't know why. Okay, do you see my screen properly?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So what I wanted to present to you is definitely is a business model for sustainable academia and industry linkages. I want to greet you first of all, and I thank Mudini for inviting me and for the conference organizers. I am Professor Jean Bosco. I'm based at Dedan Kimathi University in Kenya. I am the director of Siemens Mechatronics Certification Center, and I'm the founder of Virtual Mechatronics Lab. What we do now, we are doing artificial intelligence, we are doing virtual reality, augmented reality, digital twin technologies. I wanted to show you what we are doing is not just research, but is much more service for industry and product for skill, and to make sure that the AI is scaled to industries. Definitely what we want to explain what is missing is not really collaboration with industry, but is alignment. So we need really to align with the industry. The universities I wanted to show you just very small. We are 150 kilometers from Nairobi, and we have around 9,000 students. And in our model, we started to have financial independent centers where we have Siemens Mechatronics. We are collaborating with Siemens Germany to train the industries on the technologies. That is where we started now the Virtual Mechatronics Lab, where we integrated artificial intelligence. And I want to show you what works, what cannot work for industry so that they can be able to align from our experience in Kenya. From our experience in Kenya, at Dedan Kimathi, I believe you are seeing my screen and you are seeing the video. From our experience, do you see the video running?
We see your title page.
Oh, you are still on my title page?
Yes, so.
So it has not moved?
No.
I have moved my screen, but let me see why you are not able to see it.
But you can move for us. We'll listen to you.
Yeah, I have moved, but you are not moving from your side.
Okay.
That is where.
Well, you moved, but now it's just a gray screen.
Oh, I moved. Okay, I
Yes.
have to share again so that now you can see. I don't know why. I'm trying to ask myself why I move and you don't see the moving.
It could be spiritual, you know?
It cannot be. Now you are seeing my screen?
A black screen. It's moved. What models have worked or failed in linking universities with industry? Yes, that's what we see now.
Okay. So I want to show you, you are able to see the video.
We can see the video.
This is our hub.
Yes.
So this is our hub in Kenya. So what we do, we train the industry. I wanted to show you what we have done and what worked for us and what we think it can work also for other countries. So for us, when we work with industries, we have a virtual mechatronics lab and we have a physical lab. But what we do, we go towards the problem-driven solutions. So it means when industrial partner comes and they tell us, for example, we need maybe, for example, a VR-based safety training, or they tell us we need a digital twin training, or we need you to make an AI model. For us, what we do, we try to discuss with them what they are doing because we co-design, and then we respond to them very fast. What we look at it, generally, what has worked. For us, we use what we call short-term or short innovation loops, where we prototype in VR inside the virtual mechatronics lab, and then we test with the student first, we do the demo, and then we tell the industry to invest in those models. I will show you the model industry has invested in it. Then we have a shared facilities. This virtual mechatronics lab is not a lab with one partner, is many partners put the money together and to be able to have this lab. And we have also certification by Siemens Germany, so that we use the virtual mechatronics lab, what we have developed. We benchmark to what we have been doing for us 10 years, and then we do virtual lab, which is based on AI. Then we do the co-supervision of the project with the industries. What we find cannot work for us, we realized we used to sign MOUs, but MOU without a budget, we realized that this MOU cannot work. There is no service line. And then also what we find cannot work is to have what we call one-off pilot, where you have to start a project, but you know there is nobody who has decided to host this project at the end of the funders. And also we have moved to the classic academic systems, where universities say we build this and industry come and buy. The industry doesn't come. So what we say, for us we do business, but we create a relationship on day one. So I want to show you, I believe you are able to see another video I am presenting. Here we have a digital twin. So it means we call the industry, we tell them now, we have discovered something which can help you to accelerate your work. For us, we do the digital twin in an immersion platform, what is called immersive in virtual reality. What we do, we show the industry and the company the digital twin of their platform. Then we tell them, you guys, look at this factory, look at this process, look at these machines. They look like what you do. So in that case, if we integrate AI in this digital twin, the industry is no longer seeing AI as an abstract. They are no longer fearing it. They are seeing it as just a business moving. That is how we do with our partners. This, you can see the number of the partners we are working with. What we can say, what do we claim as our lab? Our lab, we claim the demonstration of extended reality before you industrialize. So it means we show people we have a safe place where you can come and touch and test AI without shutting down your plant. That is the first thing we said. Second thing, we sell research package as a training. So every AI in robotics or in the other platform, we have to do it to end as a demo. We end it as a short course, and then we do the documentation. We cultivate, we call industries, then we train them how to use it. Another things we claim, we co-design the real workflow. Because for us, we don't teach AI to tell people how to develop AI, how to code AI. We teach people how to use AI in agro-food, use AI in maintenance, or use AI in safety or in meteorology. Because we do that because that is what we see the industry need. The second thing, the fourth thing we claim is the living lab. For us, we deployed our solution to the partners, and then we have the data back. We keep following them, what they are doing from Isuzu, from Kenya Pipeline, from Rwanda, from Tanzania, the people we work with so far today, up to African Union. So what we do, we wanted to make sure that we close the gap between the theory and the field. So it means what we are saying, our lab is not a museum. Our lab is a distribution channel. I want to show you here AI platform again we developed for somebody to work with a robot, so that you tell a robot to do the work for you, to help you to work with you. So in this case, we are saying what university can be doing. University can work as an integrator for local problems. Because you, as a university, you are in the junction of agriculture, you are health and energy and transport and other things. So what you need is to standardize the problem of the startups. You need to show them this is the data set, this is the process, and this is the constraint. The second thing, we want university to work as a quality and ethic gate, because we want to say.
We'll test it to him online. No, let's test it. We can't. It will be rude to catch him. No, we'll text him. We're going to test him.
Hello.
We're here, sir.
Okay. So the third thing we say, we look at what fit for industries. Then the third, we say we want universities to position themselves as pipelines because they want to be the pipeline owners. So you can have AI, mechatronics, and extended reality. You put them together and you train because industry cannot do it. Then other things is IP issues. We need to agree who should own the IP because universities are neutral. So that is where we are. That is what we do. The last thing we need to do the replication because there are things a startup cannot do. But you from Nairobi to Accra to Johannesburg, you can be able to collaborate as we collaborate in East Africa, as we do. So what we say, we need to tell people, university should not say we are training provider, but we are platform operators. What I want to show you here, what we have done to make this manufacturing sustainable. This is somebody in virtual reality platform.
There won't be panels, so a lot of changes have happened.
So what we do, we wanted to make sure we contribute in the processing. It means local manufacturing industries, we tell them, contribute in the machines and processes. And then for us, we develop the digital twin for you. And then we needed to have this digital twin to work for you for predictive maintenance, for energy optimization, for operational training. Because this is local, the industries are trusting us. So what we are trying to do now in the data systems, we wanted to integrate now the content in our digital twin, so that somebody can read these things in Arabic, in Kiswahili, and other local languages. What we are trying to do is to make sure that the student build and industry and the startup commercialize, but nobody is exploiting another person. So what has worked and what is the revenue loop? When we are looking at it, the startup, for us, we are working as a test bed. But we wanted the startup to come to take these models we have done to commercialize them. So it means we allow industries, the ministries, the TVET, they come and they see what we are doing. What we are looking for the revenue, we say industry must pay for the content. Then we say university must pay the researchers and the student. That is what we are doing. And then the startup can develop and integrate for the work. Then the lab will continue running. So it means we want interoperability where we don't build just content only in one place. We want the content to be reusable, to be standard. And then we don't want somebody to start from zero every other time. This is another platform we have built for industries. One of the industry requested us to build this test bed because what we wanted to go beyond just the piloting. Because we understand the project are funded by the funders, Auda Nepad, Erasmus, and others who fund us. And then we wanted to allow them to buy initial equipment, but for us, we use industry service contract to make sure that VR and AR models are working and we can be able to upskill the staff. Other things, we wanted to do fees-based training certification. We don't want to do something for free. So when we take these three legs, we are able to work and sustain our lab because our lab has stayed for 10 years and sometimes we have donors, sometimes we don't have, but the lab still works. So the framework for IP, we follow a simple rule. Because we want the university to be the core of the platform, so it means the digital twin and the generic building block, and then we get restricted licenses. We allow people to have joint IP. If industry has co-funded, we allow them, but we let university to remain and teaching and demonstrate. Because what we are looking for here, we wanted to do something which is open, but which is not free. Because we wanted to keep inclusive, yes, but we want it sustainable. So something very important for us, we wanted to have a MOU and agreement on day one because the upgrade issues, confidentiality, and who will commercialize. Otherwise, when we have the VOG MOUs, these things will not work. As a last slide, what we conclude and we wanted to request the people in this conference, we do not have an AI problem in Africa. This is something we need to understand. This is the Minister of Education in Kenya when we called the 150 principles of polytechnics in May this year. We called the Minister of Education to talk to these people, and we had also people from industries, the stakeholders. So we said what we don't have a problem of AI. We have a problem for aligning. We have an aligning problem. So then University Kidikut can act as a neutral and steer, because we do steering, and then also we want it to be a business-minded platform for industry to show the industry what can work, what cannot work. We also package research as a demo, as a training, and we deploy to industry and to private sectors. The last thing we do, when we clarify IP and maintenance, we started the project and we survive beyond the conferences. So what we are looking for after this conference, we want you to see if people can replicate this model, which we did for East Africa, and then we see if we can replicate this model for the whole Africa. Thank you so much.
We thank you very much, Professor John Bosco, for your time. And thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. We'll now have a brief 5-minute presentation from Mr. Gideon Owusu-Ajiman from the Ghana-India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in IT. He's a lecturer there. Gideon, we have your attention, or you have ours, for the next 5 minutes. Let's applaud Gideon as he makes good use of his 5 minutes to talk to us this afternoon. Gideon, over to you.
I think it's working. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And standing on existing protocol, I am Gideon Owusu-Ajiman with GICASE, that is Ghana India Kofi Annan Center for Excellence in ICT. So we are here talking about artificial intelligence, and we want to look at AI in education. So all what we are discussing, we want to look at what is research saying about this. What are our scholars saying about AI in education? So we want to look at literature review of what other scholars are saying, and we also want to look at the state of the art of AI in education. So I always say that what is an AI in education? So we are looking at technological tools that we are using it to solve problems within the education environment, or we are also looking at technologies that within education systems, we can use them to enhance teaching and learning. Now, we have seen that AI, if you can please move the slides for the audience. So rapid growth across all educational levels. So this means that AI that we are talking about is moving across all the educational levels. And also, with the help of AI, we have these intelligent trained machines, systems that are also assisting students in their learning. Now, AI is addressing these traditional challenges that we have in education. For example, some of the old style that we use to teach, currently AI is addressing that by bringing or giving us other systems that can also enhance and improve the teaching and learning. Now, few literature that we gathered have suggested that AI is going to improve teaching and learning. And the idea is that whether we like it or not, as it stands now, the use of AI will be dominant in all the education settings that we have. You mean I can control here? Okay, that's fine. So as I'm saying, literature suggests that AI is going to play a very key role within our education system. Now, I want to look at some few applications of AI in our education system. So we have profiling and prediction. So this means that with the help of AI, we'll be able to get profile of students or learners. we'll be able to make certain predictions about these learners. So this means if you're able to get a better profile about our learners, we'll be able to make a very nice decision about them. And this is going to help their learning. Now we have intelligent tutoring systems that are also out there that learners can also use. So I remember before COVID, 2019, we were working on a system that learners can hook onto it and use it to learn. Now this system, we're looking at a situation whereby learners can have an option to even select a particular language based on what they prefer. For example, if a learner is learning mathematics in a particular topic, let's say construction, you have the option to select even different local languages with the same topic that you want to learn. Now, assessment and evaluation within the education system, AI is also performing a very key role in that. We also have adaptive learning. So here, we're able to learn the learner and look at the path in which they are going. So this is helping us to know that, okay, based on this path and this direction that the learner is going, we should guide him or her for him to make this particular decision or take a particular path. Now, we want to look at the benefit of AI in education, which is very, very key. So AI is helping us to enhance or personalize education for learners. So we can use AI to know what type of learning or topic that a particular learner should go into. It's also improving the outcomes. So the learning outcome of learners, AI is improving it in the sense that most of the things that they have to suffer in grabbing it, with the help of AI, they're able to do that within a shortest possible time. So it's also improving their output. Now we have an early intervention with the help of AI. So what we are saying is that with the help of AI, we'll be able to know what the learner is about. We'll be able to guide the learner, because we don't want the learner to get to a particular level before we make decisions or correct him or her on the path that he or she is supposed to go. Now, what is the next research, or what are we looking at? So imagine having a system, as I said, a system that learners can go onto it and select different languages that they want. I made an example initially. So assuming a learner is learning a particular topic, and for some reason, he or she is not comfortable with that particular language that the instructor used, he can switch and go for a different local language that he or think it will be better for him or her. Now, one of the speakers made mention of a system that they're developing where the instructors can upload videos onto it, and learners can go there and watch that particular video or download it. Now, if they are able to integrate AI into these systems, then if a professor or an instructor come out with a video, with the help of AI, we'll be able to convert that particular video from that particular programming, from that particular language that it was used to another language, specifically local language. So it becomes very easy for these learners to grab whatever concept that a person wanted to share with them. Now, we cannot talk about AI without looking at the challenges, okay? So we want to look at some of the key challenges that scholars are talking about. What are the researchers saying when it comes to AI in education? So the challenges that we have the algorithmic bias, and we have that because, as we have already mentioned, AI is trained on a particular data. So once those who are developing these AI systems and tools for us don't know about our data, definitely we are going to have some bias with the systems that they are producing. So these are some of the challenges that we have. Now, data privacy and security, as some of the speakers have already mentioned. So AI is helping our learners. We are saying that learners should use AI, but what about the data issues? Learners upload the information or give the information to these AI tools, and we don't know where they are even stored. So these are some of the challenges that scholars and research are talking about. Then we have academic integrity. So with the help of AI, we'll be able to generate a lot of content within a shortest possible time. Now, with the issue of plagiarism and even AI content itself, that is also a challenge. So if we use AI in generating content or coming out with materials, the other aspect of it is that the integrity of that particular material or document that we are producing. Is it our own document? If it is not for us, have we cited the correct source? So these are some of the issues that are also popping up. Then we have over-reliance, and this is one of the serious issues. I think the professors and other instructors don't want learners to use AI. Now, research is saying that if you allow students to continue using AI, then they will rely on AI instead of they themselves learning something. Because coming from a programmer's perspective, I can develop a whole mobile application or website with the help of AI. Now, if I can do this, then there's no need for me to go and even learn how to code that manually. So AI, if care is not taken, is going to bring some of this challenge. Then a digital divide, so those in cities, if they have access to internet, if they have access to certain tools, and they are using it to improve learning, what about those in the rural areas? If care is not taken, at the end of the day, we'll have people that are well abreast with the use of AI and other group of people to not knowing anything about AI. So AI is also leading to loss of human connection. So we have tutoring materials or systems, we have systems that learners can go and learn. If care is not taken, there's no need for a learner to even meet a lecturer or an instructor. But the idea of having an instructor standing in front of you is something that we cannot throw away. Sometimes learners learn so many things from their instructors. Instructors, one way or the other, even mentor the learners. So if we are not careful, we are going to lose that connection that students have the connection that is between learners and their instructors or teachers. So if we are talking about challenges, then what are the ways that we can address them? And what are the scholars saying? The researchers, what are they saying about all of these challenges? How can we work around this? So we need to establish some ethical frameworks. And I remember our Honorable Minister mentioned about having a framework that is going to guide this AI. And I know UNESCO have also started in 2021, they came out with AI framework that someone can use. Now, we need to promote AI, we need to send it out, we need to talk about it. The literacy aspect of it have to go. Learners, students, everybody have to know about AI, the benefits and the dangers of it, and how they can use it to also better their life. Then we have to ensure transparency. So if for some reason you use AI for any work that you do, you need to indicate, you need to specify, you need to make reference, and let the audience or the readers of that particular document know that this portion of the document that I have was generated with AI. So we have human in the loop. We have to make sure we have people or human that are within the cycle to monitor and check some of this use of AI. We need to prioritize equity. We have to make sure everybody have access to this AI. Then foster collaboration. As some of the speakers said, we need to make sure we collaborate with the industrial experts so that we can come out with systems that will benefit learners within the education sector. So in conclusion, we are saying that AI offers significant opportunity for personalized learning. So this means AI can help learners know exact thing that they are supposed to learn and when they are supposed to learn that. Then AI challenges that we have, they need ethical implementations or other approach in order for us to solve them. So these are some references from some of the scholars, and thank you very much. So there's some aspects where
Thank you very much, Gideon Usojiman, for your presentation. We'll move now to our conversation on business, finance, and AI, gamification, AI, and the future of marketing. Our moderator is Professor Margaret King from the AETF, Director, President, Global Institute, Chicago, USA. Online, we have Nick Andrews, he's CEO of Injus, and our panelists include Mr. Moses Baden, Founder, Chief Executive Officer of Margins ID Group, Mr. Maxwell Komi, Executive Director of Onesta Ghana Limited, Mr. Julian Opuni, Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Mr. Kwame Champongche, Chairman, Glyco, and Dr. Andrews Amankwa, Director, Treasury and Resource Mobilization, ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID. And this session will last 30 minutes, 20 minutes for the conversations and 10 minutes for your input. So this is business, finance, and AI. We're looking at gamification, AI, and the future of marketing. Can we have Professor Margaret King up on the stage, please? We have one of our panelists who is online. Can we have him on? CEO of Injus. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
We're just standing on existing protocol. We're not going to take any time here. If we can have our panelists come right out, we would appreciate that. I think the MC has already called them out. I'm going to go right ahead and call them again. All right, I think we have about 8 of them. Let's see who's available now. Mr. Moses. Biden, you here, sir? Please take your seat. Mr. Maxwell, Cromie. Thank you, sir. Mr. Julian Opuni. Mr. Kweme. Is Mr. Kweme here? Achampong? Dr. Joseph Obeng? Oh, okay. All right. And Mr. John Awa, Mr. Tosam, and Dr. Andrews. All right. When you just see the smart folks, you know them. They're here. Tell me something. When you're going to school, we've talked about education, governance, and all the fun stuff. What is really the bottom line here? Why are we going to school? Why are we getting to learn all of this? We want to swell our pocketbooks, right? And so it takes us to the business and our finances. How do we manage those? And now, in a conference with a focus on AI, how does AI play in here? So what we're going to do is cut down on the time. You know, we've kind of gone a little far. We're going to call on the speakers one by one. We know they have the goods to deliver on how business, how finance, and how AI play together. So we're going to give each of them, how much do we have here? Like about 20 minutes. So we're going to give you about 3 to 4 minutes each to deliver your goods. And once you finish with that, we're going to move into an open forum where you get to participate, and we can keep our time as short, as sweet, and as much as we can. All right? So let's go right ahead. I'm so sorry I can't see your tag to be able to read your name, but we're going to start with just calling on the first speaker. We're talking about business. We're talking about finance. How do we manage our money? And how do we use AI to get into this business? Please go right ahead, sir. Take the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to just use 30 seconds to just talk about the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, which is your bank. It is the development finance arm of ECOWAS. That is the economic community of West African states. So all the member states of ECOWAS are members of the EBIT, which is the bank. And we have 2 windows, the public window and the private window. The public window does lending to the sovereigns, and the private window does lending to
any other entities other than the sovereign. I'm creating all this distinction because, as the moderator said, the bottom line is how do we finance these projects, or how do we step into the gaps or the problems that we have identified. For us as financial institutions, the benefits of AI is enormous. It's helped us with automation of some of the mundane tasks. When I started my career in banking, I hated account reconciliation. But thanks to AI modules, it has simplified account reconciliation. It helps in intelligent decision-making for those of us in management, fraud detection, which is one of the critical aspects of our business. Because remember, as bankers or as financial institutions, we are just caretakers of shareholder money. So we would not want to lose money due to fraud. So to the extent that we can use AI to minimize activities of fraudsters also serves our purpose very well. And then one of the things that AI has actually supported us to do is financial inclusion. We are talking about M-Pesa, we are talking about Momo, and all these have been made possible by AI. Now you go to the remotest village in East Africa or somewhere in Ghana, people who are semi-illiterate are able to even transfer money and receive monies. One other thing I also wanted to talk about is also it helps us to even detect irregularities. You know that as bankers, we process enormous amount of transactions in a day, and you'll be scratching your head how we are able to reconcile the accounts at the end of the day. And these we are able to do thanks to some of the AI tools that we use. Taking off from Gideon, he mentioned some of the challenges that the industry is facing as far as the implementation of AI is concerned. One thing that we do is we support the development of infrastructure that supports your internet, that supports electricity that you need to run your AI models, and also even support technological infrastructure. We also do invest in education, which also helps to narrow the skill gap that we need to implement the AI. We also help to bring affordable and innovative financing to the equation, which also helps for us in the actually development and deployment of AI systems. Thank you very much.
Oh, I did not hear your hand. All right, you can make it louder. And I'm giving my time right here, right on 4 minutes. That's what I'm talking about. He delivered his good, and didn't he do a good job? Can we give him one more hand of applause? Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. We're going to move to the next speaker. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Andrew Adianeksen. I stand on behalf of Executive Chairman of Glyco Group, Dr. Kwame Champonche. AI is very important to the industry, especially for insurance, and it's come at a point where we need to pay very much attention to the subject matter. And this conference is very important because we get opportunity to meet players, partners in academia, everywhere, so that this discussion will end up with something that works for all of us. It's so important for us. We are looking at how we can implement this from the grassroots. We are looking at the micro businesses, the micro sector, the youth. That's where we focus on. Our concern is that if we don't take any steps now, in the next 5-10 years, there will be a divide, which has been spoken about. We have a large group of people who are AI-oriented and others who are left behind. And so we also call on academia, as we look to implement AI, let's go to the day nursery. let's go to the primary schools. What is AI? If you're talking about breaking the subject down to our local languages, let the language schools begin to conceptualize this and bring out the terminologies that are required to send a message deep down there. If you talk about computerization, the P language, for example, are doing well. That tells you that they are thinking about the new technologies. Now, what is AI in P? What is AI in Ga? How will you describe AI in the Hausa and Ewe? We are lacking in those areas. We need to play a role there. Then business can begin to ride. At this point in time, if you go to the micro people who are on using mobile every day, let's take note that the mobile operators are collecting that data onto their systems. You and I have no access to it. If banking institutions, insurance institutions want to have access to credit rating, that data set is already sitting somewhere. How do we get access to it? Do they have opportunity to use that information for our business? If I go to Makola right now and I want to sell business, how do I know the rating of the individual? He has been doing more all this while. That data is sitting somewhere. We need to get it to be able to do our business. So these are some of the things that we want to be part of ensuring that we push it for it to get space in our business. Thank you very much.
Wow. Munasa, I told you so. He got it done in just about 3 minutes. The goods were delivered. All right, we had in the banking system, more in financing and in creating, and what are the challenges, like we heard from the former presenter. And then the next one kind of focusing on the micro aspects of it. How do we take it to the grassroots? All right, let's hear from the next speaker. We are talking about business, finance, and how AI got connected to this. How can we utilize it in a way that is beneficial and enhancing rather than a deterrent? Take the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Max Okome. I'm the MD of Oro Oil Ghana Limited and then Executive Director of Honesta Ghana Limited. I am a proud farmer and I'm into oil palm. By the grace of God, my company is the largest exporter of palm oil in Ghana. And we've done this for so many years. We export to Nigeria, which is the largest consumer of palm oil in the whole of West Africa. Nigeria consumes over 2.2 million tons of oil.
Tell me about it.
And their capacity is just 1.1 million. So they have a deficit of 1.1 million tons. Ghana also is a net importer of palm oil. We produce 200,000 metric tons, but we consume 450,000 metric tons. We have lands available to cultivate over 500,000 metric tons in the country, but we are not making good use of it. By the grace of God, we are using them for galamsey. And so we need to repent and make sure we go into oil palm. What I would want to say is that I want to give just a simple definition of artificial intelligence. And I want to quote my is the ability of machines to perform tasks that typically required human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, and decision making. Now, I am showing a video of my farm. As a businessman and as a farmer, AI has come in, and it's as if when I came to sit down here, it's all about classroom. And almost every professor refers AI to the classroom. And it's as if you cannot speak English, you have nothing to do with AI. It's as if you are a farmer, there is nothing to talk about AI. But if you look at what my definition is saying, it is a machine that is going to do the work where human intelligence and strength are required. And if you see in my plantation, you could see that young men and young ladies carrying fruits, climbing hills, because my plantation is at Begro, and Begro is made up of hills and mountains. And this is what we farmers and businessmen want: the academians, the engineers, the people who make a decision, who can make policies, who can decide what to do and what not to do. And unfortunately, probably I would suggest to the organizers of conferences, it is always unfortunate that at the opening ceremonies, people who come in come with their numbers to listen to decision makers. And when decision makers are going, they go out with the same numbers of people who come in. And when it comes to the point where we need to brainstorm what is the realities, those who can make decisions, they are not around. And it has always been the norm for every conference. And so I would suggest that those people will be put at the last day of the event, so that if they come late, we, those brainstorming what is reality, we finish, and then we also leave. And then they will come and speak to the chairs. Because at the end of the day, what we are brainstorming is what we want them to implement. And that is why, as a country, as a continent, we still have problem with implementations. We have a lot of policies that has been assigned and approved by Parliament, but implementation is the issue, because the country, the continent, is becoming a talkative continent. People who can talk more are the people given positions more. People who can talk more are the people who are recognized in the society. But people who can implement and make actions, they are nowhere to be seen and they cannot be recognized. I am a proud farmer. I live in the village. I do everything in my farm. I am happy in the farm. But at the end of the day, if we are discussing AI today and financing, I expect to see almost every banking institution represent. Because at the end of the day, the AI is going to produce raw material, produce processing, produce manufacturing, and produce consumption. And so if the banking institutions that's supposed to sustain these industries, they are not here to even listening to the business aspect of the AI. If organizations that can make money available are not here, it means that we will brainstorm it and then we keep it. Last week I said that Oil Palm has a book that is called The Master Plan of the Oil Palm Studies in Ghana. And this book contains everything that can take us to become Malaysia or Indonesia. But when the book was launched, from that day, I'm not sure any Minister of Agric has ever seen that book again. It has been kept under the table and nobody looks for it. But this money spent on this research is more than giving it to Oro Oil, my company, to establish 10,000 hectares of plantation. And that is what we are used to. We want to make sure we do it, but implementation is the key challenging of the country. If AI can move forward, it is a revolution. It's a willpower. It's a deliberate attempt. It is something that we need to make sure that after this conference, the people who decide, who implement, are being taxed by force and compulsory to make sure that it works. Otherwise, the 2 days, 3 days here will be a waste of time. Thank you very much.
Oh, did you hear that? Thank you so much. He's just hitting the nail on the head. We will make sure they hear it, sir. All right, we come to conferences and we organize and we talk about it. This is not an academic conference. We do quite a bit of that in academic conferences. A whole lot of research time has been spent and we write all these papers and make all these researches and then we present them in academic conferences. And after that, what happens? We shelve them off. All that great idea. But sir, AETF, we're here for business. Right, Chair? Absolutely. We're going to let those who will bring the money in know about this. We're not just here to do a talk show. This is the first that we have actually arranged. You're going to have a whole lot more going. The idea is not a talk show. It's to take what we learn from this and take it to the folks that are doing the governance, the folks that are doing the research, and the folks that are doing the implementation, and pull them together so we can do and see what he's doing right there in the farm. Can we give him one more hand of applause? Thank you, sir. All right, so let's go to our last speaker, fabulously looking lady. Give us your goods, ma'am.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Mina Abella Hassan, and I'm in charge of marketing and communications for Margins ID Group. For those of us who were here from the morning, you did hear from my CEO, Moses Baden Jr., and he spoke at length about AI and identity, and he spoke a little bit about Margins Group as well. So I'm just going to elaborate on some of those things and then connect it to the topic, which is finance and business as well. So for those of you who are not here this morning, Margins ID Group is a technology company. It's a Ghanaian company. This year, Margins is turning 35 years old. So we've been here for a very long time. You don't really hear about Ghanaian companies, especially tech companies, that are 35 years old. So for those of us who are left, let's please put your hands together for our founder and the company for all the work that it's done. For those of you who are not familiar, in his speech this morning, he did say that if you have interacted with our products basically for decades, but you're not aware of it. So the main crux of our business is identity. If I'm to simplify it, I would say our job is to tell you that a person without a doubt is who they say they are, and they have access to the things that they are credentialed or authorized to have access to, and nothing more and nothing less. So it is as simple and as difficult as that. If you have a Ghana card, if you have a non-citizen Ghana card, that is Margins ID Group technology. If you've gone to renew a license, if you've gone to NHIA, or if you've interacted with them in any way, shape or form, that is Margins ID Group technology. If you've come to the airport and used the border control systems, that is Margins ID Group technology. So that is Ghanaian technology. I really want to emphasize on that because today we've heard a lot about we don't have this and we don't have this and all kinds of things. But what I'm telling you is we do, and we are working. And when it comes to identity, Margins ID Group has built that infrastructure already with in partnership with the government and the National Identification Authority. Now, a lot of people, and I understand, don't really understand. I have a lot of questions. Why do we need the Ghana card? Why do we need to go and register? Why do we need to give our biometrics? Because establishing trust, especially in African countries, is super important. And especially when it comes to AI as well, because identity is the backbone of trust. And the only way you can have trusted infrastructures is with biometrics. With your fingerprints, we also take your iris scan, so you know without a doubt that this person is who they say they are. We work with all the banks, every single one, anywhere where you are transacting financially according to the law, because at Margins, we always say that technology must follow the law. Anywhere that you transact financially, you do have to authenticate it with your biometrics before that transaction takes place, because it means that the bank has verified that it is you that is taking money from this account or depositing money into this account. Now, every time you do that, there's an audit code that is sent from the National Identification Authority to the bank, and that makes that authenticates the transaction. If there's any issues, you can always go back and challenge and say, hey, I didn't make this payment, or I didn't withdraw this amount. and those things will be rectified, and it's written into the law. So I want to talk about the law a little bit and the importance of that phrase, technology follows the law, in relation to AI systems as well. So if we're building our own AI systems here locally in Ghana, it will follow Ghanaian law, just like the National Identification Authority, your Ghana card, your data is all governed by law, data protection laws, there's cybersecurity, there's NISA, all of it is protecting your identity and people who have access to your identity and what it is used for. So when we also start investing in these AI models and building it ourselves without relying on other countries, because a lot of the AI that we consume is governed by laws from other countries that do not necessarily subscribe to the laws that we have here. So that is the importance of building our own AI infrastructures as well. At Margins, we build, if you come to our office, we use biometrics for everything. So there's no question of, did I come to work at 9 o'clock? No, when I come to work, I use my fingerprint to enter. I use my face to access my office. I don't have access to a lot of the office space, irrespective of, because my position gives me access to some and not to others. So there's no question of there's theft, or this person came at this time, or this person was late, all the paperwork and all of that. There's no question of that because it's verified, it's authenticated, and we build our internal AI platforms based on those policies that have already been set. So those are some of the things that we're doing as well. And that's how we're working with finance. And that's the importance of identity as the backbone of trust when it comes to AI and financial transactions as well. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. You know, when you talk with entrepreneurs, business owners, the banks, the handling of the financing, time means a lot to them, right? We deliver the goods. It's just 1 minute, just 1 minute into it. And 1 minute costs a whole lot. I call my attorney in Chicago and I want to talk. They're timing me. The 15 minutes they're going to spend with me on the phone, they're charging me by the minute. So I better get my stuff together before I call them because I don't want to spend more than I wanted to. So let's give a hand to all these speakers, okay? You truly business folks, you truly finance folks, and you've told us how you can integrate and have been integrating AI in what you do. The AETF has set this up because we do not want to be at the back. We being proactive. We are in the front of AI. We're not going to wait and get what has been left behind. So at this very moment, they've delivered it. We don't have a whole lot of time. The idea was not to get into a Q&A. The Q&A is actually now, and that's on you. So we're going to open the floor, give you an open forum. If you have a question or two that you want to ask this panel, I see a hand up right there. Whoever has the mic, would you run to the gentleman back there?
Sure.
And let him have his way with the question.
Okay.
And if anybody can ask, we're going to take, I would say about 3 for now, because we have just 10 more minutes to go. And any of you will be able to answer that. Go ahead, sir.
President and for Black Empowerment. It's a group which helps Black people to think in directions which is going to help Black people collectively develop. And what I want to say is, first of all, in response to what one of the gentlemen said, that Black people are not in the books because we don't seem to discover or invent anything. The reality is that we do. But for some reason, for some queer reason, which is wrong with the ministry and Ghana Education Service, nobody wants to talk about it, maybe out of fear. What is happening is that we are excluded. I, myself, I'm beginning with myself, makes it very easy. I homeschooled my son, the first person to teach his own children, for my child to finish the BEC with distinction. When he was only 9 years, at the time it was against the law for you to teach your child or sit for the BEC when they haven't gone to the school. So they had to chase me around a little bit. And Kiola Asiedu, the popular mass writer, came to my house. I'm a prolific writer myself. I've written over 80 books.
Okay, so we're talking business, finance, and AI. Let's stay on track, sir. Let's stay on track.
Okay, so let me add the business part because I'm going to say something here right now. Schools, secondary schools. And if those secondary students were here, I would have said something I predicted about to them in their schools, all the 3 schools, which we are now discussing. I told them long ago. But the secondary schools that we have, they don't have an intercom. So what they do is that they put a pole and put a PR system on it, and when the headmaster wants to pass an announcement around, he shouts.
What's your question, sir?
Exactly.
Trying to get your question for the panel, sir. Right?
Okay. So my question is, what are we doing to create an intercom for the schools so that they're able to manage them without that disturbance?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right. While we're holding on to that, did we see any other hand?
No.
All right. Please, would you take, any of you can go ahead and answer that question. Thank you for your question, sir. We appreciate you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Okay, there's one more hand here. There's a lady. Let's take.
Go right ahead.
You want to go? And then there's one here. That's it. And then we are done. We don't have much time. So go ahead. Business, finance, AI.
Sure. Quick question for our farmer in the midst. I want to find out if you have already integrated AI into your farming system. That'll be all.
Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And
Do we have another hand?
Yes,
we
the
want to take the
one.
3.
Last question. Here. Go ahead, lady.
Okay, thank you very much. And this for our students or their reps here, that the Institute of Chartered Accountants, which is highly connected to the business and finance in this hall here, has advanced the IAI to the point of examining using AI. So we do not need invigilators. We are allowed, or the students are allowed to write their exams anywhere they are. And this is to encourage all of us that this is the first in Africa, because we only get this out there, but Africa is advancing with AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Those are all our questions. So over to you.
We're going to go ahead and handle this.
Yes, and then we're done.
And if we can stay within the topic, we're talking about business, we're talking about finance and AI. Any other thing is going to come in the next session. So if you can hold your other question for that. Would any of you go right ahead?
Yes. Okay. So please, what currently I'm using in my farm, as far as AI is concerned, is the survey, and then the security system. So I quite remember some years ago, I wanted to buy a land, and then when we started the surveying work, we got to a point that we needed to compensate the land owners. And what happened that period was that the land was about 5,000 acres. So when we start doing the valuation, if you see a structure at this point, you value it. If it is 10,000 cedis, you value it, you put the name of the owner of that particular structure or that particular item, and then you move on. And it was done manually. So what happened is that when they put the structure here and you value it, the next day you see the same structure being put ahead of you, because they work overnight to remove that same structure, put it in front of you so that you go and value the same structure there. And so you keep on valuating one property. If it is a wooden property, they will do it ahead of you. And so it got to a point when we detected it, we canceled the whole valuation, and then the opinion leaders decided that we should go into negotiation. But it didn't work, so we stopped. Currently, what we are doing is that when we identify a land and we want to buy it or lease it, we use drones. So the drone will capture the land capture all the items, all the structures. If there is any tree that requires a compensation, the drone will capture everything as part of the negotiation documents. That this area, when we came in, we saw 10 structures. And these structures are being valued at 1 million Ghana cedis. And from this time, we don't want anybody to put any structure. Otherwise, that structure will not be evaluated. And so drone system has helped us in our farming system. The second thing is that before we were using manual surveying. Now we use drones to do the surveying work. So we can survey 100,000 hectares of land within the shortest possible time by using the drone. And so that is currently what we are using. But there are so many things we can do using AI. Just as if you go to Malaysia, they use a conveying system to convey what you saw the gentlemen carrying on their heads. There is a conveyor. When you harvest the fruit and you put it on the conveyor line, then the conveyor will pick it up and send it to where the truck will be loading the fruits to the mill. And all these things are things that our AI engineers can design for oil palm industry. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, moderator, I just want to just add a little contribution to what my brother just said. In my first career, I was a chartered surveyor for VRA in those days. I'm talking about 1990s. And when they were doing the Northern Electrification Program from Techima to Burkina Faso, I have to walk with my valuation team from Techima to Burkina Faso for the way live for the high tension lines. So I always tell people that in the northern Ghana, I know every village under the pylon from Techima to Burkina. And you know how long it took? It took a lot of time. The last valuation I did in Ghana before I traveled was the Aboise thermal plant, the site. And those of you who know Takrade, it's a very big area because that is where we have all our thermal energy production from. I literally have to walk the whole land to capture every tree, every economic tree, and every building on the land. So that shows you how far we have come using AI technology.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yeah.
Okay, I want to address the issue raised by Chartered Institute of Accountants on the education of your students. I want to indicate that much as we pursue the AI agenda, let's know that we have to be practical. AI is technology. If it says how to cook rice, and a student is given an examination question, how to cook rice, he goes to AI will give you the full way of doing it. But you must get the student to actually cook the rice so you can see that the AI is doing the right thing. If he's cooking, and the AI says, put it down the stove, and that's not how it should be. The student will have to know. And there again, parents must also come in helping students come abreast with AI in a practical manner. So that's very, very important. The next thing I want to talk about is that let's note that there are some aspects of AI which still requires human intervention. We can't do without it. AI is built by humans, human knowledge. So much as humans are so complex in our nature and our form, we cannot get AI doing everything we know how to do. That has come up in the earlier discussions. Let's take things like sentiment. When you go to a place and you're not happy and you're not being served well, how will AI read your face and know you're happy or not? A human being will have to do that. Although systems are coming up that will help with the customer service things we do, and we still need humans to help train the AI to pick up those sentiments and make business better. My brother here spoke about fraud detection. Fraud detection, yes. When someone comes within your environment and their nature and their attitude shows he's about something or with some ill intentions, it's a human being who should be able to detect that. train the AI tools, and they will do the job for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And the lady, if you can kind of just wrap it up.
Okay. The question I believe you were asking about intercoms for schools, I'm summarizing as a lack of technology in our schools and how as businesses we plan to bridge the gap. So for us, one of the UN sustainable goals that we subscribe to is in education. That's SDG goal number 4. So we work with a lot of institutions and go really across Ghana. We've gone to the north, we've gone to different regions and gone and worked with different schools and different organizations. And one of the most concerning things is a complete lack of infrastructure. I think in Accra, we live in the Accra bubble. But when you move out of the region, you see that there are so many gaps. I've met the brightest students who are very passionate about ICT, who've never used a computer before. Everything they know, they study in textbooks. And what we do is we're trying to bridge that gap with technology. We try and send our people to go and train them and speak to them and obviously work with these organizations to see how best we can support. But we are one company. I really think that this organization, and from the morning, I think Dr. Spiogabra spoke a lot about the state of education and what he tried to implement when he was Minister of Education, and other people have come as well and spoken about the state of education. And it's so critical for all of us as well in private companies and the banks and finances to come together and really fix the problem of education and the lack of infrastructure, because if we don't, then AI it doesn't matter how young our population is, it's a complete distant and unattainable dream. So from us as Margins Group who are subscribed to education and are very passionate about it, if we can come together, those of us who are here and have businesses and are in government, to see how best we can pool our resources to invest back into infrastructure and education to make sure you have the technology that you specify. Thanks.
Wow, there we have it. Can you give them a big hand of applause? Okay, we've spent the last about just 30 minutes talking about business, finance, and AI. My name is Professor Margaret King, President, CEO of Global Institute of Planning and Sustainable Development. I live in Chicago, and we work with all 54, you might call it 55, countries of Africa. We're glad to be in Ghana today for this great event, and I came with my dear friend, the Vice President, Dr. Fraser Shizde, and my other friend from Nigeria, Dr. Kemi. I kind of cut it short, but we are glad to be here. There's so much. I have a lot of questions for them, but there's no time to get into that right now. So we're going to be moving on, but they're going to be around. If you have your card or something, put it in their hands, grab them to the side. Let's talk more about this. But more importantly, we want to move beyond talk to action. And these are the folks you need to talk with. Have a great day. God
Thank
bless.
you so much. I love the moderation. Very lively, Professor King. Can we step forward and we take a nice photo together with our moderator? And while we are doing that, we're going to call on Dr. Akwesi Ableke. He's a biogenetics scientist, Harvard University, and we're looking at science, technology, ethics, and AI. So Dr. Ableke will be coming up, and Professor King and her people will take a photo to mark the occasion. And Dr. Ableke has a 10-minute presentation for us. Yes, can you please turn around so they can see you and they take the photos? Oh, Prof. King is networking. Yeah, all right, right in the middle. That's your spot. Please step forward a bit. Yes, like Miss Ghana contestants, you know. Yeah, there you go. That's your camera. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our panelists and our moderator, and we turn it over for the next 10 minutes to Dr. Akwesi Ableke, who's going to be talking to us about science, technology, ethics, and AI. Prof. Okay. Doc, over to you.
Right. All right, so I'm going to start now. I'm going to talk about
how we can think about biotechnology as a way of developing capacity in Ghana or in Africa. And I'm going to talk to you about two organizations that I lead. That is the Center Institute of Technology and then also EcoChess Biosciences. So the main reason I have this slide is to tell you about there are so many people in the diaspora who had lived their life here in Ghana, and they've gone and come back. And there are so many examples that we have here. And normally when that happens, the challenge has always been, how do you fit into the system that you have? And is there a way that you can build on it? So for us, or for me, what I was interested in is, we have so much biodiversity in Ghana, and we can use the local knowledge that we have and build a system around that. So you have to pick one problem, right? Because if you understand a specific problem, then you can apply that problem. So in our case, we look at what are the endemic and tropical diseases. These diseases has been in existence for ages, and they are still going to be here, right? What can we do to be able to resolve some of those diseases or find treatment or be able to diagnose them? That's the first one. And the second thing is, if you take the uterine fibroid, that's not a tropical disease, but it's actually an endemic one, where you have a lot of women with diseases. And then globally, if you take Africa, we spend close to about $30 billion on the pharmaceutical industry alone. That's how much importation we make. So there's very little manufacturing, but we consume almost 25% of the entire pharmaceutical industry. So again, this tells you that we have opportunities that we can develop based on our own needs and how we can fix or solve our needs. The second issue is when we take agriculture, it's very key to our economy. You have the animal rearing and then the crop production. Again, here's the problem. Over the last decade, we have lost about 300 million cocoa trees. And the reason is that when they are infected with cocoa swirling shoot virus, the only way to treat it is to cut down the tree and then burn them. That's the solution. 1.3 million pigs have died in Ghana just from the swine flu and then avian flu. In Greater Accra alone, in 2015, that was the latest data I could get. That was about 100,000 birds dying when you have the avian flu. So the best way of solving this problem is you need to continuously to do a surveillance. Check what is the accessibility, how many people can get access to surveillance of these diseases and how can you treat it. And here are some of the data that shows that we have very limited access on the continent. So what has been the solution? What have we been doing in order to solve this problem? The traditional way, which has been working over, is just buy a lot of antibiotics and just keep on injecting antibiotics into people or into the animal and hope that the animals do not die. Or secondly, we have a lot of herbal medicine that has been reported to be useful, and then you can implement them. But again, there's no scientific way of assessing and evaluating these herbal medicine. So what has been the short-term solution, which has been working over the last maybe several decades on the continent? Our first reaction is to do importation. So annually, Ghana alone imports close to 350 million worth of biotech products. So those are diagnostic, medical devices, therapeutics, and clinical trials, and conducting clinical trials. And the result is that the dollar is unstable, there's no entrepreneurship in the biotech space, and more importantly, there's no job. Because when you are buying from someone and just buying and exporting, you're not creating jobs. So this has been a short-term approach we've been doing over the years, and I think we have the talent pool, the resources to be able to make it accessible. And this has been well exemplified during COVID, when everyone needed access to the reagent or the materials they have. At that point, each country was hoarding what they had, and the problem was that there was not enough to move around. And so for that matter, the long-term solution is a painful solution, but it's one that is literally needed, and it's a solution that we need to implement. And that is, we need to put up an ecosystem where we manufacture this product locally here in Africa. And that will allow, and that means that we have to do the R&D, we have to create that entrepreneurial training to get people excited about entrepreneurship, do our own biomanufacturing, and then create jobs. So we started this project almost 15 years ago, 2009, and we bought the land, and in 2016, we eventually got our hub ready. And one other thing that I was so excited, and I want to make a comment about it, about the African Education Trust Fund is, when we started this project, we self-funded it. We funded everything by ourselves. Not a single money came from government or from any individual, because we believe in this mission that if we can do this, it will change the ecosystem in Africa or in Ghana. So we self-funded everything, and then later on, by the time I reached Harvard, we got some equipment donations to support the project. So I'm going to talk about how AI can be used to solve this problem and make this problem interesting. So there's basic science, translation, and training. So I'm going to summarize everything about AI to you right now on this slide. Okay, so now you have a background about what we started with and why we are here. So first, we have to understand plants, crops in Ghana. How, if you look at a global biodiversity index, you have only about 20% of African crops in there. So if you go in and you put it into an AI model and says, I'm looking for boma, right? You're not going to find that plant, because somebody has to spend his time, go to the field, and individually document every plant that you can find. And then you can build that database, the knowledge base, and that knowledge is what you are going to then mine the data and says, I'm looking for something in this database. How many of these plants have been documented? What do they use the plant for? So we've done that for about 600 plants. The second thing is, we go to the beach. If you go to the beach now, the fishes are we just take the fish and we consume it, that's it. But we don't really understand what is the scope of the diversity of fishes in the Atlantic Ocean, on our side of the Atlantic Ocean. If you take the US, it's the far coast of the Atlantic Ocean. So we did a project from Aplau in the Volta region all the way to Azim. We went to every fishing village and we collected the fishes, we documented them, and again, you need to create the ground truth. If you don't have your local data, you are just running an AI on a model that already exists from somewhere, and we've been generating that. We created an antimicrobial screening platform. We have identified 2 antimicrobials. And the last 2 things, which for me is very interesting, is maybe this about metagenomics. But let me go to fibroid. So by the time a woman is 50 years on the continent, 80% of them has a fibroid in there. And the reason why they know they have fibroid is that is the time you start seeing symptoms of the fibroid. We can develop an AI model that can detect the fibroid maybe in their 20s, and you can do something to prevent it. But what do? There is no database that has been set up to establish it. So we are starting this process in our institute. So far, when they do the surgery, we collect the fibroid from the surgery, we are biobanking them, and then we are identifying the genetics pathway. We are now creating an ultrasound pipeline to build the African fibroid database, where a woman can just be anywhere, be scanned, and it goes into a database, and that database can tell a person if you have fibroid or not, very early on. If we cannot do any of these things for our own continent, there's no way we can say that we are running an AI model or an AI machine learning in order to build capacity for the continent. So I'm going to stop here, and as I said, we've developed a diagnostic kit. This is a project we did last year. There was Mpox coming, and we created an Mpox testing kit locally here in Ghana. We are doing some for agriculture, for avian flu, cocoa swollen shoot, swine flu, and I'm going to jump all this. And the last thing, I'm very passionate about this, is that we need to start training our kids at this very age. And the only way we can start training them is that we need to develop labs that are in a small kit. They can have the kids in the schools and actually start learning how to run an experiment and start critical thinking. If you cannot do that, then we will still be in a bubble, which will be difficult to address later on. So and the last thing I will say is that we've been fortunate because we have a strong board that has been supporting us. We've been able to work with institutions across the country and also globally and also in Africa. And this is one conference we did where we actually got the manufacturing company of Zeiss to ship a microscope straight to Ghana to let us use it to train people on microscopy. And the point of saying all this is that it's 10 years of work that we have done locally. And for me, when I heard about the AETF, I was excited because all the work I'm telling you now is self-funded. Most of it, we took our own money and we train people without even taking school fees. Okay, that is how you can build capacity on the continent. If we keep on saying it is always have to be revenue generation, we will not be able to create the world that we wish to. So I'll stop here and I can take questions. I know it's late, so I'll make it short. Bye.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Gulaka. Questions, brief questions for the doctor. We're talking science, we're talking technology, we're talking ethics and AI. There's a hand here. So this is one.
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, you're talking about a data set. We're talking about AI. There are AI companies that want to build on these things. Is your data available to them, or is there a way to get a data from you to build AI?
Yeah. So that part I can. I can wait.
You wanted to?
I could answer it.
Okay.
Yeah. So currently the data is proprietary. We are keeping it in-house and we are building on it. And that is the only way we can fund back the institute. Eventually, the data has to be sold because nobody in the developed world, there's a grant system. The grant fund the research and make it public. But if you want to be able to make it roll in, you would have to do the research and then you have to commercialize the research. That's the only way to continue funding the project you are working on.
Congratulations. My name is Martin Ahone. This data that you have collected on the fishes and also on the plants, they are changing all the time, are they not?
Yes.
Because we are using weedicide now, some of those plants may not be there again. So how are we going to apply them?
Yeah. So, the world has changed. So has changed in the last 20 years since the first DNA sequence was revealed, right? So currently, every animal that we have sequenced, we have a biobank of the tissue in the lab, and with technology, you can recreate that species. That's the solution. There's no way I can take a shark and then keep the shark in my freezer. It will not take me anywhere. But if I can just take less than my nail, I will just keep it frozen and I can extract the DNA back and regenerate the organism. So tissue banking is the best way, and we bank everything.
Thank you. I think we have exhausted the questions. Dr. Gulaka. He left the place before I even asked him to go. Thank you very much. The man in a hurry. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay. We are moving on to the fifth session, Reshaping the Global Mining and Natural Resources Development Map. Our moderator is Dr. Violet Makuku, Quality Assurance and Association, I beg your pardon. And the panelist is Dr. Mzefula Ngenge. He's chairman of the African Diamond Council and African International Diamond Exchange. That's ADEX. They're looking at reshaping the global mining and natural resources development map. I think we can appreciate them. Should have some microphones there. Microphones. Yeah, it's working.
Thank you very much. We want to stand on those protocols which have been established since morning and also appreciating everybody at this juncture that we are still all around.
So just an announcement that the representatives from the Dodowa Traditional Council, they've been with us since the morning, and they are informing us that they are making their way back to their area. And so the representatives from Dodowa Traditional Council, we are grateful for your presence, and we thank you for your time here. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So in this segment, it's me, Dr. Violet Makuku, the Director for the Global Quality Assurance Association, registered here in Ghana. And then we have Say, Dr. Muzi Fula Ngenge as the chairperson for the African Diamond Council and African International Diamond Exchange in Angola. So welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
So going through, the issues are on mining and AI, and we want to look at the technological leap. I think our colleagues before were talking about the time that they took maybe to carry the palm fruit to the site, and also the pylons we were told about how much they took going physically to do it. But I know in mining, there are also similar things which were happening before AI. But now we are talking about the technological leap, AI and traceability. So my question is, a key part of reshaping this narrative is through irrefutable proof of origin and ethical practices. I think since morning, we also heard a lot about ethical practice. This brings us to traceability. Beyond just a conflict-free tag, what does meaningful traceability look like for a diamond in 2025? What story should it tell from the mine to the market? We are just speaking on a diamond representing all minerals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, much of what I will discuss today is going to focus primarily on diamonds and also on gemstones in general. We are trying to take our mining industry, particularly when it comes to gemstones, from paper to digital. How we do that, we are really pushing to implement a traceability solution rather than just blockchain technology. What I'm pushing now, it does incorporate blockchain technology. However, we are pushing public blockchain to make sure it's also compatible with private blockchain. I think where the journey starts for us, normally when we meet, we see someone wearing diamonds or jewelry, we compliment them. And many people think the diamond journey starts with a boutique or a designer. You know, they tell you they're wearing Chopard or Tiffany or Cartier. And I'm saying that, well, maybe the story should start with the mine. And it should start with that country of origin. So we've really worked very hard to implement, make sure that the mine takes credit for the origin. That mine now is well positioned to issue a country certificate of origin. It's also important for us to implement blockchain technology. And we don't just focus on the country, we focus on the mine. So it's very important that we have our cinema sector, our supermodels, our first ladies wearing diamonds. They're able to tell you that that diamond came from a particular mine. Maybe it was Katoka mine or the Kimberley mine in South Africa, for example. They're able to tell you what the country of origin is, and we have blockchain technology that's basically taking our industry from paper to digital.
Okay, thank you. Talking about blockchain technology, for a lay person, and I'm also trying to imagine how does then this blockchain captures the information so that it goes all the way, tracing from where the diamond was mined. So how does this blockchain work within the mining sector?
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure the mine has control of that certificate of origin and the blockchain technology. And what happens when those diamonds are extracted, they come into a very controlled area. We basically mimic a diamond digitally, where we're able to look at that diamond. It then moves into the area of nanotechnology. And in nanotechnology, what we're doing is we can nanotag those diamonds above and below surface. And it gives us a birthmark for that particular diamond. And what happens is when that diamond has a particular birthmark, it doesn't damage the stone, but it puts us in position to implement even more technology that helps us reinforce and create a very advanced type of infrastructure for our diamond sector. So when we talk about nanotechnology, again, we want to make sure that that diamond has a birth certificate. We want to make sure that that diamond has a birthmark. So if that diamond is stolen, if that diamond is recut and sold, those characteristics are still there within that particular diamond or gemstone.
Thank you very much. I know that in terms of the blockchain technology, as the pure sciences should help us, but I wish we had people who are in academia who are also teaching blockchain in the academic institutions to hear if they are carrying it on and seeing the vital role that blockchain plays alongside AI, because it's another building block that can help us to make AI efficient. But I want to move on and dive deeper on traceability technology. Let's talk about the marriage of AI and traceability. We are hearing about blockchain, like I've said, spectral fingerprinting, micro laser inscription, all these things. Some of the terms we also hear them in medicine. But how does AI act as the brain that makes these technologies a cohesive and tamper-proof system for guaranteeing a diamond provenance?
Well, we have to control the entire value chain. Even after that diamond is cut and polished and has a nano tag, we then want to make sure that they have titles of ownership. I think it's very important. If you're very lucky, you have a chance to buy a home or a car, and if that car and that home is paid for, it comes with a title of ownership. And we feel that the diamonds should also have titles of ownership, and it's not a purchase that we make every day. It's once in a lifetime. If we're very lucky, we can have that type of privilege, but we want to make sure that all of those elements that I talked about previously are all incorporated into one traceability solution. So when we look at the Kimberley Process Diamond Certification Scheme, we see a weak system because they're focused primarily on taking paper to digital and nothing else. And that may work in a place like Botswana or South Africa or Namibia, but it doesn't work in Central African Republic. It doesn't work in Congo. It doesn't work in Angola. So we have to make sure that we're offering a system that's all-inclusive, that can be very beneficial worldwide.
So if you say it can work in Namibia or Botswana or South Africa and not in Angola, is it then a language issue or?
No, it's not a language issue. You look at the infrastructure that you look at the De Beers group of companies, for example, they're operating now in South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. And you cannot compare that to a Sierra Leone when it comes to infrastructure, especially in the mining sector. You know, it's a little bit more wild, wild west in a place like Congo. Angola now is starting to step forward. Angola is the #1 country now in Africa when it comes to price per carat for diamonds. We've just surpassed Botswana in the last 2 weeks.
So do you want to tell me that you have better technology for that diamond tracing in the 21st century?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The technology that I'm referring to was made exclusively for Africa. And we had to make sure, and it took us 3 years to come with this type of solution. It wasn't just going from paper to digital, it was making sure we had birth certificates or certificates of origin. We wanted to make sure that we had nanotechnology that was applied. We wanted to make sure if there were private blockchain companies that it could be compatible with public blockchain. Why is it important for the consumer to have access to this? Because number one, if you were to buy a lab grown or a natural diamond, you need to know the difference. And secondly, if you take that diamond to a pawn shop and you pawn it, that pawn shop owner has the capacity now to take his cell phone, point it at the diamond, read the nano tag, and it can reveal it can reveal the country of origin, it can reveal the mine that it came from, it can even reveal the present owner of that particular stone. So this is all African technology. This is not something that was given to us. This is something that we took 3 years to develop because we are the producers. And the fact that we are the producers, I think that comes across the board. You know, I look at consuming nations. The United States is the #1 consuming nation of African diamonds, but the real credit needs to go to the African diamond producing countries.
Hey, that's a brilliant one. Please, let's put our hands together for that response. But then I just want to bring you to one other issue. Since morning and in other events that I've attended where the issues of AI are very hot, people think that in Africa, or it's a sweeping statement, or it's painting everybody with the same brush, as we have now seen that we move slowly in terms of adoption, a bit of resistance. We are not very agile. What is your message to all who are here, who are hesitant to modernize?
Well, first of all, I just think when it comes to advanced technology, Africa is the best place for any sector. I think if you're making Range Rovers, if that vehicle is not tested in Congo or Angola, then I don't care what it does when it's driving down the Autobahn in Germany. And I think that's when it comes to advanced technology for the mining industry, we need to make sure that it's tested and it's battle tested in places like Angola, or it's battle tested in Central African Republic, not necessarily in these very modern infrastructures like South Africa or Namibia or Botswana. We want to make sure that whatever is coming our way, we have the capacity to say it's passed our test rather than those tests outside in a place like Europe or United States or the West.
Yes, so I think if you pick it very well, DOC is pushing towards harmonization. So we want harmonization of our systems, harmonization of our standards. As a quality assurance specialist, I'm even looking at saying then we can still develop harmonized standards and ethical standards that can at least define our systems in Africa. And that is very, very possible because we link up with the African Continental Free Trade Area, where we want to break all the barriers, the silos, and build bridges. And I see that the harmonization of our AI systems, the harmonization of our transport systems and so on can get us there. But let me come back to you because of the youth and also the education system. Remember, this event is meant to bring together the academia, the industry, and so on. So I want to ask you, future guests in question, that let's project 5 years forward. Paint a picture for us, for a young African diamond miner, assuming that the student will have gone through university education, and you link up with the AI.
Well, when you talk about youth involved in the mining sector, most of the time you're talking about informal miners that don't have advanced technology. They have a cell phone, if they're lucky. They don't have GPS to basically tell them where the goods are. They don't do geological surveying, for example. If they have machinery, whether it's small or large machinery, they don't have drones to fly those parts for their equipment into that mining area. So I could see in the next 5 to 10 years where someone who wants to get into the mining sector and not necessarily at a commercial level, they have the capacity to take their cell phone to identify where they should be mining. If they have machinery that breaks down, they have the capacity to send a drone to get parts for them. And there's just so many things in terms of geological mapping that they could take advantage of because it can be all inside your device.
So maybe could we say partnerships or informal education or non-formal education, but still to equip them, because still we may find that even if they didn't go to the formal school, they would want to do it and contribute also. What's your comment on that?
There's a way to push the commercial sector to create an infrastructure. If a company like De Beers or Rio Tinto or Alrosa comes into an area, we hold them accountable. We want to make sure that they're enhancing the infrastructure. So they do have to build schools, they do have to build hospitals, and informal miners should have priority or access to get an education. Even if it applies to the mining sector, they should be able to come in and basically say, I'm an informal miner and I want to know more about the trade, and that could potentially prepare them to join the commercial sector on a large scale.
Thank you very much. A call to action. I think we have heard also that this event is not for theory. It's meant to bring about practical results. So finally, Doc Ngenge, reshaping a global map requires allies. That's what I was even thinking for this previous question, that it then requires collaboration, it requires partnerships. And so, who are the most crucial partners in this journey? Is it the major luxury brands? Is it the end consumers? Is it the government or tech giants? And do we have those tech giants here as we are advocating for Afrocentric solutions? And the last one I want to say, and what is the one concrete action you want every person in this audience to take away from our conversation today? Although it's really centered on mining and minerals, it could apply to mining and minerals and AI, but could also be applicable to other areas. Thank you.
Well, the first thing I'd like to establish is that many of the sectors that you mentioned are all inclusive when it comes to diamond mining. We have a cinema sector that's very powerful in Africa. Not just Nollywood, but in other countries we have a very strong, but no one really talks about product placement in those films to launch luxury brands, for example. And that's something I really push. When it comes to education, I want to ensure in a place like Botswana, you can walk into the De Beers Group headquarters, you can meet someone, and you just ask them a simple question about their education. They said, listen, my primary school was free, my university level education was free, and now I'm on the exco for the De Beers Group of companies for more than 10 years. And that's the only model that I can put out there as a model of success. I wish Angola would do the same. I wish Namibia would do the same in South Africa. And when it comes to sending a strong message, for me, Africa is AI, and AI is Africa. And a lot of people may say it's artificial intelligence, but for me, it's African intelligence. I think what happens first, Africa comes first in terms of intelligence, and then something artificial has to follow it. So for me, it's always been African intelligence, and that's what I refer to it as, and I want to make sure everyone who understands that, particularly the youth. Another strong message I want to send to the youth is don't be so dependent on AI that you are not a contributor to AI. You don't want to be just someone that utilizes AI. You want to make sure that you're contributing to it. And it's the same with African diamond producing countries. We are producers. So we want to produce AI. We want to make sure that people who are utilizing AI are following our narrative, the way we communicate, those messages that we're sending out, even in terms of the style I write in or speak in. I want to make sure that AI is adopting that and basically disseminating that information around the world.
Thank you very much, Doc. You laid the foundation, which is reiterating now that it's our AI. Everything was developed initially from Africa, and we need to understand that we are capable. In the morning, I think it was well expressed what you said that Africa, AI, we heard about the hashtag which he referred to and all that. Now, I just want to say, Dokumse Flangenge, thank you for a truly insightful and thought-provoking discussion on traceability, technology, and the urgent need to modernize our system. Your leadership in reshaping the global map is clear. But what is also clear from what he has told us is that we cannot run away from the partnership. The community, industry, government, and academia is not even a triple helix because it's involving more than three groups of interested people who can work together to make a difference. Thank you once again. AETF, long live. We hope to have more and more of such engagements because they are highly meaningful. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makuku, and your guest, Dr. Ngenge. Sounded like just wrapped everything up, but I don't know, there may be some questions inside injury time. One or two. There's one here. There's one and there's one here. Okay, so I'll take here and I'll take here too.
Oh, my question is about lab-grown diamonds. Is there a way to use an AI model to improve the quality? Because normally there is the mined one versus the lab-grown. Is there a possibility where it can improve the efficiency?
Well, I'll take a second one and then we'll get your responses. There's a conversation on urbanization coming up shortly.
Thanks for the explanation on how you plan to help to reshape the mining sector. Quick question, and very important for what is happening in Ghana now. What would be your recommendation to the Ghanaian authority with respect to what is happening regarding Galamsey in the country? Thank you.
For those of you who don't know, Galamsey is illegal gold mining.
I didn't hear that last question.
Recommendation to the Ghana government with respect to what is happening in the illegal gold mining sector. We have an issue with illegal gold mining in Ghana. Illegal gold mining, but
gold mining.
Artisanal, illegal.
The illegal gold mining. Dr. Wendell is referring to the illegal gold mining.
Let me answer the first question regarding lab-grown diamonds. I'm not the biggest fan of lab-grown diamonds. I want to make that clear. Natural diamonds puts us in position to employ people. And natural diamonds also, these have taken many, many years to form. If there is a place for lab-grown, if they want to put it on the red carpet during Fashion Week, I have no objection. If royal families want to put it in their crown jewels, no issues there. But I don't want these lab-grown diamonds being sold to consumers. I want to make sure that natural diamonds remains the focus. And if there's technology to improve it, I don't really care. Like I said, for me, what's important is that natural diamonds remain the top priority that runs the engine in our industry. Dr. Wendell asked me a question about gold mining. I'm not sure what the question was again.
I think he's looking for recommendations for the illegal mining.
So,
am I right?
Yeah,
There's a crisis situation with respect to gold mining in the country.
Sure.
The same applies to diamond mining. All right. What would be your guidance thought to the government and those who are responsible?
I understand. Okay, so you heard me primarily talk about diamonds and gemstones, but traceability can also be applied to the gold sector. It doesn't exist, even here in Ghana. When you follow channels without AI or without any type of traceability, it's very easy to see Congolese gold end up in a place like Uganda, and then it gets to Dubai, or Ghana's gold being smuggled from one place to the other, and it ends up also in Dubai. But we don't have traceability channels. And when you look at the organization that I represent, African Diamond Council, these came out of a need to have a governing body because everything was just, it was just not, there was no structure to our industry. And I think we needed governance. We needed something who could come in and sit in the middle to understand private sector and public sector. And these companies like Ashanti Gold, for example, you know, do they have an organization that sits in the middle that communicates with the government of Ghana to say, listen, we are very interested in traceability. We're not just interested in some guy coming to us. And I get even requests for gold all the time in places like Ghana. But I also feel that what I'm pushing in the gemstone sector can also be applied in the gold sector as well, traceability.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ngenge, Dr. Makuku. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Want a nice photo? Yes. And while they're taking their photographs, session 6 begins shortly. It's on AI for smart urbanization, the rise of new African cities. Our moderator is Reverend Dr. Benjamin Achampong, AETF Director and Founder, Wealth Masters UK. Our panelists, Mr. Isaac Kumson, Founder, CEO, Hope Fusion Africa. Ms. Eugenia Abba Moses, AI and cybersecurity expert from the public service. Mr. Emmanuel Intim Afriye, Founder and CEO, Euphrates Limited. And Ms. Mabel Dede Jabate, Finance and AI Executive, even Business Advisory. We also have Dr. Frazier, Global Institute of Planning and Sustainable Development. They're going to go up on the stage, and Reverend Achampong has 25 minutes to guide this conversation to a successful end. Can we have our panelists, if you heard your name, we need you up on the stage. Thank you. You're speaking to us, the veterans who have been here till the very end, and we're happy that you're here. So up on the stage for us, and let's get this conversation started.
All. Can I also invite Dr. Fraser, please? Can you kindly join me on stage? And Dr. Kemi as well, please. If both of you can join me on stage, I hope that we have more chairs for them, please. Do we have Eugenia also in the house?
Space? Okay. All right. Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Standing on existing protocol, once again, good evening to our audience. And I think the best meal is always left for the last. So we're going to do justice to our topic tonight, and I believe that the panelists will be ready to digest and also explain whatever that we have here. So I'm going to be your moderator, your program director, and for the sake of time, I know that many people are tired and they want to get home, see their families, and eat dinner and make sure that they go to bed early for tomorrow's work. So we'll be brief. Everybody is going to have at least maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and I believe that we can get it through and then allow the audience also to ask their question. My research shows that for every 250 years, an empire comes to an end. We've had the Greek-Roman Empire, we've had the American, and America, I think this year is almost 250 years. So they are also crumbling. So everybody is now looking at Africa. And so Africa is the new frontier. Africa is the next destination. And I believe that everybody is coming here with this all AI that is going on in the West. Eventually, you need to come and use it here because so much that Europe and America can take. So I want to say that Africa is witnessing an unprecedented wave of urban growth. As these cities expand, the integration of artificial intelligence offers a unique opportunity to re-image urban living, making cities more efficient, inclusive, sustainable. So in this particular session, we're going to look at, from the vision perspective, how do we finance the cities? Where do we get the money from? What are the governance? And what are the compliance that we need to look at? Because whilst we are fighting for smart cities and urbanization, we also need to look at the pros and cons. What are the effects? Because I know that New York doesn't sleep, so as London and Paris and how do I call it, Switzerland, they don't sleep. What are the effects on health and stuff like that? So I'm going to ask my first question, and my first question will go to Mr. Intim, of which I believe that he will do justice to this particular topic, that I believe that it will help everybody. And once I ask you your question, please, just 30 seconds of introduction of who you are and what you do, and then you can answer. So your question is going to be based on vision and strategy. So how do you see artificial intelligence transforming the vision and structure of Africa's next generation of cities? And this question opens up the conversation with a big picture in mind. Can we have the microphone?
Hello?
Mr.
Yes. Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Intima Friye. I am CEO of Euphrates Advertising Agency Ghana Limited in Hacho, Accra. And I also run a tech startup called Oscode. Indeed, AI is more or less a realm on its own, and it is accelerating almost every single thing. And I believe most people have spoken about mining, agriculture, and all of those. And housing or urbanization is one key area for that matter. With regards to urbanization as a topic, I believe the key driver is people. People, and the conversation about people has to do with culture, has to do with economics, has to do with people living and all. I believe AI as a driver should not be looked at as the end, as many have done in the past, even with regards to internet. I believe that it is the main agency or the key driver. So even in my notes, I was discussing one, the need for us to look at process, the need for us to look at governance. And I'm very happy that some of the panelists who have come up here have spoken briefly about governance. Let me stay on process for a short minute. In trying to solve a problem, you tend to look at the process, you tend to look at ways by which you can bring solutions, and then you come to AI to use AI to accelerate that solution. AI in itself is not the solution. There are the solutions, and AI is but an agency to drive that. So regarding example, our case of Sprout urbanization, especially in the areas of Accra and Kumasi. These things loosely have become our reality because of the economic activities within these places. And you will see slums all over. And it is because people want to come and do business here. The solution in this regard may not necessarily be AI. It may be that we need to improve transport, getting people from Koforidua to Accra under 30 minutes by trains would mean that there wouldn't be an economic reason for you to relocate from Koforidua or Ho to Accra. that also suggests that the idea of we having sprouts all over comes down. Then we can now discuss AI within transport. Then now we come to discuss AI within ticketing, within even easing traffic congestion. These are the solutions that we need to look at. And then in doing that, we quickly come to governance, where private sector collaborate with the government to work towards solutions empowered by the government in this case, to accelerate these solutions within these areas that we may have seen through our process development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tim, for that submission from you. I mean, dealing with transport this morning, wake up early, just coming from Westlands to this place, and almost 2.5 hours was just lost like that. And if we are to count it in money or equate it to money, 2 hours of money lost. And if you are being paid for £100 per hour, that means that you've lost £250 and it's gone just like that. Thank you so much for that submission. Let me come to Isaac. Isaac, your question is going to be based on infrastructure and innovation. And you're going to have about 1.5 minutes to do that for us. So your question is, in what ways can AI-driven solutions improve critical urban systems such as transportation, waste management, and energy efficiency in African cities? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Isaac Ejekumse. I'm the founder and CEO of KIA Startup Consult and Hope Vision Africa. What we do is try to help young entrepreneurs or passionate entrepreneurs have the ability, the knowledge, the foundation, and the operation to make their business a success. In our topic, to look at how AI can be leveraged on technology and energy and waste management for economic growth and development. During the previous discussion, they did mention one of the key areas of an essence for AI development being a local data warehouse. Otherwise, I will say that when you look at a topic, you look at it from an architectural framework of building. When you are making a building without a foundation, no matter how well you build it, it will still collapse. That's the essence that we need to take a local data warehouse seriously. Without that, all the topics and all the suggestions that we are making will not have any impact in the future. And if we look at the data warehouse, then we get the opportunity to develop the relevant model that will be of essence to the transport and energy and waste management. So looking at the traffic, for example, imagine having a very well-structured AI system model with sensors and with cameras, able to take all the live data that goes on within the day. Then having people sitting at the office, having all this model, assessing all the things that goes on. Then a driver having, let's say, a mobile app, that get a notification, okay, there's a traffic at this area, so you shouldn't move further. Just use the next route. That is where we are heading to with the age of AI. And I believe that it is time that our leaders and private sector look into it. And when we look at waste management, in Ghana, for example, when you move around, all our waste are just littering the ground, making our environment very dirty. So let's look at it from this perspective, that we have waste bins at a very strategic areas. Then we keep all our waste inside. It has a sensor. So anytime this is full, there is a signal. Somebody from the office get a signal. Then there is a short route be recommended. So whoever is in charge just go to wherever the dustbin is and collect the waste and just pass through the relevant route and dispose it off. How beautiful is this going to be? We are not going to have any environment that is more of death and causing other kinds of ailments. And when we look at our energy sector, looking at like how we consume electricity, how there's a theft in electricity, and now government is even billing most of the users. Looking at all these thefts, they are billing the users. We are paying more than what we are using. So if there is a smart meter, there has been some smart meter, but if there's a smart meter that's able to detect over usage, that's able to detect theft, that's when we are going to have a beautiful way of solving the energy sector. So AI is relevant in any area that we envision for tomorrow, and it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac, for that submission as well. So we've now looked at vision, the bigger picture, like turning Africa becoming, or let's say Accra becoming like New York, like becoming London, Paris, and so on, because you want things to move fast. And as I was mentioning about transport, there's no underground. You cannot get anywhere. You need to be in traffic before you get here. And then also we've talked about infrastructure. And we know that some of this doesn't come cheap. So I'm going to throw this question to Mabel and Dr. Fraser. Both of you are going to deal with it, but Mabel will speak first, and I'll come to you, Dr. Fraser, on that. So how can we attract investment? In the investment world, anytime that you are outside dealing with investors, that you mentioned about investment and you want them to come to Africa, on the investment ladder or the risk assessment, Africa is always being rated high because we don't have some of this to track. Okay, we don't have postcode system. I know that there's a digital address, but sometimes it will lead you somewhere, and it's so on and so forth. And so we want to make sure that we get these investors to actually come in. And when they are coming in, they want to deal with the government because the government can give them surety. They want sovereignty. So individuals or private sector, when they want to bring investment in, it becomes a problem. So Mabel, this question is for you. How can we attract investors into the country? What are some of the things that we need to do? And I think Dr. Fraser, after that, you will add your voice to that. Thank you. Yeah, I think you need to speak up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. It's a bit exhausted, but I'm fine. All right. So it's more like you've answered the question. Yes. So for us to be able to attract these investors, we should also understand where Africa is going in some years to come. And looking at things, in the next 50, 60 years to come, in fact, even 50, 60 is too much, 30 years to come, Africa is going to develop, and a lot of its, or a lot of the continent's population will decide to move on into the cities, and this poses a lot of challenge, a massive challenge on infrastructure, especially. So, in order for us to have a smart, resilient, and then an inclusive Africa someday, we need to present ourselves, position ourselves in a better way for investment. Not just investment or not just capital, but a smart kind of investment into the country. How do we get these things done? We would be able to do this. I know, well, it is being done, but then we will be able to do this effectively if um, um, proper policies. Does the government put down good or yeah, initiate proper policies for investors? Make sure that they are not at risk of any decision they make in traveling to Africa for any investment or any, yeah, funding. So I have 3 points I want to talk about. And the first has to do with securing capital and trust. All right. So to attract the necessary long-term funding, government and financial institutions must prioritize investment confidence, as I spoke about earlier. This means establishing transparent governance and providing stable regulatory framework to these investors in order to give them the satisfaction that if they travel to our country, to our continent to invest their capital, it's never going waste. Yes. The second has to do with real world progress and adaptation.
You've got 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay. Adaptation. Okay. Africa is already proving that AI is powered solution and viable and adaptable to local context. All what I'm trying to say is Africa had already taken the step. We are not waiting. And through the panelists and the speakers, everyone is saying AI started years back. And it's very true, with so many examples that had already been shared. So by integrating ecosystem, okay, example of this local context I'm talking about has to do with Rwanda, what Rwanda, Kenya, Ghana, Senegal, Morocco is currently doing. They are doing a lot. So that definitely would put us out there that we already understand what AI is. And we are working towards it. And if they come, they are not at risk or something. And the last one, ultimate investment into people and then policy. Government need to put in resource in training the youth especially, and then including women in this regard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, maybe for that. Oh, I think you can do better for them. All right, so we're going through, Dr. Fraser, I'm going to come to you right now. As maybe I was explaining, I mentioned about bringing investment and the government pumping money in. Why should we always look at investors coming from outside? Why can't we get investors in our own country or in our own continent if we want to develop our own AI? And we know that building the infrastructure for AI requires a lot of energy and stuff like that. Have we got a financial capacity? Can we do something inwardly rather than looking at outside? What would you say to that? Please help us with the mic.
Well, first, I want to say it's an honor and a privilege and a blessing being here. This is the first time I've actually been to Ghana, so I'm really blessed being here, and I appreciate everybody staying to the end to hear the panel. But I am Dr. Gail Frazier, and I am the Vice President of Technical Operations for the Global Institute of Planning and Sustainable Development, along with Dr. Margaret Professor King, and she, of course, was the moderator and the CEO. But there's several things that I would say overall. One thing, just to start off saying, is that dealing with the AI situation, just understanding that it's just a tool. Okay, it's a tool like many tools that we have that we use. And so in terms of the investments and all of that, it's necessary for the will of the people, the political will to be established. And I believe a lot of that was said previously, because when you're talking about where we are in the 21st century, it's mandated that the entire continent of Africa gets to that place where they're operating functionally in the AI space. I did a presentation, I want to say maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and it was pertaining to environment, social, and governance. And one of the things that I had said from the research is that you have to deal with a lot of layers that's been in the country for centuries, and one in particular, the area of corruption. And of course, we know that corruption, of course, goes the whole gamut across the world. But one of the things that impacts investment opportunities and so forth is that a lot of times individual companies or so forth may say they don't want to deal with a specific thing because of corruption or other specific things. But relative to the will of the people and dealing with the emerging population of youth who are exceptional in what they know. And when we're talking about building this up and receiving investors, Africa, in particular Ghana, functioning from a position of strength.
Yep.
Because when you deal from a position of strength and not a deficit, then you are able to command certain things that you otherwise wouldn't get. And so when we think about strength, Africa, and everybody else knows that Africa is the #1 continent. And so when we understand that and being a part of the diaspora, that's something that we talk about all the time. And so that is nothing new. It's just getting Africa overall to understand the great position and leverage that you already have. You have that leverage already, and because you have that leverage, then you have to operate in that space and utilize all of the skill sets that you have. You have the scientists, you have the engineers. I mean, it's no deficit there. And so once we can get to the point to bring all of that together and encapsulate everything, you, the nation, everything, Africa will be that powerhouse, because that's the trajectory of what's happening now. The trajectory is the powerhouse. So that's what I was saying pertaining to this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's such a powerful submission, Dr. Fraser, from you. Now I know that you really work with Global Institute. Wonderful. Now, Kemi, I'm going to come to you right now with this question regarding governance and policy. But let me dwell on this. Anytime that we're talking about corruption, everybody now referring to Africa. But I work in London, I work in some places, and I know that African corruption is not a corruption at that level that we're talking about. And in as much as we have policies in place, and there are people, all right, and I can give you facts. The corruption that goes on there, okay, is huge than what goes on in the why is that they are always blowing and zooming the camera on African corruption. All right, we know about the brown envelopes and the white envelopes and whatever that goes in. Dr. Kemi, to you, we want to deal about the policy, the governance structure, so that we can bring these investors, whether we are raising them by homegrown investors, to put money where we want to build these smart cities and make sure that, I don't remember the last time I walked into the banking hall in London, okay? Everything is on my phone, on my laptop, and I do everything, whatever investment I want to do, everything is right there. So what would be your comment on governance, policy, in order to make sure that we even have confidence in our own system and make sure we put money in there? Dr. Kemi. Somebody help me with the mic.
Okay, so one of the things I've seen across sectors, and which also even with the urban planning and all that, is the disconnect between the governments and the people. And so you have this policy that is being made, and then the implementers and the policy users are not consulted. And so because of that gap, there's always a problem. And so it will be important that when you're, sometimes we don't even, I wonder sometimes if some of the policies that have been made are actually evidence-based or from data. Because sometimes you're making a policy about housing and all that, and the people you're making those plans for cannot even afford what you want to deliver to them because you haven't asked what their basic needs are. And so that disconnect first needs to be addressed. You don't sit in the AC office and make policy for the people out in the sun, especially where housing and all that is concerned. So there has to be that bridge. And then secondly, I think, especially when you do the policies from the ground up, and when I say ground up, not just only the people who live. I work in the educator sector, and I would love to see especially that connect within the educator sector. And when I'm talking about education, not only just the university, because we've done a lot of university industry connect, but it would be amazing how many solutions you could get even from the lower levels. There was a time we ran what we called a city challenge for the secondary school levels, and we asked them to look at the problems in their immediate society and come up with solutions, cheap, feasible solutions to address these living conditions and the rest. That was one of the first times, I think we started that way back, I think 2015, when I knew you could actually use waste, nylon waste, to create roads. And that was because that was one of the students' projects, you know, and he was able to do the research and come out with it and all that. So there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of resources, apart from, not just financial resources now, ideas. And the thing about going down even to that level is that, you know, as Africans, we can be a bit traditional. But those children haven't been told what is not possible. So they can really think about smart, especially with their advancement in technology and their know-hows and all that. And one thing AI helps to do is bring your imagination and creativity to life. You have something that you can use to conceptualize that thought that you have had. And I think if there is that, also connect with it. And so that when we are making policies, we know that we're actually addressing needs that the people will embrace. So that, I believe that there should be that connect between the policymakers and the ground
Thank you so much. Let's give her a hand. That's very powerful. So now we can agree. I'm going to come to the audience for 2 questions. I'm not taking more than that for the sake of time and to beat Accra traffic because we don't have anything to shoot us there until we join there. So now we've agreed that, let's say, for instance, Ghana, Accra, and His Excellency want to do 24-hour economy. And last night I was in town and I was thinking about this 24-hour economy. I'm thinking about security. What are security measures in place? The emergency services in case somebody get robbed or stabbed. Well, in fact, where are they going to? Is there any central number to call? How quick are they going to be there? Are there people, the military service and the police, are they going to patrol and stuff? So I was thinking about all these things. How much are they going to earn if you work during the night? So all these things was running through my mind. And I said, can we actually do this 24? It's yes, we can do it, but have we got the willpower and how quick, how soon, the willing of the people to jump in? So now we have the vision, want to do it. We've looked at infrastructure, we've looked at financing, we've looked at the governance as well, the policies surrounding. So let us all agree and assume that that is what we want. Let's go back to our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here, you want to ask any question to our audience in terms of building the urban city, because people want things smart, want to go to the bank, want to be quick. Whatever that you want to do it quick, and we are always comparing. Africa is not like Europe, and we are laid back, we are slow, and stuff like that. All right, so the questions are to the audience. We have
so we have one here, and just
question.
Yes, we have one here. There's a cocktail announcement too. Right after here, we're going through this door. We're gonna have drinks. So that's your reward for staying here up until now.
Thank you. My question is just simple. Just recent years past, we were talking about connectivity. In a few years ago, we talked about digitalization. Today, we are talking about AI. Talking about infrastructure. Within Greater Accra, you know a place called Dodowa. Within here and Dodowa, there is connectivity break. It tells you all this runs on connectivity. Without good internet, you don't talk about AI. How ready are we with AI if we don't have the fundamentals? Thank you.
Readiness for AI when the fundamentals are lacking. Okay. I think that's the only contribution. And we can use
any contribution or any question? Last one before we wrap up.
No, we're good.
All right.
Yeah, so probably
there's a hand here.
Okay.
Maybe we'll take it quickly and we'll wrap on that.
Dr. Makuku.
Sorry, good evening. I've introduced myself already, Dr. Makuku. So what I just want to ask and also encourage is, from here, how do we make sure that all that we have deliberated on, when some of these chairs are now empty, and those people who are supposed to hear are not here to hear?
Okay. Even the batteries are telling us that we should be wrapping up after Bright Simmons.
It's true. So what do we do effectively? I know communiques have been written, but I'm even suggesting that AETF is not just an ordinary organization and so on. And I think it's good to knock on the doors and offices of those people who met in order to make sure, after consolidating all that is here, what pertains to the Ministry of Agriculture, what pertains to the Ministry of Finance, we still continue to push because we need to be part of the change that we want to see with a lot of push and perseverance. And you will see that people start gaining more and more confidence in AETF, regardless of the age when it was born. And you find it can move mountains. So that's my encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pass it back to you, sir.
So we'll wrap it up and then, yep.
So I just wanted to talk about the AI readiness. And we know that technology infrastructure is a challenge across Africa. But one thing I always say, what are the low-hanging fruits? What's that low impact, or was it a low-tech, high-impact solution that we can profile, even with the little access or the little infrastructure we have? And while we wait for that big bang, whenever it is that it happens, that we have that 100%, 90-something% access that we are looking for. Because sometimes we tend to hide behind, oh, we have this infrastructural challenge, and so this is for them, and it's not our reality. But we can do something with our reality and with the little access. Well, how are we maximizing that access that we have while we wait for that full access?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kemi. On that note, I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds to give your last comment on the topic on discussion. Ms. Tim, to you. Your final words.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And still on the our readiness, I believe that the government should explore other strategies, other investment strategies, like engaging the private sector fully, and allowing them to explore. Example, Ghana enjoys some level of internet connectivity and even network connectivity because of the market competition within our network space. We all remember MTNs everywhere you go. And that broke out a new generation of network connectivity. And this is why we are here. I believe that if the government can facilitate that and allow the private sector, maybe through market competition and all of those, I believe that the private sector can do that business for and on behalf of the government in exchange for good profits. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Kemi, your last comment on that.
Okay.
Sorry. Dr. Fraser, my apologies for that. Yep.
Or what I would say, last point, is that Ghana has to become more radical in what they want. What the country needs in terms of investments, investing in their youth, investing and pushing back on the demagogues that would want to keep Ghana in bondage. And so when the people rise up, then those destructive powers that want to enslave and continue to colonize the minds and keep people bound up from doing what they're supposed to do, that's something that has to be dealt with internally. And as long as we're trying to be nice, and I'm using that term loosely because a lot of times we sit in a space of being nice instead of doing those things that we need to do to push the agenda that's set before us. So that's what I would say. Got to be radical. You got to be radical about the work that you're doing. You got to be radical about because the nations are dependent on Ghana. And those in the diaspora, they're looking at Ghana. Okay, they're looking at Ghana saying, I want to come to Ghana, I want to be in Ghana. But they have to see that rise up where you push back on those powers that would say, and it doesn't matter because they're in leadership, because the people put the people in leadership. So that's the kind of spirit I have. I believe in being radical, and radical change is what's necessary to bring about a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Isaac, what will be your final words?
If you indeed want to see an impact of AI, as our dear brother was talking about connectivity, there is issue of infrastructure development. Without infrastructure, let's stop talking about AI. If you want a young guy with that kind of knowledge to develop a model to solve the issue of transport, energy, whatever, unless you give him or her the infrastructure. And that infrastructure is really expensive. Individual person or private person cannot do it. He will not have the investment. And it is the responsibility of the government. Innovation is possible when government lays the foundation and the private person will come in, develop whatever he has in mind. So I believe government and private sector are supposed to work together, but the government is supposed to start. Then the individual will be motivated to come in with whatever he or she have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. And now, Mabel, what will be your final comment? And we will wrap it up.
Okay. All right. So, with my final comment, I would say that successfully aligning capital, talent, and technology with good governance in Africa would be able to help it will be able to help to reduce these challenges of urbanization and also define new, uniquely equitable model for the future of Africa. I think one of our madam mentioned that the kind of people or the government agencies we need here, we need them around to listen to all these policies and all these suggestions we are making are not currently here. And it saddens to know that they are not here. But we hope and pray that this messages gets to them, that the right things, the right policies to be put in place to attract these funds and investments would be done so that Africa gets to where we want the hope it gets to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to our audience. So tonight we've been able to look at a clear understanding of how AI can drive smart urbanization in Africa. Insight into the balance between technology, governance, and inclusion. And finally, inspiration to engage in partnership that makes African cities models of innovation and sustainability. It's been me, your moderator, Reverend Dr. Benjamin Achampon, the CEO of Wealth Masters Group in London and Executive Director of African Educational Trust Fund. Thank you. Tomorrow you wake up, you give thanks to God that today this organization has brought you. And I believe there's the beginning of many more events like this coming up. And it's not just going to be a talk show. It's just going to be a practical aspect because we are people who are determined to take the continent of Africa to the next level. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Good job, sir. Let's have our photo, please, right in the middle there. Yes. And while they are posing for their photo, our last session is on discovering and promoting Africa's young innovators. Our moderator is Ms. Winkett Mutini, and our panelist is Mr. Bright Simmons, president of M Pedigree. Okay. No, it was actually quite good because it was man, woman, man, woman, man, woman, man. But we messed it up. We got it now. That's it. Perfect gender balance. Abi? Thank you very much. Let's welcome our last moderator, Ms. Winkett Muthini, and her panelist, President of M Pedigree, Bright Simmons. Okay. Bright will deliver a presentation first, and then we'll have the questions from our moderator. Bright, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kafui. While waiting for my slides to load, I want to thank AETF for this invitation, Dr. Spio Gabra, and your wonderful team and colleagues for putting together such an important conference on a subject like AI, which in our continent, some people might not think is a priority, But as I hope to demonstrate, this is really an important priority for us as a continent. Hopefully very good. So let's start off with what has changed with AI coming into the picture. Now, a lot of speakers before myself have made a point that AI is not entirely new. If you went into your Google inbox or your Microsoft inbox, a lot of the recommendations, the predictive text that tries to guess what word you are trying to type, all of that stuff have elements of AI from machine learning, recommendation, reinforcement learning, etc., deep learning, and the likes of it. But I think we have to start from perhaps the beginning of the modern computing age. In 1950, there was a gentleman associated with Cambridge and the British government called Alan Turing, who set up a test in a journal article, in a journal paper called Journal Mind. And in that article, he asked the question whether if you set up a test whereby you have some entity, some type of intelligence in the back end, you can't see what it is, but it's posing some kind of questions to you and it's answering your questions and you're having that conversation with it, and you are unable to tell if it's a human being or not a human being, then that entity has passed the artificial intelligence test. That was the famous Turing test. So essentially, if you're interacting with something and you're not completely clear whether this is a human or not a human, then that entity qualifies to be called artificial intelligence. Surprisingly, what most people are not aware is that there are similar cultural allegories in our own cultures in Africa. Both the Yoruba and the Asante have a very common, have very interesting common character. In the Akan culture is the spider, but in the Yoruba culture is the tortoise. And this, so in Ijapa, in Yoruba, and Anansi, in Akan culture, there's a famous folklore regarding this particular character in which he once went to a party of the birds and tried to pass himself off as a bird. And how long did it take for them to discover that he was not a bird, or did they know in advance? So the question of the Turing test becomes interesting because who are you trying to deceive? If the person judging whether you are a machine or not a machine is 2 years old or 5 years old, or someone with cognitive disabilities, or someone that cannot hear well, etc., then can you really tell if the result, whether or not the judgment made about whether being human or not is the case, is correct? So this is extremely philosophical. In fact, recently there was an argument in which a particular test was conducted, but the AI posed as a 13-year-old boy from Ukraine who does not understand a lot of English. And the person that was doing the testing concluded that it must be a human being. But the question really was, with that issue then poses issues around gullibility rather than intelligence. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say eventually I'll get there, is that this is heavily cultural. What we call AI and how it reflects itself is going to be very cultural. And that's going to have massive implications for the socioeconomic aspects that are of interest to us. But let's start off with the way the current system is deployed around the world. Think of the major data centers on which your ChatGPT, your Claude, all of these AI tools, Copilot and the rest that you use, where are they based? Who is producing the foundation models? Who is producing the engineering around the foundation models that allow the AI to work? Who is producing the actual products and the interfaces? If you look at it, surprisingly, not much has changed from the global power picture we know. It aligns with the current political dynamics, geopolitical dynamics that we know. It's the rich countries that control it. It's the US, China, the UK, the UAE, etc., that are ahead. That raises an important point because it raises the question around diffusion versus production. Maybe when we think about innovation and youth innovators, we should not assume that that means producing AI. Because you can innovate heavily by how you adopt and how you apply. And many, many innovations in the world were started somewhere else, but found their greatest expression somewhere else. Think of gunpowder. It's the Chinese who did gunpowder first. It's the Chinese that did paper first. But the printing press, which was also invented in China, did not have the revolutionary implications that it had in Germany and the rest of the Protestant world, and eventually the Catholic world in Europe. Same with gunpowder. Nobody has applied organized violence with the same effectiveness as the Europeans in our history. No one has. Yes, so they did not invent gunpowder. They did not even invent cannons. So the notion that we must invent and produce AI before we can innovate in AI, it's not entirely correct if you look at it very analytically. We can also be massive innovators in how we adapt it, how we apply it, how we change it, how our behaviors interact with it, and forces AI to adapt to us, etc., etc. Now, having said that, my view around uptake is that you do need adoption. You do need people using the AI to do things. So whether or not you produce or not, the critical element is that people must use the AI. They must attempt to build productivity drivers using AI. They must attempt to change current processes using AI. They must try to transform their development using AI. Notably, I've tried to emphasize that diffusion, which is the spread of the AI, is not necessarily the same as osmosis. You don't need the concentration to be the same. So we don't need to have the same amount of data centers, fiber optic cables, and the rest as Europe to be able to do AI very well. We don't have to have osmosis. Diffusion alone is enough. The other point I know, and I know I'm standing between you and the cocktail, and you know AETF, they don't play when it comes to these their hospitality things. But I still think we need to build up effectively to my main point. And that main point is that we need to get better, and this is where my own research comes in, research I'm conducting under the auspices of Imani and ODI. We need to get better at understanding how AI works from a cognitive imitation point of view, how they imitate us as human beings. That's foundational before we talk about innovation. So the basis of my talk is to try and establish some principles around how AI does the reasoning that makes these machines that appear to think like humans. And that's the most fundamental point. And the way you look at it is, first of all, to look at where AI is being used the most today in the world. Because we say these are reasoning machines, these are thinking machines. Now, the way they are being used for the most part in the world is clearly in areas where the business functions are text heavy, where you have to generate something that looks like text. So whether it's an HR person who wants to create a CV or want to review a CV, or it's someone in compliance, but they are primarily interested in creating manuals, or someone in marketing who wants to create a flyer, it's things that look as if they are information artifacts. It's the generation of information artifacts, certain ways of incorporating and managing knowledge in the form of textual artifacts. That's where AI is doing the best work. And I'll come back to that because it's very important. And when you look at the share in terms of companies that have AI centricity in their models, they use a lot of AI and the rest of it. They typically are also service companies and companies that are primarily driven by generating information artifacts. And it's very critical. So what did we do? So here's where my research starts. We started off with the way human beings think. And and this is not perfect, no model is perfect, but some are useful. Actually, no, all models are wrong, but some are useful. The way human beings think is primarily in 3 dimensions. There's the verbal, there's the spatial, the verbal, the spatial, and the logical. So there are some people that are very good with their navigational skills. Think of hunters in Southern Africa, thousands of years. You put a European who is extremely good at abstract thinking there, they'll completely collapse. Which tells you that intelligence is extremely diverse. In respect of logical thinking, think of mathematicians. They come up with these axioms and they follow each sequentially until they get results. And then there's verbal, people that are able to communicate concepts and things fluidly, so you grasp it. Those are 3 main modes. Another way you look at it, so I've talked about verbal, I've talked about logical, I've talked about spatial. Another way you also look at it in similar ways is deductive thinking, where you start from basic principles and you build from that. Inductive, where you look at multiple things and you look at the common patterns between them. So that's pattern recognition. And then abductive, where you look at gaps and then you leap. If you combine the 2 modes, the verbal, the quantitative or logical, and the spatial on one end, and you link it to deductive, inductive, and abductive, which is the other end, and you combine it and create a combo, you get something like this. And you say, how does AI today behave? AI today is primarily verbal and deductive. You give it a lot of data, say these are a lot of examples, and then it extracts. And most of that extraction is in the form of language, because they are primarily large language models that we are dealing with. The most successful AI today in the world are language-based. So it's verbal deductive. And as AI gets more and more powerful, we are moving to AI that does a lot more logical, mathematical type thinking with things like RAG, etc., and vector databases, so that it's somewhat more deterministic. But mathematics is very deterministic, and AI is very, very statistical in a language kind of way. Then on top of that, some people are building what we call world model AIs. Jan LeCun is a perfect example that is trying to mimic the real world. Because the biggest gap in AI today is that AI doesn't understand the world. It doesn't understand anger, empathy. The surface is round. The surface is shallow. It doesn't have any real understanding of the way the world is organized. So that will be the ultimate grand resurgence of AI when it gets to that domain. So that's the pattern that you see towards the top left, which is AI becomes much more spatial, abductive, as opposed to verbal deductive. So you are moving from verbal deductivity to spatial abductivity, and that is the journey we are on with AI. But the early wins are in verbal deductive. So you look at the working archetype, the kind of professions people have, those archetypes that I've displayed on the screen, you see where everybody fits. And that tells you who is going to do better with AI earlier and who's going to do better later on. That point also then tells us that because the early alignments are what they are, verbal heavy knowledge work, logical inductive digital work around the software and the things are currently dominating. Manufacturing, using the AI to do things like first cars and things like that are still very slow and are not very well developed. Trying to get AI to play sports is going to take much longer than we think. Now, that actually, the theory that I made that in Africa, we are heavily, I think I missed that point. In Africa, the verbal deductive kind of thinking and those assets, in knowledge assets, and applying them to the work we do and the business we build, etc., are already much stronger than our spatial adaptive, which is why technical education doesn't do well in Africa. All our institutions, all our systems are organized around primarily verbal deductive thinking. So you look at most African countries and you look at our manufacturing capabilities, you look at our ability to design complex urban systems, and then you compare that to our literature, our music, our song, all the things that are primarily information text driven, you see a gap. And that gap primarily shows that today, I'm not saying that this is a good thing or this is a descriptive statement, we are mostly verbal deductive systems in the way that we've designed our societies. Luckily, but maybe unluckily, and I'll make that point in a minute, that is where AI is also strongest, in the verbal deductive stuff. Moving into the spatial abductive stuff of manufacturing, complex urban planning, multi-sequential thinking, those kinds of things, AI will get better over time. And maybe Africa will also get better over time with those things. So that alignment is of great interest. And when you look actually at the people who use ChatGPT the most in the world today, you see some of that dynamic reflected in evidence. Kenya, South Africa, countries that are highly spatial deductive in Africa are on the top 10. So in the African opportunity map, because of the way it's currently structured, these are the countries that are already doing extremely well. Egypt's a bit of a strange one, but the data does show that Egypt is also very well aligned with that AI transition. But there's a problem. The problem is twofold, and here's where I end. One is that AI is also extremely good with unstructured thinking. That's one of the new things AI has brought. In the past, to build software, to build new systems, you need to specify everything very carefully. Move from A, then go to B, then change it. Oh, no, we need a new manual. Well, what if this edge case appears? What about this scenario? So people had to plan intensively, which Europeans used to dominate. AI has changed that. You can go to ChatGPT and start with something without really knowing what you want, and then slowly to guide you into building a structure. So AI is also extremely favorable to unstructured thinking. And unstructured thinking in business is heavily dominant in the informal sector. So if you go to Makola, there's order there. There's some kind of order, but that order is not based on formalization principles that are primarily logical in the way that formal systems understand logic to mean. So they don't have, for instance, the way a supermarket, you start from here, then you go here, the tomatoes must be in a certain way because people buy in a certain way. In supermarkets, they plan everything. When you enter, where must these goods be placed? Because people buy this on impulse. This is what they don't buy on impulse. So it must be all that plan is in supermarkets. That is not in Makola. Makola is an informal market in Ghana. It's like a souk in Arabic thing. The reason that is because it's informal. But informality doesn't mean lack of structure. It has its own structure. It's different. And my argument is that AI survives and, in my view, thrives in environments that are unstructured because of its current makeup, which is primarily verbal deductive. So essentially what you do is that you throw away scattered things to it and it tries to deduct from it. In the same way, if you don't have the means to build a system, for instance, for ERP for manufacturing your factory, because you don't have the talent that can do it in a very structured manner, ChatGPT and systems like that can just start having conversations with you in some random way and they will start pulling certain things together. Before you realize you have a manual. Whether you use it or not is another matter, which is the risk. So the point is that AI is going to create a lot of imitational systems. People are going to create companies with 2 people in them. But when you look at the documents that suggest that this is their anti-sexual harassment policy, it's 200 pages. If you look at their documents that look at safety, say the person roast fried plantain chips, but because even though he has 5 employees, he has a 500-page manual on safety. Why? Because AI makes it cheap. So we're going to have a lot of unstructured artifacts based on unstructured systems, because informal companies and the likes will use AI to create the imitation. Sometimes that would be good. You know an example where that would be good? Applying for a grant from a large foundation when you are an African NGO. African NGOs don't have the money to hire people that are expensive and can do compliance. With ChatGTP, with Claude, with Perplexity, with all of these things, they can build all the reporting, all those kind of things. And when you look at it, you think that it's McKinsey who did it. That would be very, very interesting as it goes. Right? So they may get the money. So there's benefits to it, but there are risks. And the primary risk along that benefit is what I call the transition risk or the future drag, which means is that AI is also changing. AI is getting much more complex. And it's being able to handle a lot more things that are beyond verbal deductive. But if we don't have the capabilities to align, because those things require integrations. If you want AI to help you plan your traffic management system, you can't go and have a conversation with it. You have to feed cameras of the different points to the AI so that it has real-time information flow so it can advise you on how to do the transit planning. So if you cannot do that organization, it doesn't matter how well you create a manual. So the risk is that you create the appearance of sophistication, but that appearance of sophistication actually becomes a drag. Because other societies that can actually do the integration because they are more organized, they take the full advantage of AI. And that's what I call the transition trap, where you get stuck in creating artifacts that look sophisticated because AI allows you to do so, but you are not building the other systems to interconnect so that the AI, in its full spatial adaptive capability, will transform your society. And it's this artifactal, this simulacra that we have to worry about, because it could very well become the way our societies use AI. We use the AI to pepper up. A very good example is now social media. Everybody in social media is now a sage. Everybody speaks English like Shakespeare. Everybody's like Wole Soyinka and his wit. And when you see that long line, you know where it's coming from. AI has made it impossible to distinguish yourself from knowledge capability because anybody with a single snap of their finger can generate it too. But that doesn't mean that deep thinking is happening in the society. It's an artifact. So we have to embrace the fact that the things that AI are good at are the things that our society naturally align with, which is verbal deductive. But we have to worry about the fact that good AI is going to be increasingly spatial adaptive, and our societies have to be increasingly spatial adaptive too. Otherwise, we'll be caught in a particular transition trap where we don't move from our current alignment with AI to the real AI that will be truly transformative. Thank you very, very much. Take questions.
Yes. I was looking for Winkit, but I don't think she's here. Okay, so we're going to take some questions. Hands up in the air, microphone ready. Yes, Dr. Makuku.
Sorry, it's too much from me, and I think people may get overwhelmed. But I just wanted to talk about some of the critical issues which I picked where I've been to such conferences. You see, I want to encourage people to write a lot. There was an argument about data before we went for lunch. But I just want to say one or two things. You see, the data sets are different. There are data sets which are not on the internet. And there are data sets which are on the internet. You find, even for Africa, it's not that people may not have started seriously researching on AI. But the major challenge is that if you are not registered, maybe on Google Scholar, Scopus, ResearchGate, and so on, AI is going around picking on the information that is on the internet. One of the interesting experiments which I did is I clicked to say, what is the time now? Give me 14 clock faces. And I just want to support what you said. And they all gave the same time, although they could have given different times. But it's from that zone where I was. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are here, one major important thing is let's write about our continent. Let's write about AI researches and post them. Even on social media, they can be picked. Because that ability which you are saying to produce the big documents is, if you start by saying, I want a sexual harassment policy, it gives you 200 pages. But if you say, I want a sexual harassment policy from Africa, it gives you 70 pages. And when you say in Ghana, it gives you the Ghana policy. So the ability to prompt and prompt accurately is what should be taught in our schools and for our students in order for us to get more benefit from it. Because what you have said about 200 pages is a major concern. Even the grant, you may not even win it in the end because they will also see the abnormalities of all these pages. Some don't clean. Now there's what they call humanization. And when you humanize, still the element of your own input is still required. Then the other thing that it's possible for us in Africa to continue. I don't know how many are here who are in the universities. In my country, I'm an in-law of Ghana. I come from Zimbabwe, but I'm 10 years here now. In my country, there are at least 2, but with one university which every system from the finance to the clinic to the what, it's the students, the ICT department who have come up with the software, who have come up with the platforms and the database that can be used locally for the institution. But now it drives us to the research, innovation, intellectual property, and beneficiation policy so that people can continue to be motivated. Even students can continue to earn long after they leave the institution. Thank you.
Yeah, powerful comments. On data, okay, I think there's another question.
I want to ask a question. When you talked about the thinking, let me use the word thinking styles, because I'm not sure exactly how you said we were more of the verbal deductive. And then the AI, present AI, of course, the advanced AI for the mechatronics and all that, but majority of what the AI is still taught to us is still in that verbal deductive area. How does that speak to the AI opportunities for us in that zone?
Okay.
Last contribution? Yeah.
Thank you. Martin Ahone. I'm really impressed with your presentation. And my question is, where do we go as a country? Would this information is made available to the government, or because we have a lot of all this research work, yet our country is not moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Bright.
Thank you very much. Well, these are 3 really important questions and quite provocative. On the issue of data and the politics, geopolitics, geoeconomics, etc., a political economy of data, we can be here all day. So I completely agree with you, Doc. We can be here all day. There's a lot of very deep issues there. One point I will make, or a couple of points I will make. One is that people often think you need data coverage, right? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have enough people that speak Akan, generating literature in their own language and whatever, then any AI that purports to speak Akan will be very shallow and the rest of it. My argument is that it's not a need, right? And the reason why it's not a need is this. A lot of the world is very happy with inequality. So we tend to assume that we want an equal world and we want, a world of equity and things like that. But that's really not how the world is organized. A lot of the current globalist capitalist systems don't care. That's the blatant truth. And even here in Ghana and in Uganda and in Kenya, the vast majority of the middle classes and the like, they don't care if Sisala and Lingala, etc., are not reflected in AI. If they can make money from AI, they don't care. That's the blatant, shocking truth. So what that means is we have to make very conscious moral choices. If we want Africa's thousands of languages and the rest, and it's, the amazing nuance, variety, and heterogeneity of Africa to be reflected, that will not happen as an economic and natural economic outcome. It will not be. What will happen is that AI aids globalization and centralization, databases in San Francisco and elsewhere, and they say, okay, in Africa, which are the languages that are economically relevant? Swahili. Somebody, venture capitalists, put in money to do Swahili because there's about 100 and something million speakers, and therefore I calculate a certain return. And then your Swahili is pretty good. Your Lingala is not so good on AI, and nobody cares. That is the blatant reality of the times. So it's up to our leaders making political choices, making moral choices, making sovereignty choices to figure that out. In the same way, sexual harassment documents that are reflective of heteronormative standards will be the norm. If you have some complicated, way you experience sexual harassment in your village of 200 people, it's not globally capitalist, it's not of interest to globalist capitalists. That's just the basic reality. So if you have a need to figure it out, and that's where need then comes back in, then it's up to you to create the structures, the systems, the whatever it is, the alliances like AETF is doing and the rest of it, to put those things on the political agenda and to make sure that it happens. It's not something that AI developers and the businesses and the rest feel they have to respond to. They may make all the noises, they may have DEI initiatives, but they really don't care. So those who care, it's their responsibility to make the data coverage work. The second point is that you are also right about the economics of the data structures themselves. My view is we pay a lot of attention to the data sets. We don't pay a lot of attention to the integrations. And by the integrations, I mean the access rules. Because you can have great AI linked vector databases about very complex African history, and it's almost entirely somewhere else and not on the continent. Why? Because today, the archival systems that have the best data on Ghana's colonial experience are in Dulwich, in England, and not in Accra. If you went to Prague, which is the public archives in Accra, it's not even indexed. And most of those documents are being eaten by insects. That's the reality. So you are more likely to get information on colonial reports. If I want colonial reports in Ghana from around 1925 to 1933, almost exclusively, I get it from non-Western sources. Not a single African source. Colonial reports on my own country. So the question then becomes, what is the way we negotiate access to these databases? Because we can't create them immediately. And the access mechanisms from an API point of view, from building the rules that govern access, etc., must occupy our minds. Not just creating new data sets. Because data sets are important, but we cannot recreate them immediately. In the same way, if the telecom company that has the widest distribution sits in South Africa, and a lot of the voice calls are being recorded in native language to develop native language responsive AI, it is South Africa that will control it. It doesn't matter that Nigeria may have the largest subscriber base for MTN. If the decisions are taken in South Africa around MTN, okay, record every voice call, transcribe it, and then create a mechanism to understand Yoruba better and Igbo better, it will be a South African decision. These things align with the capitalist ideologies of the world. That's the reality. So if you want something new, then you have to be a revolutionary and provide an alternative vision. Not just say, this is a problem, right? Or this is a gap I see. Nobody cares. It's up to you to organize, mobilize, and address the gaps. On the second issue around verbal deductive and the point, of course, is very controversial, some of these claims. But the truth is, when you look at empirical data, funny enough, they check out. Look at mathematical scores on SAT, on PISA, etc. And you look at our verbal scores on SAT and in other areas where verbal is extremely strong, Africa tends to be on the verbal side. I'll give you a practical example. Look at the Nobel Prize in the sciences. Not a single African has won one in the sciences, but we have had a number of Africans win in the literature. Think of all the areas in which today, at the global level, Africa truly excels. They tend to be language-based. Music, dance, things that require you to communicate around language. Things that are more abstract and more logical in a certain narrow sense, very Eurocentric sense. Naturally, because the global system is organized around Eurocentric lenses, it's not surprising that those things tend to dominate. But it doesn't mean we are not changing these things. We know them. So if you look at our TVET policy, our technical and vocational education training policy, we know that for many, many years in our own countries, it's the West students who were sent there. That's the biggest shame in Africa, that the smartest students went into grammar type schools, and the West students were sent to mechanics and technical education and the likes of it. So having created this mess, which we blame on the colonialists. I don't think it's just the colonialists. We've had 60 years or so to fix them. We haven't done it and made them different. In Ghana, the top-ranked schools, in Nigeria, the top-ranked schools, none of them are technical or vocational. That's just literally the situation we've created here. We don't have the equivalent of a TU Munich or equivalent of Imperial College. We just don't do those things. Now, my view of the matter is that then means that we have to start from where we are. And where we are is that we are quite strong on the verbal didactic. Doesn't mean we stay there. We have to move and ground. But where we are now, if you are strong on the verbal didactic, then it means that if you're in a law firm in an African country, you need to use that AI thing like hell. Because law is one of those areas where AI would traditionally be very powerful because it's very textual based. If you are in the customer service industry, it's a bit harder because you have to combine human touch with something else. If on the other hand, you are in HR, some of it will be hard. The compliance stuff will be hard. It will be easy, but the actual managing the HR, which is human relationship, will be poor. Because AI is still not that very good there. So my analysis is that you have to study these things carefully and say, in my industry, where I'm operating, where I want to go, the business I want to build, the team I want to develop, what is the compatibility with the AI trajectory? Where is AI strong now and where is it going? What is that curve? And what am I planning to do? And will I be able to use AI for it? There are things that AI is not very good at. Mostly, they are in that abductive spatial elements. Give it a lot of video feed and then tell it to give you the best way to route traffic in Accra, AI today will fail. But if you give AI all the national planning documents we've created since independence, ask it to find a certain set of patterns, try to align them, it will do it amazingly because it's textual based. That means that if you're a planning official and you are not using AI to understand where the country has come from a planning perspective, then you are not very serious. Look at Accra. Professor Kwesi says that the city of Accra defeats the planners. And the reason he says that is that you can go back into history and recognize the way the city is distributed is entirely colonial, and we haven't changed much. The colonialists wanted certain places to be near the coast so that when they have to run, they jump into the ship. They wanted certain places to be on the hill because we were struggling from mosquitoes and certain distributions of yellow fever and the like. They wanted certain places to be away from the lagoon and some places to be close to the lagoon. And we say, how come we can never do our lagoon management well, but if you go to Venice, they live on water and the rest? Because you don't understand your city. It was designed so that the slum and the densification of the slums will be near the rivers. That is why no country in Africa, literally, has rivers in cities that are like Venice and the rest, because the way these planning things originated. But you can take all that data from the history of your country and the rest, and AI will help your planners to think more strategically. So my point is there are certain areas we are strong at already, and where the AI today is strongest, we need to align and use it to its fullest extent, while recognizing that AI is also evolving. And we also need to evolve because of our development needs. We need to get more into manufacturing and the rest of it. So we need to be alert to the shift in the curve as the AI gets more into spatial adaptive terrain. I hope that explains the situation. On the issue of policy, I think it's less about the research work themselves and more about the advocacy machine, which I think is broken down in Africa. I call this catanomics. We tend to be very, very alert to the politics, the what's, so my region wants this, my region wants that. I want this person to be president. We are very good at that. But when it comes to the policy, which is the how, I think we become more sober. So the how discussions, which is the policy discussions, are not intense. And the audiences for the how discussions are also few. And so we are not mobilizing the critical audiences for policy, whether on a geopolicy basis or a national policy basis. So when it comes to policy issues in Ghana, you can write what you want, there will be no debate. There's just no agitation. If I went out right now and say, okay, I'm going to analyze Ghana's AI strategy and say some very strong things, nothing will happen. If I go and talk about some minister and some money that he hasn't spent well, or spent on, her boyfriend, then there will be an uproar. So I think we have to find a way to improve our advocacy to agitate the policy conversation. Because right now, the policy conversation is not linked to the politics at all. No minister in an African country, at the most African countries, are notable or renowned for their policy positions. So you don't say this person is powerful because he was aligned to this particular policy trend, which was shaping that country. That's why he was aligned. Take all the ministers in Africa you know. Which of them can you even associate with policies? So that tells us that we have a big gap between the policies and the politics. Some of it is not bad because truly our issues were political. Independence, think of that, colonization. A lot of it were really political matters. But the time has come for us to go beyond the politics and start to become much more angry about policies. I want to see people say, why did they do this stupid policy? You know, but I'm not seeing that a lot. And as an activist of 20 years standing, at least in one country in Africa, my view is that the policy issues are not high stakes enough. So we can write all the reports. When I finish this, I'll do more publications. But when it's policy related, it's not going to attract the attention that we think it deserves, unless we create new kinds of policy activism, not just political activism. And I think that's where we are stuck now. We've done the political activism to its maximal extent. The time has come for us to mobilize around policy activism in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bright Simmons, masterfully done, president of M-Pedigree, wrapping everything up for us really nicely. And all we have to do right now is to get our conference summary remarks. And chairman of AETF and Ghana's presidential special envoy on reparations is going to do that for us, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Ekol Spio-Gabra. Thank you so much. He's going to wrap everything up for us, summarize this, our conference that we have been attending since this morning. And Reverend Benjamin Achampong will stand by to close us out with a prayer. Ambassador Spio-Gabra, over to you, sir. Red light should come on. I'll give you my mic.
Yeah. So it's interesting towards the end of many or most conferences, certainly in Ghana, in some parts of the world, when we have what in conference planning language we call the graveyard shift. So I have to apologize to my good friend, Bright Simmons, who actually is more suitable to opening sessions and to keynote addressing based on the quality and competency of his delivery, that for any number of reasons, his session became the last of this conference. But in another sense also, that helps the conference to end on a very high note in terms of the intellectual capacity that he carries and the way in which he's drawn our thinking from various strands to what may be part of the concluding thoughts for a conference of this nature. Some of you would know from the documents that we sent out initially that we had thought about a 2-day conference. But I think those who may have disagreed with me about reducing it to 1 day may see some of the wisdom that required us to change it to 2 days, to 1 day rather, from 2 days, just by observing the number of people who are in the room today. It just means that no matter how important we think the subject of AI is and the importance of the institution AETF, other people have other priorities and other things they want to do. And so if you don't tune yourself to the realities of the audience demands, then you may be out of line with the reality of the country, the subject matter, and the purpose of this event. We've had a very, I would say, informative, long day. It didn't start as promptly as it should have, for reasons I try to explain in terms of where certain people were, certain high-profile people. And of course, some of you have commented on the fact that even those who are decision makers or policy makers tended to have just come and delivered a statement or two and moved away, which is fairly common in Ghana at least, and maybe in other countries. They feel they are too busy. They are almost kind of doing us a favor by coming to share 1 or 2 hours with us, and there are 17 other demands on their time. So they must make way and move on. I've been a minister in a number of portfolios, and I like to hope that during my time, I hope, famous for staying in some events for the duration of as much of it as possible, especially if, of course, if I was sufficiently committed to the subject matter. Nevertheless, to the extent that I'm still now a government official, even though many would say that there are no government officials here. I mean, that's, I think, the concern people had, that we're simply talking amongst ourselves, but there are no government officials to listen to the policy, ideas, and all of the above. Even if there's only one person here who is a government official, which is what I am today, then whatever was being said was not falling on deaf ears. It means that the government was still here, even though I may not be seen as government by most people. The challenge, of course, when you get to a function that is almost hitting 7 p.m., and there are people in the room, it reminds me of the story of this very well-known professor, Oxford professor, who gave a very powerful lecture at one point in Oxford. And while he started with a very full audience. The whole conference room was full. But then slowly, during the 1 hour that he was lecturing, the number of, they were mostly students and some faculty, the number was reducing. So it went from 500 people in the room to 300, then 150, then 75, then 50, 30. But he's still talking until there was only one person sitting there. But the professor was so wrapped up in the subject, let's say AI, that he kept driving the subject, even though there was only one person sitting. So after he finished his lecture, he went to this one person and said, I'm very impressed with the level of your commitment to this AI subject, that you listened to my very intensive and powerful rendition for more than 20 minutes after everyone had left. Can you tell me what faculty you belong to and what your interest in this subject is that had made you stay for so long? And say, well, excuse me, Professor, I'm just the janitor and I'm waiting for you to finish so I can clean up the room and close the doors. So on that note, knowing that we shall deliver a very comprehensive report on this conference, and so don't worry about the publicity and what we shall do with it, what the government will hear or not hear. The world will hear from this small podium, partly because the new position I have, which I came in here as chairman of the Africa Education Trust Fund, but in the process, I had to transform myself and refer to what my boss, the chief of staff, recognizes as my new designation as the presidential special envoy on reparations. And so the reparations agenda, as I conclude, means a lot of different things to different people, just as AI mean a lot of different things to different people. But hopefully, and not so surprisingly, it is such a comprehensive subject that for those who think the AETF conference is so limited and AI and what we are trying to do here is so limited, just by virtue of, if not my own experiences around the world in different positions, but the new responsibility I have, which is to aggregate, to conceptualize, to reflect the composite views of so many regions of the world, which were affected and afflicted by historical events, the slave trade in particular, to some extent slavery, to some extent colonialism, and imperialism, and the impact it has made on so many communities spread around the world, so that the office I'm occupying actually is not a Ghana office. I'm supporting the president of Ghana. He's the one who has been appointed by the African Union Commission as a champion and leader on the subject of reparations. But the African Union Commission has decided that reparations and the work that has to be done on a global scale. So actually the office is an office on global reparations. And so it's not an Africa-only office or a Ghanaian-only office. So I just say that in concluding that the reports that we're going to generate, not only because it's artificial intelligence, which is a global subject, or the fact that AETF is an institution which also has a global mandate, even though it's Africa-focused, but the reparation agenda that I have to pursue also will compel me beyond my normal activity to make sure that the world hears from us from this conference. On that note, I have the pleasure to invite you to a small cocktail party at the top end, where some people are at lunch this afternoon for refreshments, so that we can jojo and have some interaction socially before we depart for our respective homes and offices and our countries. And for those who came from outside Ghana, Professor King and your colleagues, we thank you very much for the extra attention you've paid to this, for your investment in your travel to be here and the costs you must have incurred. We have all incurred various costs. We'll be sharing all that information in various reports, at least within the AETF family, as much, all the transparency that anybody will expect to have. And without informing you or announcing the next conference location or date, which we shall decide at the AETF board level, I can tell you that at least 2 countries have already expressed the interest in our next conference, the country of Morocco, the country of Angola, and I'm sure when we invite other countries, to be fair to everyone, to also express their interest, we probably will have 5 or 6 other countries expressing interest, and we'll have a criteria to select which other country will host it. And if the Ghana government is as competitive as we hope it will be, and they want to retain the conference here, then they'll have to up their participation and their sponsorship and their support to a level that didn't occur on this occasion. But hopefully it will occur at the next opportunity. On that note, let me thank you. Let's have some refreshments. Have a wonderful evening. Good night. And I have to thank our very good Master of Ceremonies, who was, you don't know the history of it, but was recruited at less than 10 minutes notice and managed to come from whatever assignment he was on, because somebody else who we had asked to do this, unfortunately, also had a medical emergency. Thank you so much, Kafi, for your wonderful role here. And I'm sure they'll remember you for many generations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before our cocktail, let's have our prayer. Closing prayer to be delivered by Reverend Benjamin Achampong. Reverend, yes.
All right, I want to read a quick scripture.
Oh, you want to? Okay.
And the Bible says in Psalm 40, it said, I waited patiently. I waited patiently on the Lord, and he heard my cry. The Lord lifted me up from the miry clay and set my feet upon the rock. He put a new song in my mouth, and the world will know. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we be on our feet? And just to say to our chairman, Dr. Spio, that thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for this great man. You see, it's easy to talk about leadership. It's easy to sit on the fence and to talk. But actually doing the job is not for the faint-hearted. And chairman, we want to pray for long life, that the wisdom that you've acquired, with the knowledge that you've acquired, you'll be able to pass on. In fact, as Dr. Miles Monroe said, that you will die empty. That before the Lord calls you home, everything within you would have taken. Hallelujah. And the whole team, my dear brother Wenda, Dr. Kane, Dr. Baku, want to say that God richly bless you. Shall we bow our head? Our Father, we thank you. What an awesome God you are. From the planning stages, where we didn't know where money is going to come from, where people are going to come from, whether it's possible, not possible. Whatever that we were thinking and planning, today we've seen the reality. Whether we had all the resources or not, today we've done it through the resilience of few people. You've never been a democratic God. You've never worked with the majority. You've always worked with the few, those who are determined and willing to see the vision through. Today we pray and we are thanking you. We're lifting Ghana as a country into your hands. That this will not be just a talk show, but rather we will come back with implementation. The Bible says that the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and they that dwelleth in it. Resources belongs to you. Give it to us, Lord, that we may implement what we've studied today. We pray for everyone, those who have left, those who are about to go. We pray that God, you will guide us, you will lead us, you will protect us, soak us into the blood of Jesus. And we pray that, Lord, we will get to our destination safely, sound, and secure. And we pray that, Lord, you will abide with the continent of Africa. That African people will not be drawers of waters, neither hewers of wood, but will take this continent and run with it. That this continent will stand tall, will stand bold, and deliver what is people. Whatever that is keeping us bondage, we break free. We break free from it. We break free from it. And Lord, on this note, we pray for the father of this nation, His Excellency, that you will continue to protect him. That as he received the report of this conference, Lord, he will act on it. He will move with it and turn Ghana as a model for Africa and the world. It's the time of Africa, and it's not just we saying it, but in reality. We thank you as we take this dinner, cocktail, sanctify the food, the drinks, and everything. Let there be fellowship. Let there be togetherness. And together, let the congregation say amen and amen. God bless you. May the Lord keep you and make his face shine upon you and lift his countenance upon you. And all the days of your life, anything that your hand touches, may it prosper in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend. And let's give those who left early something to think about. We're going to take a nice family photo on the stage. Reverend, don't go away. We're all gathering on the stage. Everybody in the room here, there's enough space. There's space down here, there's space down over there, there's space on the stage. A memorable group photo. All of us from the back. Let's come. We can line up here, we can line up over there, we can stand on the stage, and let's have a big family photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All of us, before we go for our cocktail, upstairs, where we had our main lunch. There's space here too. There's space here, enough space here. Otherwise, they won't see you on the stage. Here, they will see you. I'm giving you ahead of time. If all of us go up there, they won't see some of you. There's space here, there's space over there as well. Let's spread it out. There's space here, there's space. Exactly. They will definitely see you when you are here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Big photo. The space over there next to Raymond, show your hand. Let them know who you are. Yes, there's a lot of space there. There's a lot of space here. Make sure you are seen in the photo. The purpose of the photo is to make sure that you are seen. Don't hide. Thank you. All right. So we have space. My photographer, who are we looking at? Boss. Are we good? Are we good? Yes. If you go back, I'm sure you get all of us. So on 3, you all say AI for Africa. All right? 3, 2, 1. AI for Africa. Say it like you're not that hungry. 3, 2, 1. AI for Africa. You want some action? All right. 3, 2, 1. AI for Africa. Enjoy your cocktail up the stairs where we had our main lunch. My name is Kafri Day. God bless.
It's me at the top. Money on my mind. Money. Care what they yarning about me in particular. Come. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know.